way more in a long fight. It's going to help him deal with the Alchemist and the Underlord a lot more. He can chase them down solo. He can reduce more of the healing. It's a very impactful item for this game, and I don't blame him for skipping the BKB here because they have a lot of saves. He has ult, he has Depth Shroud, he has Dark Pact. There's nothing that really threatens all-inning the Slark in this game, right? Unless you land some insane lasso on him that would just be ungodly. He's not worried about getting burst down. Maybe fighting through the pits is a bit annoying, but so far Tundra have pushed through it. They've evened out a lot of this net worth deficit. Now all of a sudden they have 2 of the top 3 net worth cores and a BKB done for tops, and this Sand King is starting to heat up. Ascetics cap on top of it for some extra HP regen, and the debuff that gives you the status resistance. If you lasso the Sand King, he might live with even without a disruption or something of that nature.
Yeah, if he lives, he's guaranteed to get off the Epicenter Sandstorm. That is just an entirely different story. The heal that he's going to be able to get off of that. A lot of these fights, though, have been about the Doom, and Game and Gladiators are going to address that. They still have this giant net worth lead, thanks in part to having an Alchemist, but the Queen of Pain is also not too underfarmed either, not that far behind the Sand King, and is trying to get a Linken's.
I think Dyrachyo has switched up his idea as well. He was originally eyeing something with this Talisman of Evasion, but now he's just going to forsake it, go for his own Linken Sphere. Gaming agree they need to deal with the Doom in these fights on their cores. Still, the one upside for them as this game goes later is like the farm on these supports, man. I mean, Celery is above Ramses with an Enchantress versus a Doom. Supposed to be a hero that can create extra gold, and he's falling behind this 5. Hurricane Pike, Mage Slayer, Quiver in the backpack. This Enchantress is level 20. He's massive. This could be the saving grace for Gaiman if the fight goes long. The amount of damage Celery can output with 2,000 mana. Or do you just run out of mana?
It's game 3. It is going some distance here as we cross over the 40-minute threshold. 31-16, and it feels dead even. It feels like Tundra were just one bad fight away from losing the game, but they have won multiple team fights in a row, or at least kept them close enough that Game and Gladiators haven't managed to continue the snowball that they're so infamous for. Now, managed to get a Burrow Strike onto 2. They bait out the Power Rune to go for Quinn. Quinn's going to be able to get away before the pounce lands from Pure. Missing that one. The Epicenter finds purchase on nothing, and as a result, Tundra quick to retreat after using multiple spells and items. Cooldowns are paramount for them to be able to win these fights. They have to give way to Game and Gladiators now to make the move.
At least Tundra gets some information off that, which is these 2 Linken Spheres on the 2 cores.
True.
There's a chance Ramses would have doomed straight into it. Now he has more to play around with. Epicenter is on cooldown. Gaiman want to try and make something of this, but they are missing Chemical Rage for 25.
And it's a much easier target to be able to get. They got him away. Disruption is still there, but he has a Bloodstone, but he doesn't have the BKB. They're still going to try and burst him down. The Depth Shroud helps him out. He got a Burrow Strike out.
Thompson tanky enough to survive the Ascetics cap, coming in clutch.
Oh yeah, that Ascetics cap went a long ways to protecting him there. Just the extra bit of HP he needed. Game and Gladiators were really hoping a pickoff would finally let them take advantage of all this net worth they've heaped up.
I mean, Whitemon is just owning their initiations.
Yeah.
Like, he gets disruptions on the lassos, but then he throws out this Disseminate, and all of a sudden that Sand King, who has 3,000 HP, has almost 4,000 with the extra buff up. He's really been playing well defensively with his kit here, keeping these cores alive. And they're getting to the point where these heroes are starting to become really tanky for Gaiman's burst damage. I mean, once more Soxa, he went this triple bracer build on the Tusk. He got a Havoc Hammer. This is a 4,000 HP Tusk. You get hit by Sonic Wave, you walk it off.
Burst damage of the Queen of Pain just does not look nearly as effective.
No, you need to put this axe to use. You need to get some of these dagger procs to go through the fight. Maybe take a hero down with this lasso and again go back to the impetus damage from Celery to pick up the slack, because these are the type of late games where Alk can start to suffer. This is the point of the Slark pick and all these saves Tundra have. Draw the fight out, make it as long as possible. Maybe that Chemical Rage goes down. Maybe you're doomed on one of these big cores.
I was going to say, you were talking about the Queen of Pain making use of this axe, but you're proposing trying to draw a team fight out against a Slark. Is that even possible to win?
It's tough. I mean, what did it in that mid fight was the buyback on the Queen of Pain. You don't have that. You don't have it right now. You're missing a lot of them on the side of Gaiman. You can abuse this gate to bring people back in the fight, but you need the second life to do it. Right now, Ace is the only core with that buyback on the game inside.
And for the first time this game, we're going to see a clash in the Roshan pit for contest of the Aegis, as Roshan is about to spawn. Tundra are the ones in position first, and Gaming Gladiators will have to be the invaders here.
And Ags on Duracho, he wants to pool it to somebody, but it's not gonna, is it gonna be here for this fight?
We're gonna need to wait a bit more. Celery showing himself, just having a poke at Thompson, showing off some of his damage.
Gives it to Quinn, and Quinn immediately buys BKB. So they want this Queen to be as strong as possible for this next engagement. They might have to wait for this Courier to bring the BKB now. It's a little awkward, but you're not losing any ground here, and Tundra aren't doing Roche. I think a lot of this fight, can you find the Shadow Demon? That's what feels like the piece of the puzzle here for Gaimin. Can you find Whitemon, take that save
Thompson,
out?
they still got him despite the Burrow Strike. What a lasso! Pulled him out of the save. Still though, Thompson, no! BKB Bloodstone is not going to be enough. Media buy back though. Can he get to this fight in time? He has to go through the gate. They're going to hold this high ground around it to make sure that they will have all 5 members if Gaming Gladiators push the issue, which they don't for now. But Celery, who is a big part of the damage component for Gaming Gladiators, gets spotted, but he couldn't get grabbed. The pit came out. Brew, a little bit of distance here. Tundra going to go for a different mark, and Quinn has to use his BKB. Throws out some daggers. Sonic Wave onto 2. Pure pops his ultimate early here. While Ramsey still needs to find a Doom mark. They still back away, smoke even, to try and get a better angle on the initiation. The first time didn't work for them. Maybe a second time will.
That's a win for Gaimin though. They took down the Sand King. Their cooldowns are resetting here. Lasso up at 9.
Gaming Gladiators confident they'll be able to handle this one, but is it going to be too much? Ace, he's so tanky, but made so squishy by the damage. Still though, Thompson's in trouble. Depth Shroud disruption as well. Healings are coming in. Ace is taking his stats, Pure is going for him. Thompson not going to make it out just yet, but Whitemon's in trouble. Sox is in trouble as well. The supports are going down. Gaming Gladiators are winning this fight. How far can they take it though? Do they dare to chase down Ramses and Pure as well, or would they back up for the Roshan? They want everything. They want as much as they can, but maybe that's a mistake. They're stumbling into buybacks now. Teeping onto tier 2's Quinn. He has no mana left, and Pure sees that opportunity. Some heals coming in. It's not enough. A bounce is enough. Pure trying to get out. Has his ultimate. It's up just in time, and a refresher. He managed to get himself a refresher. Another ultimate. Another swing. 70 stacks. Duracho Alchemist, and he's gone. Pure, the most dominant force in this team fight. Hungry, not quite enough. The shots with the impetus get him. He's dead. A death, 100 seconds on the clock. Gaming Gladiators wounded, but not dead. Will take as much as they can from Tundra. They'll force another BKB out of Ramses. They'll go in deep. A lasso pulling him back. How many spells do they have?
Dieback.
Oh my God, a dieback for Ramses. How many heroes did they kill in that team fight game? And Gladiators just kept it going.
So much damage done from Quinn here. The second life is what wins game in that entire route. The refresher on the Slark was so timely from Pure, but he's just running out of resources. He runs out of mana himself, and the impetus shots are what bring him down. Celery dealt the most damage in that fight of anybody in the game. This Enchantress expends his entire mana pool to secure a teamfight victory right when Gaimin need it. And they will claim their teamfight victory in the form of Barracks this year, but despite all the diebacks for Tundra, they're not out of this game. And Whitemon, he's killing some waves on the map. They will still have a chance to turn this game around. A lot of buybacks on cooldown here as we go into this next team fight. And Roshan, he is still on the map. Switch to that dire side. Switch to the upper half.
Gaming Gladiators may have used some big buybacks, but they are going to get so much for it. 2 lanes of Barracks, and they still have a chance to back up and take Roshan if they want, or they could go for the throw. Quinn has made the call. He wants Megas.
7 seconds.
5 more seconds. Can he get here in time? Duracho and Quinn have to wait out a glyph.
This is a risky push.
Seconds are crucial.
If you die
Thompson get his initiation, the Alchemist illusion right now is stopping his blinking, so it's up to Pure to make the jump instead. He hits the Queen of Pain, but to look at Duracho, he's focused on the objectives. He realizes this isn't going to be good enough. Their damage isn't good enough. Now they have to try and get a retreat, but Alchemist is in trouble. Dyrachyo has to pop his BKB. There goes the epicenter. Thompson slowing down these heroes, trying to stick on top of anybody he can. It's going to be the Celery Enchantress. No, he gets force-staffed defensively. Gate comes out from this Underlord. That is not a force they want to contend with when they're not sure if they damage anymore.
That is such a risky push by Game, and if you get caught on the retreat there and lose heroes, that could just be the game. You have to remember this Queen of Pain has no buyback for 5 minutes. Ace has no buyback for 4. Dyrachyo can farm his up right now, and I think that's what he's trying to do. But Tundra, they have one more shot. It'll be an Ags for the Sand King.
Oh man, that is a huge pickup.
You believe in the Stinger procs. The extra damage. He's not 25 yet, still missing that big talent. Trying to use the
going to be able to find this opportunity to bring this game back into play for Tundra, or Game of Gladiators take them out in this third place spot. A little bit of a poke there, but not enough to commit. Neither side feels good about the fight. They retreat to their own corners. Pure.
You want to fight while it's nighttime, and your other lanes are going to push in right now if you're Tundra. Like, you could end up in a situation where your tier 4s are being threatened. Dyrachyo can bots to your base as well. There's some strategic options at play for Game, and they are the ones who can wait this out.
Tofu's pulling in a smoke and wards for the next fight. They know that the initiation is so important here. The right jump wins them this game and gets them to the finals.
Look at this Centaur dragging a wave top right now from Celery. It's going to hit the racks. It's going to force a Slark TP back.
No way. A single Centaur has forced Pure to come back and deal with other lanes.
There's too many creeps in the base. Gaimin knew this, is why they backed up. Gave up that high ground position. And should claim Roshan off the racks pressure.
Yeah, that Tundra just going to have to give up entirely. So what a win for Game of Gladiators. Unless Tundra can get back here in time, it is going to be tough for them to move across the map this quickly. And so much damage from Game of Gladiators.
Does Pure actually want to contest this? His supports are so far away on the map. They're brown boots
He's playing entirely solo, trying to go for a seal on an Aegis. He will find nothing. And now he's in the pit. Now he has to make a retreat. He has no more pounces left, and he wants to wait out this one and then pop a refresher. He's got 3. He waits for a scene. Thompson finds his entry. He goes for the bat right on Sonic Wave, puts them all away from the bat, and he ults. He might just be able to get off the lasso. Drink for the doom. Managed, no, he got blocked by the Lincolns. Ramsey doesn't find it still, though. The Sand King is in the midst. Dyrachyo with his BKB. Pure is going for it and hits the back line. Managed to finish off the Underlord. No comeback from him. 2 dead. They've got the numbers advantage. Do they have the damage? They've got him. Dyrachyo's dead. Celery's up next. No way.
They find a way with their base being sieged. The sustain, the save, the refresher on the Slark. Pure just pushes through it all. And these stacks are going to last a long time. He has the level 25 talent. These Essence shifts stay up forever now. Tundra found Tofu at the start of that fight, and it made a huge difference. None of them were getting lasso jumped. Their supports have a free-for-all. And even though the Queen is doing a huge amount of AoE damage, the sustain from the Slark is able to keep his other heroes alive. Thompson just running into everybody with this Bloodstone. And the impetus has come out, but they're just not enough here. There's too much HP to get through.
It seems like Tundra were the ones to be able to kite back and forth, making it so Game of Gladiators aren't able to focus one target down, and as a result, they cream Game of Gladiators in this fight. Despite the Aegis advantage, despite everything they got out of the Roshan pit, they cleanly won that one and pull back this game perhaps into their grasp.
They were down over 25K going into that. It looked like nothing as Pure slices them up. They will claim a tier 1 mid at 51 minutes in this game.
Goes to show how much Tundra has scrounged around the map, trying to find whatever they can, whatever gold they can, whatever experience they can, and just draw the game late and later and later. And now, 51 minutes in, the Game of Gladiators that we're looking at 20, 30-minute high ground pushes are getting stalled.
That time is long gone. You are now stuck in the late game. This is where Tundra thrived, the late game mechanical ability of their team fighters. Level 25 has now arrived for Thompson as well. He's rewarded for his presence in that team fight with a big talent for this hero. Huge damage upgrade. What can Gaiman do to find a way to start winning these fights again? They still have Aegis on Quinn.
Shiva's trying to find the hero that broke the smoke.
Ooh.
And a brief pause as some sort of issue will allow both of these teams to be able to discuss what is happening here. And Celery says, "We are coming."
He is not lying. So much of this fight rests on the Batrider initiation and what Quinn can do with 2 lives here for Gaiman. You have to find a good target in this lasso, and the Queen has to start getting these daggers up on everybody. The back line, as the name of the game here for Tundra. Can you protect your supports? There's an Ags on this Shadow Demon. He has double purge, double cleanse, by the way. Something to think about. Another reason these long fights are just so favorable. Your cores start getting demonic purged in the middle of it. It's so much damage for Dyrachyo to deal with.
These teams are going to be frantically talking about what needs to happen in this next engagement. Gaiman Gladiators so confident. Despite losing the fight around the Roshan pit, they say run it back. And they think they're going to be able to change what happened in that last engagement. Somewhere between the Lincolns and the single target spells, there is going to be a difference in the last team fight, but will it be better for Tundra or better for Gaiman?
I feel like so much of their damage is coming out from this Enchantress. Full MKB done for Celery. He's almost level 25. Like, he has to be able to find his mark in this fight. Quinn has to be able to find his mark. This Alk is almost becoming a second thought.
Yeah, it almost feels like he's just a punching bag for Tundra to distract from the real damage dealers in Quinn and Celery.
And what did Pure just get delivered? He delivered a full BKB. 50 minutes in this game, he finally opted to go for it. So he has 9 seconds of debuff immunity.
I mean, double ultimates and a BKB.
He's God in this game right now. Absolutely untouchable. It's not a question of can you bring this Slark down, it's how much is he going to do in the meantime while you're trying to kill anybody else.
Hopefully, Whitemon will be able to figure out his mouse problems soon and we can get this game 3 on the road. But in the meantime, Copenhagen, how we feeling about this game 3 right now? I'm so glad that we finally got a series that is worth all of you guys here. I know all of you guys have spent your money and time to be able to be here, whether you bus or you flew or you drove or however you got here to the Royal Arena. Thank you. Thank you for coming out and supporting Dota. Thank you for watching the best esports in the world.
This is what everybody watches Dota to see. Find 2 teams in a game 3 with so much on the line, trying to push into this grand finals. I mean, think about what this would mean for both of these squads to get there. It's a redemption arc for Gaiman. They were so close last year, only to find themselves so far to fall just short again. Can you live with that?
And yet it feels like fate, right? The fact that they have so many times met Team Liquid in the finals, it felt like it was the fated path that they would do it again, and we'd either see Liquid be able to have their big moment, triumph over Gaiman Gladiators, or Gaiman Gladiators would be able to fix past mistakes. But Tundra are standing in the way of that fate.
Yeah. This team, I mean, this is just a team that will not go away.
No.
And you knew it coming into this series today. This is not a team that was going to go down easy, even if you pushed them, even if you tried to use your cheesy Aura, Death Ball, tempo lineups that Moon Meander hates so much and has probably been shaking his head after the last 50 minutes. It did not end this game. It did not push them past the limit of what they were able to play through, and they have clawed their way back. They're still sitting down like 16K in this game. That is the ridiculous part. It feels like they have won 2 team fights down 20K that they had no business winning, and they are still trying to climb that hill to push themselves into that grand finals to face up against another behemoth later today. That is the terrifying part. If you win here, you still got another BO5 to play.
True.
To claim that Aegis, and that is why it is an Aegis of champions. Because you're going to have to prove yourself today in every aspect of this game right now.
Prove that you deserve that immortality, to have your name put on the Aegis.
For a first, second, or potentially 3rd time.
Yep.
That is still alive, as ridiculous as that is.
Gaiman Gladiators, I mean, they've had so much success throughout year after year with this roster, but the one thing they have not laid claim to is this tournament. This is why this tournament is so special. The pressure is sky high, and teams will break and crumble, or they will either stand tall in spite of all of that and persevere and come out champions, come out with immortality. Game of Gladiators, they gonna be able to do it? Will it be Tundra, or will it be a fight that just keeps on going? We begin. Quinn spotting Thompson, slows him down with the dagger and then backs away. He says, this is not the fight I want, not into their high ground position. Instead, I want an extra advantage. I want to cheat. I want an arcane rune to be able to play with. I want to be able to throw as many spells as possible. Will that give them the edge they require to be able to hit this high ground? It feels like Quinn, maybe he's thinking about it.
Look
Still
at the
has
base.
2 minutes left on the Aegis, and yeah, they are threatening the base once again. They got Pure to be able to come back. All of Tundra have to TP with him.
Pure left his courier behind. He's been using this thing to scout, kind of secure vision for the team fight. Will go down here for a bit, so that micro unavailable. This will be the level 25 for Celery. Normally, I don't know how impactful this talent is, but extra impetus damage in this type of game with how much they need him is a big deal. This is an 11-3 and 23 Enchantress right now, approaching 6-slot territory. Absolutely one of the biggest factors. And still, we have to go back to the fact that Quinn, he has an Aegis right now on this Queen of Pain for another minute. Level 25 for Ace, also a big talent with the extra root duration, especially with that Ags. Can you use this Aegis? Yeah,
are you okay with pushing high ground with that Aegis with only a minute left into one of the scariest unknowns of unknowns? Right? We have this new Aghanim Scepter for Sand King. We talked about it. It's been theory crafted. It's been tested. This thing is insane. If you can get to level 25 with the extra epicenter pulses, if you get the RNG, Thompson believes. And he's got what it takes. These stingers are so much damage, and they're going to be popping up everywhere if he gets that epicenter off.
I mean, if you are caught in the Sand King spells without a BKB, you're dead.
Yeah.
It's that simple, I think. You're going to have to play for buybacks here, maybe 60-minute items. How much more scale does Gaiman have in the tank, though? That's the big question. This is a lineup from Tundra designed to win this point in the game. Designed to win the Ultra Late when the Slark is 6-slotted with a buyback. Refresher now online for the Doom. Ramsey still looking for his 25. Would be a big talent to get in this game as well. Probably the last of the big core talents.
Oh, yeah.
So Tundra still have a lot of room to grow here. You're still looking for like a blink on Soxa, who went for Vlad's and BKB just to play through the pits and buff up his Slark as much as possible.
I mean, Avery, you've been in these situations before on the main stage at TI. You're looking at this situation where you can't figure out how to end the game. What are you telling your team right now if you're gaming Gladiators? Because you know that they're still growing. You know that they're still getting more talents, more items. What are you saying to gaming Gladiators? What do we need to do to be able to finally break them?
I mean, that's where you say, hey guys, we have better late game, and you go back to that Scepter. We have better late game because we're better, and you have to believe it. If you don't believe you're going to win at this point in the game with any lineup, you do not deserve to be in that grand final.
Taking it on faith, perhaps we're just going to wait all the way for another Roshan, all the way to tier 5 items.
And more importantly, 10 buybacks. We are currently at 8 out of the 10 right now.
Right.
Thompson dips a little bit below, but he will have his up in this game.
Yeah, Ace doesn't have his simply because he had so much gold. He actually bought himself a BKB and still almost has it. Just needs to farm a few camps to be able to pick it up. Sand King actually bought out an overwhelming Bleak. I thought he was looking at Refresher before that. Seems like he's going to deviate from that path a bit.
It's still a very powerful item, but it will not give him the 2 of everything, which sometimes in these late games makes the difference, especially around that Roshan pit.
Yeah, especially the way the team fights have been started and then retreat and kite back and start again.
And especially when people have buybacks, right?
Yeah.
That second round of spells and items counts for a lot when you have to play 5 into 10 potentially to win the game and close it out here.
And that's a great point, because we are going to be talking about buybacks in any of these late game fights, but especially around a Roshan pit that is going to be on the dire side unless things stall considerably. It is a later Roshan. We still have a minute 20 to go, but it will be firmly on the nighttime side where the Dire have control of that outpost, something that they could play with their buybacks a lot easier.
We're also seeing more of these Ag Scepters start to get pulled. Dyrachyo, he's pulled 2 of them. Can start to add these up. Like, Tofu, he got his own Ags now. This is double lasso territory.
Yeah, what happens if Soxo or Whitemon are too close to the target they're trying to save and they get caught in that initiation?
Could be huge. These lassos have meant a lot in these team fights as we go down the stretch. We're approaching the 60-minute mark as well. You have to start thinking about these neutral items. Go back for the Midas once more on the Doom just to secure him instantly. Ramses, he's smoked. He's looking.
Yeah, they're baiting out Thompson right now.
And look, even the
Celery just won't stop, man.
He knows that every little bit of pressure could matter.
And he's also going to be breaking the smoke. He realizes, managed to get the force staff away. Tundra too scared to take that high ground fight. They don't know what lies above, and they will call it quits for now. But Celery just continues to remind you, hey, don't forget that we were leading control of this game. Don't forget your 2 lanes of barracks down and just win 1 building away from Megas.
I mean, that could be a route Game can consider. Like, if they don't feel like they can win the straight up 5v5 anymore, you have an Underlord. You can gate to the enemy base in a clutch situation and try and just all in it. Biggest factor for Tundra is maintaining that glyph. But this game really could come down to some weird base situation like that. Especially if Tundra commit buybacks to a fight, they can't get back to defend the throne.
Look at Thompson.
Situation you have to think about.
He knows. It's not going to just be a 5 versus 5. It's going to be a 10 versus 10 when this fight breaks out. So wherever the fight does happen, they need to be able to have boots of travels. They need to be able to have bots too, specifically to be able to get to the fight instantly.
It's the biggest factor here, and not a lot of heroes are going to have a bots 2 slot that they want to free up. We're looking at Pure right here. I mean, he's approaching that true 7-slot territory if he eats an Ags and fills it in. He went for his own nullifier here. He is absolutely deadly. He's going to stick on a target. There's not much you can do to prevent that damage coming out other than your BKB durations on game, and you have to pop them at the right time. Secure yourself that life.
I mean, eating an Ags, he could still eat a Moon Shard. There's still more room to grow, and also level 30. We talked about level 25 talent, what they picked up, but we may see the full talent tree being grabbed for some of these carries. And Slark is particularly scary when he is full up on that. Once again, they push out, trying to take control of this top left part of the map where Roshan is going to spawn, and it's going to come up in 5 seconds. There's only going to be a minute of nighttime here, where Tundra feel really good about the fight and really good about their position to take Roshan. If not, it will go to the other side of the map and will go under Gaming Gladiators' control. And they are not immediately taking that Roshan.
So we should see how Tundra are playing this map right now. There's creeps pushing in the waves. It's going to be Thompson on creep wave duty with that bots 2 Sand King. He has buyback available. In fact, all 10 buybacks are now available in this game.
At this point in time, it seems like the teams, I mean, we've seen Aegis fights that actually do not go the way of the Aegis holder. Maybe it's tier 5 items that are more important. 20 seconds till we get picked up. So in that discussion, what are the biggest items you can see on what heroes?
Start praying to Gabe, right? That you get the good drops that you want. I think in general in these late game scenarios, you want an Arcanist armor on somebody. But some of these big support items could make an impact. The cores, I mean, Giant's rings are always nice.
It's got to be mirror shields if you're Gaming Gladiators, right?
Super value.
I mean, how do you play Doom against just mirror shield after mirror shield with Lincoln's on top?
Is this an unwavering condition game? Probably not. I think we'll rule that one out.
First mirror shield gets picked up. Celery takes his.
I could see Searstone for some of these backline supports like the Shadow Demon. Stygian Desolator could be a big one, but yeah, you're looking at mirror shields here.
There's an Arcanist armor for you on the Sand King.
I like seeing
cool choice for him. Duracchio's trying to min-max his, he takes away his boot slot. He needs some extra movement speed. He takes force boots.
That's a big one for him. The slot's really valuable, the extra move speed in the fight.
Ace, is it going to be an Arcanist armor on his side? Will it be a Giant's ring? Another mirror shield, this time for the Queen of Pain. Oh man, how does Ramses do this? Force boots instead.
Ace also got his own force boot, so you have 2 mirror shields to get through between the Queen and the Enchantress. Tofu still waiting for his. See what he opts for here on this Bat Rider. The flip side, mirror shield for Pure, you're gonna have to cut through that. I don't know how he's dying anyway, but you have that plus the Arcanist armor Sand King to fight through so much resistance.
Bat Rider's opting, I think, to hold on to his Timeless Relic because he feels like,
Searstone.
He takes Searstone. Is he actually swap it in? He does.
That's big. That is a lot of cast range on this hero.
God.
You're looking at this lasso now. This is an Ags lasso as well. Tofu's initiations just got way easier. And this Seer Stone active is no joke in the late game. You throw it down on a random spot after a scan or something, or the Roshan pit. You see a hero, you jump in, you get that lasso. That can decide everything right now as Gaimin smoke into the pit. They're missing Celery a little bit, but these waves are still going to go into Tundra, so Thompson always has to show in the base. Still Tundra. They're just going to man up for Roshan here.
Yeah, look at Quinn. He is getting close to the pit, and Shivas reveals them inside of the Roshan pit. Pure, getting a couple of stacks here, throws out that nullifier, got a BKB out of him. They're in a deep corner here. Does Game and Gladiators like where this fight is being positioned at? They go for Celery, Mirror Shield blocks of it, nice Sonic Wave, hitting on a 3, but still, Celery's in trouble, he's broken and he's dead. Ramsey's refreshed, looking for another Doom target here, but they're fighting into buyback with the outpost territory. There it is, buyback on the Celery. He's gonna be coming in soon. They got Quinn locked down, another one dead. 1 into 2, Tundra. Can they get more? Duracho sees his opportunity with the buyback coming in for Quinn. Can they push through? Ramsey's low. Disruption. Managed to buy in some time. Pura's getting a lot of stacks though. Pura's getting bigger and bigger. What a slam from Thompson. There goes out the lasso. Managed to get one. Thompson's still fine. Game of Gladiators are running out of damage it seems. These buybacks are not doing enough. Wait, no. Another Sonic Wave. They got Thompson. A pull forward from Soxa. Couldn't actually do that much. Now he's in danger as Duracho looks to be able to run him down. Nah, you're not getting out of here. None of that. He goes down. Game and Gladiators throw buyback after buyback, but they hold the Roshan pit.
So much damage from Quinn. 14,000 out of this Queen of Pain. He goes down once, but he gets the job done. Triple buyback from Gaimin. Does cost him a lot, but that Radiant Roshan advantage was huge. And you got to be looking at Tundra's base while all this is happening. They lost a tier 4. There was a decent amount of wave pressure. Can't afford to take too many of these fights outside your base when creeps are just hitting your throne. Double buyback expended from them on the Shadow Demon and the Doom. They're going to try and hold the other two here. Will Gaimin try and push the base to force Thompson's buyback on this Sand King? Do they feel confident enough to do it with the second life on Quinn, but no Queen of Pain buyback?
Yeah, one more buyback used, but one more life added to Game of Gladiators with the Aegis. Does that make us even? They get a buyback out of the Tusk now.
Might just want the Megas here. Look for another lasso. They got Refresher Shard on Ace, so double Hex and double Pit potential is online. We also saw the target prioritization from Ramses. He tried to Doom the Enchantress, hit a Mirror Shield. Very tough position for him into all this spell block.
The Roshan Spanner will let them go for high ground here. With the creeps protected, they can take Megas unless Pure gets in front of this one.
So that's 40 stacks.
Yeah, he is stacking up big time, and that is a bit of a problem for Game and Gladiators to consider. Do you really want to push this right now while he has those stacks? Oh, Tojo, he went fishing, doesn't find anything. Instead, he's going to be knocked out. Sonic Wave trying to protect this Bat Rider, but no, he dies. And now the Burrow Strike, trying to get through the Lincoln, trying to get through the Mirror Shield. Quinn committing, he gets the base. He gets the Megas. Ace is out of here through the portal. Duracio's on out of here too, but they are going to be able to catch Celery here. Quinn, he's back into play through that gate. Thompson, he retreats to the high ground with these impetus landing onto him while the Tusk is left behind. That is a dieback. A Scythe onto Thompson. He won't die from this. He gets back, but look at the throne. It's totally exposed and Megas are coming.
You need to hold on to the glyph here if you are Tundra. That is the last thing you want to click in this game. It might be the last thing you click in this game. Gaimin, they get another buyback and a dieback onto Soxa here. 5v4 situation. You don't have an Aegis anymore. They're going to pass the Refresher Shard over to Quinn. Ramsey is still struggling to find these Dooms. There's just so much spell block. He threw out one on Ace. I think it got blocked by a Lincoln's proc.
They can wait for time. Thompson to get the Doom onto Ace. A big kill with an nullifier. They shred him, but so does Thompson. Almost dying. Disruption. Buys some time. A second Sonic Wave and miss. Thompson's okay. Thanks for now. One pulled back in Depth Shard. Wait a minute. He still has a little bit more time as the disruption buys him life after life. So many second lives for Tundra. Whether it's buybacks, whether it's the snowballs or the disruptions, and Thompson strikes again, trying anyway. Stuck in this slow. Another disruption going out. Game of Gladiators not overcommitting. They know the Sark is coming back into play soon. Managed to get a Scythe onto him. Managed to get the Hex on him. Can they punch it down? They've got him. One more buyback. Tundra, they have a buyback left on Thompson, and that's all that's left. Do Game and Gladiators keep this going? They are just slowly smothering.
Trying to get out.
A reset through the gate was a bold move, and now, Ramses has to use his BKB. Otherwise, the lasso! Tofu gets the lasso to pull him back into his death. That is a dieback. Thompson, he's going to have to use his buyback perhaps. He wants a kill out of it though first. He gets Phantom move. Wait a minute, refresh BKB. No way, no fucking way. He pops his BKB, hits the epicenter, and he is living. He doesn't use his second life. Not quite yet, not quite now.
The sand got
He has to use it.
Look at the throne, it's just dying to
Oh my
catapult.
God, the epicenter was still going on his life, and it helps clear out the creeps that almost took down the Ancient.
Illusion sent in catapult, sent in Whitemon on throne duty, but Tundra, they hold, and you're now in a situation where all 10 buybacks are on cooldown. We went from having all of them to none of them. This game has evened back out somehow. Some way Tundra hold on to this game. They did use their glyph though. This throne is on 1,000 HP with no glyph. The all-in potential from Gaiman is there.
A Divine Rapier picked up Duraccio.
They're gonna all in it, man.
At this point in time, it's not about whether or not they can beat Tundra in a fight. It's about whether or not you can kill the Ancient.
Tundra, you need to find heroes right now. You let Gaiman get into your base with BKB stuff, they might just throw you through everything.
Tundra refusing to say die. They have to push outside of the pit in order to stop Gaiman Gladiators for going straight for the throne.
He's on the side. How bold are you right now? Man known for the risky plays. Pure continuing to scout outside the base, knows that if Gaiman commit to that throne, you need as much time as you can get to bring these heroes down before they get the win. Will you go for it here on the side of Gaiman? Will you wait for buyback cooldowns? Some of yours are coming up first. That Queen of Pain and Alchemist buybacks up again in 2 minutes here. And you know the longest one in the game right now is the Sand King at 6. I would not fault them trying to wait out this little condition and then go when they have the numbers advantage.
Oh yeah.
You'd feel a lot safer doing it at least.
Tundra, they are stuck between a rock and a hard place of you want to be able to hold your high ground, but you know that Gaiman Gladiators are looking at the win condition here. You have to keep them away from the throne. They're strategizing right now. They decided to go for a smoke, and let's see where they let it lie. Are they going to go up to top lane? They're going to go through the gate. They're going to go straight for the throne. All in on this one. They pop their BKBs. They go straight for the throne, and it is all over. Gaiman Gladiators take it to the very brink, and they just shove Tundra down into the pit. They will make their move one more time. Like fate, they will move up to the TI Finals to face their old nemesis in Team Liquid.
The Ace Underlord gating them to where they were a year ago, and a chance for redemption against a different foe, but one they are equally familiar with as they look towards that BO5 later today against Liquid. But man, Tundra, this is a team with a stand-in. Soxo went from couch to top 3 in a week. Thompson so close to a 3-peat. Whitemon with one of the farthest pushes for a C player in TI history. Ramsey switching his role to get one of his deepest performances on land and his best TI performance ever. And of course, Pure, perhaps the carry of the tournament in many ways, but cannot close this one out against the inevitable that is a Gaiman Liquid final. It just is fate.
You cannot stop these grand finals from occurring. As much as Tundra tried, they pushed, a run through TI that was full of the improbable, but ultimately you couldn't stop it. It was impossible to stop Gaiman Gladiators and Liquid.
Some things are just meant to be, Austin. They will go on until the cycle is broken or someone breaks the wheel. And so far, no one has been strong enough to do it.
Well, I am hoping that we are going to have a fantastic grand finals ahead. Tundra certainly gave us one hell of a performance, though. They are going to exit out of third place. Gaiman Gladiators, though, the grit on these guys, how they managed to do it year after year like this. They have a grand final appearance ahead of them, and we can talk to what that means to them up on the main stage.
Gaiman Gladiators will be your back-to-back TI Grand Finalists. And playing in front of his home crowd, we have Ace. I mean, the nerves, the tension, how was that playing one of the best games in TI history in front of the home crowd here?
Yeah, I'm a little bit bamboozled right now.
A little bit bamboozled. All right, well, let's break it down a little bit. I mean, what's the communication like? You know, you're trying to go for the base. You keep on trying. They keep defending. They keep on fighting. Who's keeping the calm in the team?
I mean, it was definitely more intense than usual, but I'm like kind of proud of my team because I feel like it's not like super screamy or like full panic. Like we're still like keeping it together and making like good decisions.
Absolutely, good decisions were made for sure. I mean, you played against this team 2 days ago. How did this series compare to that one?
I think they adapted well to our first series. Like they put up a fight like numerous times here. I fought like we out in this game, you know, like you get the thought sometimes. And like this series was just crazy. One of the biggest, most crazy series in my career, probably.
Absolutely, I mean, we loved it though. We absolutely loved it. What a game from you and both of them. Obviously, Tundra now eliminated. Do you have anything to say to them now you've taken them out of the tournament after such an incredible game together?
Wait, do I have anything to say to who?
Tundra.
Oh, to Tundra. You guys played really well. Like, I think you guys are just amazing team. Like, you almost got us like it could have gone either way. Like, yeah, sorry boys, but well played.
Well played indeed. A round of applause for Tundra, of course. Now, I do want to ask you about something in that game. Throughout the tournament, in fact, you've been spamming a certain voice line, school. What does it mean?
School! I think people know what it means.
All right, well, find a day in an Arsenal, I guess. Finally, now you move into the grand finals versus Team Liquid. What do you think is going to happen?
History always repeats itself.
The 3-0 prediction then?
3-0, we'll see. Let's make it a bit more entertaining.
I don't know. I'm not sure it could get more entertaining than that. Ace, final word for the crowd here before you go and take a break and head to the grand finals.
Thank you guys so much. Like, it's fucking amazing. Like, also all my friends and family here. Like, this is like a one-time thing. First for me. Like, it's just different. It's like, thank you all.
Thank you all so much, ladies and gentlemen. Give it up for Ace and Gaming Gladiators as we'll send it back to the panel.
Some great words from Ace there. He talked about how maybe for the grand finals, they want to make it entertaining for the crowd. Well, this game number 3, our first game number 3 on the main stage was so entertaining. It felt like it was all over at one point, Jenkins, and it was just going to be Gaming Gladiators. And then all of a sudden, Tundra, they're back in it.
I think Ace is the perfect guy to do that interview. He represents his entire team. He was always there for them. He's always saving them. He's got the auras. He's got the Underlord portals in. This guy looks like the best Underlord on the entire planet. The way that the team plays around him, they have so much trust that he will always be there in the perfect position, and he is. And until the very end of that game, 70 minutes in, he was still there.
Yeah. Look, we can't overlook the efforts that Tundra put into this series, into their run here in the tournament, but also that game number 3. Unfortunately, they will be exiting out of TI13 here, but third place, a phenomenal feat, and we're going to head on down to Purion with one of their players.
Thanks, Nat. I am here with Whitemon. First of all, I think it's safe to say that was, without doubt, the best series of the tournament so far. I know you guys didn't come out on top, but you must be proud of how you played.
Yeah, I think we kind of proud of ourselves because we have a staff for stand-in also. We're not like full roster, and we make it to top 3. But I'm just feel sorry that we cannot make top 3 times TI champion. Sorry, guys.
Well, you guys definitely tried your best. Talking about Saxon as a stand-in, how good is this guy that he's come in as a stand-in, as you said, and you guys have managed to make top 3? That's incredible.
Yeah, I think he's a really good player. We only have like 1 week practice before TI, and we make it like top 3. I think he's really good.
Absolutely. Speaking of really good, a lot of the other players I spoke to here said that Pure on your team was the best player in the tournament. How good is this kid?
Yeah, I think for me, even we have like top 3, but I think Pure is the best carry because, you know, he's carrying all the games. He make all the shot calls. He make like I don't know. He's just incredible.
So what are you guys hoping to do when you come back next season? You're going to win TI next year?
Hopefully.
Fair enough. All right, now you've entertained us all, and I'd love it if you could just finish by having a few words for the fans who supported you throughout this season, but especially at this TI.
What, sorry?
Some words for the fans.
Some what?
Like say some nice things to the fans, like thank you and stuff.
Okay. Thank you for the fans and for friends and family, anything like thank you for supporting us and cheering us. Sorry to make you disappointed, but we'll try our best.
Well, you guys were phenomenal. Big round of applause for Tundra. Whitemon, thank you so much. Back to the panel.
Let me tell you, that applause is not for disappointment at all. Whitemon should definitely be proud of not only his team and their placement here, but also for himself being the first ever Indonesian player to be able to podium at an international. It only took 13 of them, but he was up there. He was making space for his team. He was crucial in all 3 games as well. And it's a phenomenal feat and a phenomenal way to go out. It's just so entertaining, Sind. I don't think I can say it enough.
No, that was a crazy game for multiple reasons. I kind of thought that game was going to finish around 35 minutes, but a couple of things went back and forth. And honestly, for the side of Tundra, I think the most impressive thing about this game was you could tell how crisp the communication was at all stages of all fights. Like just good understanding of who's going in when. They were playing multiple saves. You're going to see that in basically every single highlight that we're going to be showing is that there's a Slark Depth Shroud, there's the Shadow Demon Disruption, and there's the Tusk Snowball, which makes it difficult for Gaimin to approach these fights consistently because there's going to be so much variance in every single fight that they have to play around, but ultimately they finally did manage to break through and win their first game past 40 minutes of the entire tournament. I believe you pointed that out when we were talking about it, Fear, that Gaimin just don't win late.
Well, they haven't won past 40 minutes, but they're 1-0 past 60 minutes, so there is that. I do think Tundra, they played a really good game. I think the supports were a pivotal part for this. There was tons of saves back and forth. The only downside is, like, it did feel like Ramses was a little not comfortable on this Doombringer. He didn't have the best net worth in this game. The initiations weren't as good as when he plays the Mars or the Sand King, but it was still good enough to get to this stage of the game. They played their hearts out. This Slark was a hero that we haven't really seen much in this tournament, if at all, but it still in the late game looked pretty good. So hats off to Tundra. They tried their best, and this was a hell of a game 3.
Yeah, Pure played really well, but honestly, to me, the MVPs of that final game were Celery and Tofu. There were some fights where Celery was just an absolute turret, dishing out damage, also using the Hurricane Pike to save people from the Slark. It was amazing gameplay, extremely crisp, high mechanical skill. Tofu was jumping on the Slark to keep vision of him so he can't heal, so that way Celery can kill him with his impetus. Like, the amount of mechanical skill that was in that game, you could study this thing for a week straight and still not pick up on all the little intricacies of what Gaimin did, and Tundra.
Yeah, I mean, the net worth of Celery to his offlaner in Ace there on the Underlord was only about 1,000, but at some points during the game, Sin, he was actually above both offlaners in net worth. Like, when we say this Enchantress carried, she really didn't. It reflected in the items and the damage in the net worth.
Yeah, I think there was one point where she actually eclipsed the combined enemy supports, which I think is very rare in this tournament that a support gets that rich, so that's one thing. But it's also, I think it's extremely important for Gaimin's ability to win this game that I would say this was a game where Duracho made a couple of really crucial mistakes that made this game a lot harder for them than it perhaps could have been. So it was very important for them that they had multiple heroes that could get in there and dish out that damage and kind of, you know, play off each other to clutch it out.
Yeah, they're going to have a break, and maybe there are things that they look at, maybe it's not really, but something that we get to look back on is who made the final call for that final push to win a game number 3 on Gaming Gladiators.
Go from here. Yeah,
go gate.
Okay, I'm going right now. Go.
Right click, BKB and hit it. Yes! Let's go!
Yeah, bro.
Just BKB and hit it. That's it, Fear. That's how you're going to close out a game that goes almost 70 minutes there.
I like how he had to remind his team to just press your BKB.
Press
just hit it.
Please, press it.
That was for Duracho, I'm sure.
Just make sure you press your BKB. That's the only thing that would stop us from winning this if you don't get that button off. They all got it off. They hit the throne. There was no glyph. It was a good shot call.
There was also a really funny contrast in the clip of that, with Quinn just popping off and Celery was just total stonefish. He's like, thank God we won this. I think he was very relieved more than anything on his edge there. He was stone focused the whole game and paid off.
Yeah, he did as much as he could. I think he was ready to wash his hands of that game.
Well, that's the thing. They thought that they were going to be able to close out, what, 20, 30 minutes before that, if not earlier. So I do think you're really going to have one of two reactions. You're going to be at the highest you've ever felt, and now you're going to bring down your emotions, or your celery, and you realize that the job's only a little bit done. You still have the grand finals. They were there last year. They only got second place. I say only. Obviously, out of 18 teams last year and then 16 this year, that's a massive accomplishment for themselves, but they don't want to turn this into a potential curse for themselves, Jenkins. They don't want second place over and over and over again.
No, they don't. That would be a pretty miserable curse, I would say. But, you know, on the flip side, it kind of feels like it would be deserved because they've done it to Liquid. But I think that Gaiman needs to spend some time studying those replays. I think they got dismantled by Liquid. They were able to match Gaiman's pace, but then they also picked the Visage and the Doom and these, like, gold-generating heroes.
Yeah.
So the fights were kind of going 50-50, but then Liquid was getting a little bit more of an advantage. Also, there was the Revenant's Brute Windrunner. There was some new tech that Liquid was doing. There was some picks on Gaiman's side. There's a lot that they can definitely improve on for that grand finals, and I think it will be very competitive.
Yeah, look, that's still down the track. We've got a lot of time between now and then. And to help fill us in with a little bit of that time is we have so much content for you guys. Trust me, if you're in the arena or if you're watching on stream, you don't want to go anywhere. We're going to start off with a very enjoyable, maybe, content piece from Jenkins.
Well, heading back to the base now, a little bit of a lull in the action as we get set to go in this one.
And Falcons have just used their glyph. It's going to be a while before they have that again.
Huh. Why would they do that?
Oh, what are you doing?
Just watching replays. But I did notice something. Okay, so glyph. Makes your towers invincible. Okay? Dota is all about taking towers. A bad glyph is just about the most game-losing thing that you can do.
Thank you. I know what a glyph does, Jenkins.
Sorry, okay, my bad. Anyway, super important, okay? Game defining. Somebody glyphed this tower. This tier 1 was glyphed. What? Who can defend here? So, who glyphed?
I mean, I'm sure they had a good reason. Like, just check who did it.
That's the thing. Who activated glyph is like the only thing that you can't see in the replay.
I mean, you could just go ask them.
Okay, maybe I will.
This international.
Say that.
Oh, glorious glyph god! Over 200 souls have been sacrificed to you today alone. Soon, you will be real, and you will infuse yourself in all of your followers with your fortification glory. We will be invincible, except for Moran Arrow, and that weird Clink spell, and Night Stalker Sean, and Midas and Devour. Seize him!
One man will find the truth.
You're getting close to solving the glyph. Check the combat log.
I need to know. The world needs to know.
Who pressed glyph? Coming to a post-game chat near you.
Coming to a post-game near you. Did you enjoy making that one, Jenkins?
How could you have kept that a secret from... I was losing my mind.
Well, look, I know we've worked 11 days pretty much straight together, but sometimes you need your own secrets.
Why would you waste glyph? Why? We lost that pub. I doubled down.
That's why. That is exactly why. We've always talked about this inflated MMR going around, and Jenkins, it's just not deserved. Traumatized.
I'm good. I'm fine.
Look, it was a very beautiful content piece, though. I know a lot of you guys were working hard in the back ends. I mean, maybe a fun little mini game everyone can do is count how many special appearances were in that one content piece alone. We had a lot of the talent lineup getting in on this, and I know Slacks and Tsunami worked really hard behind the scenes as well for it. Did you enjoy it, Fia? As like maybe the only person who wasn't in it?
You don't know that.
Oh, that's true. I don't know that, actually.
Don't make assumptions there. I was in the darkness.
Yeah, you were
He was the glyph.
He was the
He
glyph.
tried to lose TI5. He was glyphing all the time.
Yeah.
He's president on cooldown.
Was it TI5 you won? I can't remember.
I don't remember
That
either.
was so long
it was
ago.
like at least 15 years ago.
At least, minimum.
That was really great, though. I enjoyed that. That was really fun.
Yeah. Something that I haven't yet mentioned, and maybe people at home are looking at, is why exactly you're on the panel right now, Sin? Because we've had...
I was wondering the same.
Oh, whoa, okay. Apparently my panel members are also wondering. Well, I mean, it's a TI for you in your home country. I mean, how special does that feel to have so many of your countrymen in the crowd right now?
That's awesome. I didn't, how to say, this is something that I didn't think would ever happen. I think it was the same thing that Crit was saying in an interview some days ago, that it just, you know, I remember we were at a different event, and we were out having dinner, and I just checked my phone randomly, and there's like, TI's in Copenhagen. Like, okay.
Whoa.
Just out of nowhere, there was no clues or anything. It just came as a complete surprise, and I was just blown away, and I was super excited, of course.
Yeah.
And I feel like the arena and the fans have been awesome. I feel like the set design has been great, so I've been really happy with it.
Oh, well, that's good. And you've seen a lot of TIs for yourself.
Oh, yeah.
You've seen many. In fact, Synderen is someone that's been around for a very long time, so we've got another special content piece for you guys right now.
The legacy of the International spans the course of nearly 15 years. But some would say, as much as it is a legacy of Dota, it is a legacy of the Danes. And now, at the International 2024, in the heart of Copenhagen, we will tell the tale of the greatest of them all. The most decorated and celebrated Danish Dota player of all time, and the only person to have attended every single international, Synderen.
I've been playing Dota my entire life. It was very challenging a lot of the time. There were some serious downs, but there were also some big ups. I have overall a lot of great memories from all the years of playing this game, even right from the beginning. I started playing Dota when I was just a kid. I have a lot of very fond memories of playing in the biggest Danish LAN cafe at the time, Cybermøllen. So back then, I used to be one of the best Danish Dota players in the world. Guys like Crit and Ace, they didn't really stand a chance against me. Yeah, they were 8 at the time, but I think mainly they were lacking the upper body strength to make it in Danish Dota. I won't lie, it definitely wasn't easy. There were a lot of splinters, you know, but even when things got really hard, I knew I could always count on my family. My mother, she was my biggest supporter and my biggest fan through all of it.
Troels var altid den svageste af mine 7 sønner. De andre børn tilsager afgrøderne i marken og hjalp med at slagte kvæg. Vi spurgte os selv, hvor er svæklæggen? Hvor er han, når det er tid til at så kornet? Men han var der aldrig. Han gav altid nogle åndssvage undskyldninger, såsom, men mor, jeg er allerede god til at farme. Jeg har lige fundet ud af, hvordan man kan få 200 GPM på Alchemist. Så sagde vi, at han skulle stoppe med det vrøvl, og at alkemisten ikke er i byen under høstsæsonen. På et tidspunkt blev han så sur, at han løb væk hjemmefra. Vi troede, vi havde mistet ham for evigt, men nogle måneder senere, så var han der pludselig. Han havde åbenbart spillet et eller andet computerspil dernede i månedsvis. Han kom ud af kælderen som en lille trold, kravlede ud af sin...
Your turn to ban! Yeah, 5 seconds left now.
Ай-яй-яй-яй-яй, что сейчас произошло? Ай-яй-яй-яй-яй, что сейчас произошло?
You really gotta pick a hero. You got 10 seconds left. 5 seconds, Morty. It'll be fine.
Nightcrawler.
Rochi's we're in some real trouble. I know, Morty. Just follow my lead.
Here, fishy, fishy.
Oh, Morty. Oh, it's about to start, Morty.
On behalf of storms everywhere.
Obliged. Stay out of my way and maybe you won't get hurt. But I doubt it. Thanks for that. I'm under attack. You saw me coming. life.
Good enough at all. Or wait, is it? Maybe.
I'll take that.
Double kill. Oh yeah, your bottom tower's under attack. Killing spree! You gotta get serious! Top tower's under attack! Double kill!
Slock's got his eye on you.
Oh man, what? Get up on out of here, cause Radiant just fortified their structures.
Double kill!
Is your top tower's under attack? Killing spree! Your top tower's under attack. Ooh, they took out the enemy's middle tower! Man, you might as well save that energy, because Radiant just fortified their structures! You know, Rick, I gotta tell you, my bottom tower is looking pretty good. 40, bottom tower under attack. Oh!
Dark Reef Rising. I'll take this one.
Morty, you're not gonna like this. The top tower is under attack. Oh, your top tower. Way to go.
Ready.
Hooray! Enemy bottom tower destroyed. Hooray!
I hadn't spawned yet.
This is the real double kill! That was good player. Radiant just fortified their structures. You know what I'm talking about?
On your belly and crawl! be sorry when you see me. Thanks for that.
Whoa! They took out the enemy top tower! Oh boy, whoa! What a good work. What a good work you did.
I'm under attack.
Whoa! The enemy top tower got destroyed!
Slark's got his eye on you. You'll be sorry when you see me. I like it.
Haste!
Ah, the enemy's bottom tower. It's gone. We did it.
Oh, this is going swimmingly.
Shit! This is the true Crucible!
Man, you might as well save that energy because Radiant just fortified their structures. Ooh, they took out the enemy's middle tower. Enemy's middle barracks like just got wrecked, baby. Man, great teamwork, huh, Rick? You're actually watching this. Oh man, what? Get up on out of here, because Radiant just fortified their structures. Hooray! The enemy's bottom tower is destroyed. Hooray! This just in: the enemy's bottom barracks are destroyed. Enemy's bottom barracks are gone. Let's all say a prayer. All right. Whoa! You just unlocked the positive encouragement soundbite. Ooh, they took out the enemy's middle tower! Oh, oh boy, you really should be proud of yourself, you know? The enemy's top barracks just got riggedy Rexus! Oh man, oh, damn. I'm so happy about all mega creeps. You know what that means? This thing is checked and mated. They worked as a team, they hustled, got in there, took care of business, they won. Good work, Dyer.
Hear you. Let's go.
broken, to watch the other rise into a hallowed pantheon of honor and fame. This is the final proving ground. This is the Grand Colosseum, where legends forge undying names. Two teams compete here for ultimate glory. Only one can seize immortality. Who will emerge victorious? The battle begins.
Welcome to the grand finals of the International 2024, and we have got two top-tier teams that are going to battle it out in a best-of-5. So much to talk about, so much history with these two players as well. Although I do know it might get a little sidetracked potentially if people want to mention Kiz. That's okay. Hopefully, though, we'll get to play him soon enough, so all the speculations, we'll save them maybe for a little bit. There's so much to talk about. TGov, Team Liquid, Gaming Gladiators, back at it again.
I mean, the entire, couple days that we've had teams, chanting for Team Liquid. We've seen gaming as well. I think we've had maybe the loudest teams have got to the grand finals. So I'm hoping the arena also is very loud during the grand finals. But I know this is everything we wait for. Every year, this is the tournament, the aura, everything. Like, you cannot match what TI brings. So come on, please, 5 games. All I ask for, please, 5 games.
I say this every day, Shiver. I say every game will go all the way, but I really do believe at this time. We've been here time and time again with these two teams that we've never had the stakes be this high for the International. We've had them play in 5 grand finals total. This time around, TI, they haven't played a TI grand finals yet, so this is the culmination of their rivalry. You can throw all the other wins down the drain if Liquid managed to beat Game in here.
I did not know this TI was going to be so emotional. First, we see the Synderen's content piece. I start crying. He starts crying. Everybody in the green room starts crying. Then we see a proposal again. Then we see a new hero. I came here to watch some good Dota, and we've seen some really good Dota so far.
We have seen some fantastic Dota, and we're going to break everything down for you so you know what to expect, and maybe you don't normally watch too much Dota 2. We got you covered as well, and we'll tell you exactly why this Grand Finals is as important and as high stakes as it is. We're going to focus our attention first on Team Liquid. They are the team coming in through the upper bracket, and they did so by beating Gaming Gladiators just yesterday, and that was a 2-0. So if we look at this bracket, Team Liquid, they made a strong run, Lacoste, through this upper bracket.
Didn't drop a single game in the upper bracket. Also, Box in an interview yesterday talked about them starting the grand finals coming from the upper bracket, which means that Team Liquid doesn't necessarily need to play 8 games potentially, so they're going to be fresh, they're going to be rested. Gaming Gladiators, they showed what they're capable of in the bottom part of the bracket, played 3 games, and this time around, Team Liquid, they could chill and they could watch and they could prep for it.
They could, and they are no strangers to playing on the final day of an international TGov. For Team Liquid, their best performance at an international so far, 2022, for all 5 of them.
Yeah, no, they've had an incredible run, and it's like after that, it's been multiple grand finals where they're trying to get there, and I feel like at this point, this team should have won something by now. That's like the hardships for this team. Like, they've had incredible journeys. Of course, 33 winning that with Tundra Esports, Liquid getting 3rd with that beautiful story of Matuma Man, and now this time, fast forward a couple years, they're now in the grand finals with the chance to lift the ages. It's like the perfect story for them.
The perfect story for them. Will this be a perfect storm of an upper bracket run and a grand finals against their ultimate nemesis? We'll have to wait and see. I think the story for Team Liquid, if we just look at those 5 players, is amazing. But Lacoste, if we look at 3 of their players in particular, maybe it's even more amazing. With Mickey, Insania, and Boxy, the trio that has withstood everything.
Yeah, these guys have been playing together for so long. They've been playing a different game as well. They go back to Con, rest in peace, but some of these stats are pretty insane. The total number of games, almost 1,400 games. Their win percentage, 56%. Total games for Mind Control, Kuroki, and GH, so they beat some of these big fellas, some of the big names in Dota scene.
Yeah, and the fact that between first and second place, like Insania, Boxing, and Mickey have like over 200 games over the likes of Mind Control, Kuroki, and GH. Like, there is no one even getting close to them, because when you look down the order, it's a lot of history and legacy between the Liquid Enigma era, and then on top of that, it's like before then, it's like Bulldog, Loader as well. Like, the fact that there is not a group of 3 players in modern Dota even close to these guys is just incredible.
And you have to commend them on staying together for that long, because when you're playing in a competitive space for that amount of time, you will often hear a lot of criticism internally and externally, and it's very easy to point fingers when things go wrong and try to fix the problem through maybe switching in somebody. To be able to withstand in Dota for this long, almost unheard of. And it really shows in the way that they play together, the trust that they have, the way the friendship kind of shines through in their interviews and the content that they make.
Very true. We do have to mention also on the side of Gaming Gladiator, Effie, we got, of course, Tofu and Ace.
We do. Tofu and Ace have played together for a very long time. They used to always duo queue together as well. They haven't been doing that much lately, but they also partake in traveling together. They're also friends the way that Liquid are friends. But actually, I know that you, T, coached them on the first team ever that assembled the Tofu and Ace duo.
Shout out to Misery, yeah, so basically Misery captaining me, coach. We had to look through the pubs, we had to find some players, and when we found Tofu, and then there was Ace, and then boom, 2021, Hellbear Smash is formed. We got DPC Division 2, promoted Division 1, but like, as soon as we saw these 2 players playing together, of course Ace has an incredible history. It was like, they were meant to be together, and just the way that they communicated, they were always playing together. It's like, you knew they were destined to be here at the main stage, and again, 3 years since Hellbear Smashes, they're here at the main stage. So an incredible story between the 2 of them.
And on the topic of main stage destiny, this TI is in Copenhagen, Denmark, and we have to talk about Ace. He is the Danish hometown hero. He is here representing the crowd in Copenhagen. So it's going to be very high pressure for him, but it's going to be something he's going to remember for his entire life.
It definitely will be. Ace has had a tremendous road here to get to this point. He is, I believe, the oldest offlaners at 30. He has also a lot of TI appearances already, Lacoste. This is a veteran, and he could crown it here with a TI in his hometown.
Yeah, he was a little bit bamboozled, as he said, after that series against Tundra, but this is the guy that specializes in quite a lot of these heroes. We've seen meta changing quite a lot. His Underlord always going to be a fearsome when you play against it, all these zoo heroes pretty much, but he also has some of the other heroes that he's going to bang out. This Lone Druid that is becoming like the carry of the tournament, but also he can play it from the offlane. He also brought in some new heroes when it comes down to Visage. He's playing Doom, he's playing Centaur for the team. This guy, overall, one of the best offlaners, and one thing I want to add, during the last year, he was by far the best offlaner, and he was studied, he was nerfed to the ground, and still was able, to reach the highs.
He has been second place last international. That is no small feat for the entire team of Gaming Gladiators, of course. And on the topic of finals, and on the topic of a lot of players staying together for a very long time and having great times together, these 10 players are having great times together as well in grand finals, although Gaming has had a little bit more luck in the grand finals that they have faced each other in TGov, but a very vast history. As far as 2 teams going in grand finals, it is a new El Clasico for sure.
Yeah, when you think back, it's been 2 years of competitive Dota. These 2 teams have been on top. Liquid hasn't just... It's like 5 grand finals, GG has won all of them pretty much, and yeah, Liquid, they wish to get it. I hope they can't hear me right now because it's kind of awkward whilst they're doing that team huddle, we're reminding them, but it's okay. But yeah, we see the graphic here, 7 grand finals in the last 2 years Liquid have been part of. They have faced Gaming 5 times, they lost it. They faced Falcons, they lost it. They faced Spirit, they've lost it. They have yet to get the tier 1 victory, but the fact that they've been part of 7 of the last 18 grand finals in 2 years is still kind of like a dynasty in itself. But they just haven't got the trophy. They haven't got the Aegis. It's like every time it's so close.
Some copium here. TI 2022. You had the team going through the upper bracket, winning 3-0. TI 2023. Also 3-0 coming from the upper bracket. This year they are coming from the upper bracket. So are we going to have a 3-0 for Team Liquid?
For the fans, I hope it's at least 3-1 to Liquid. Because, not a 3-0. Please, 3-1, 3-2. then we're cooking.
Even if it's 3-0, at least hopefully FE competitive close games, like for example that game 3 we just saw.
I think it will be competitive and close because although Liquid did roll through Gaming yesterday, Gaming are a team that learn very quickly, adapt very quickly, and they're very familiar with their opponents in Team Liquid. So getting stomped by them will just give them even more fuel to perform today. Whereas Liquid are a different kind of beast than we've been used to seeing them all year. It feels like they've peaked at this TI because although they were incredibly dominant last year, it took them a while to get to the form they're in this year because they brought in 33 earlier on in the year. It took a while to gel together, but they've reached that point where every player is finally on the same page.
They are on the same page, and will be on the same stage soon as well. And I do still want to touch upon the attempts at the ages that both of these two teams have had so far. The appearances of the international. Oh my gosh, maybe we need to hold that thought. We all know that horn. We all recognize that horn. That means that those players, those 10 players, will be taking the stage. So let's welcome in our first team.
Welcome on stage, Team Liquid.
We got Mika, Nisha, Boxy, Insania, and TI Champion 33 taking the stage under leadership of Coach Blitz. This is a team that has made such a dominant run through this upper bracket, 2-0ing everybody that stood in their way, including the opponent that they are so familiar with by now. Let's welcome on stage, Gaming Gladiators. Especially after what we saw yesterday when both of these teams faced each other. This is a fresh start for both Lacoste. Both teams fresh in the booth, one best of 5, that's all.
That's all it takes. You got here, I'm not gonna say you're gonna forget about how you got here because there's a lot to learn. If we go back to 2023, the way Gaming played, when they got out of the groups, they were not playing as fast. Suddenly, they are stepping it up. They're turning these games into 20-25-minute games. It's all about the speed. These two teams are super effective at dominating the early stage, turning that early advantage into Roche, into a high ground push.
And that's going to be the question I'm looking at in the grand finals. Both teams have been the quickest so far at the international, the way that they break down their opponents, close out victories, or even build leads where they know they can't come back. Well, either team, pivot coming into grand finals, go a little bit more defensive, play for a late game, kind of bait their opponent in. Because at the moment, it really is a two clash of equal play styles.
So last year, it felt like GG always had Team Liquid's number because they played very similar playstyles, but a lot of Team Liquid's tempo snowballing started from the lanes and depended on the lanes, whereas GG did something similar, but they crushed lanes too hard, and Liquid were never able to get the upper hand in that sense. This time around, it feels like Team Liquid, while still crushing the lanes, have focused a lot more on their early game map movement, their twin gate rotations, their smokes to mid. They've been looking so sharp and clean, and that's where they've been getting majority of their dominance from, not just their laning stage.
Yeah, we'll see who comes out ahead of laning stages in this upcoming game. I think it's also time to talk about one lane in particular with that in mind. It's a lane that always draws attention. Of course, I'm talking about Quinn versus Nisha in the mid lane. I think Lacoste, this tournament, Nisha has been on fire, one of his best tournaments, if not the best tournament he's ever played.
I think we say that pretty much every single tournament where Nisha participates. If we go back to earlier at the start of the year, he did win that 1v1 tournament at BB Dacha. This guy is just a beast. He has been, I would say, the most stable Dota performer of all time. I don't remember last time Nisha had a bad performance in a game where it really matters. And heroes that he does play, he has a pretty large hero pool, and he's always super active. If you look at the KDA stats, he's always going to be pretty much in top 5. This guy is just a beast.
He really is, and he's incredibly talented because I think out of all of the top performing players at TI, he has the highest performance to pub ratio. He does not need to be pubbing 24/7 to play at the level that he does, and that really is just pure talent. On that topic too, usually at TI, we have a handful of rampages per year. This year, there's only been one rampage, and it's been by Nisha's Puck versus Extreme Gaming 7 days ago. So he has definitely made his mark here already.
Not only that, just like the way in which he's conducting himself in the playoffs. It's like he's got 2 deaths in one game, 3 in another. We are going to see the rampage here. Like it's the clutch, disengage to then find the opportunities, and that is where Liquid is looking so exceptional. They're enabling each other to pop off, and Nisha on the puck. That is a hero that I'm looking for in the grand final. So far, he's 4 for 4 with it, but in the draft, can you really get that ban in play? Can you really ban a puck and feel good about your integrity? And there is a rampage, a rare occurrence at the international, like Effie was mentioning. But yeah, Nisha, he is, insanely good right now.
And in top form, it needs to be said. To be fair, though, both of these teams have been in top form. Otherwise, you do not make it to the international grand finals. Another matchup that draws attention from us is that off lane. We have to compare the 2 off lanes. First of all, we already mentioned Ace, hometown hero, but also one of the players, Tigov, that has the most experience possible in competitive games.
Yeah, so Ace is about to potentially, if this goes to 5 games, he'll hit 2,000 career pro games played, and that's an elite club. There's only 20, 25 players in the world that have got 2,000 pro games. So to think about Ace, he's had such a long career, in and out of the limelight, but right now, on the grand stage, he's just to think, 2,000 games, so many.
That is a lot of pro games. 33 still has a little bit of a ways to go, but both offlaners having a strong mark, Effie, on the way that these 2 teams operate.
They really do, and 33 is such a niche style of offlaner in that he has a specific hero pool that he hones to perfection. He is so farm intensive, he hits his timing so fast, and typically any team that plays with 33 plays around his timing, his snowball, his calls, and that's why Team Liquid at the start of the year looked a little bit shaky, because when you're adapting to such a niche offlaner, it does take time to get there, but they finally did. We saw them at the last Riyadh Masters. Some of their games, they were a little bit disjointed. You'd see 33 boots of traveling to a bot lane while the other 4 took a fight on the other side of the map, but as that tournament progressed, they got to the point where they finally connected and they made it to the grand finals there too.
And 33 is what we call the biggest nerd in Dota in a good way. This guy pretty much experiments with everything. He is the guy who innovates the most. When it comes down to his hero pool, it's not as big, but he also tries to break the game with some extra gold. He's playing the Visage, he's playing this Doom. If you remember a couple of weeks ago, he was testing out this Doom and bought Hand of Midas 5 or 6 times with his facet, so that allows him to get more gold, buy an item, sell an item, go back for an item. This guy always finds something in the game, something that looks game-breaking, and it looks really good. And we're gonna see, the new couple, the lane for life, 2 partners.
Yep. That's awesome. But just on the topic of 33 as well, he is such an asset to a team, not just as a player in terms of his skill level, but in terms of his ideas, what he brings to the table in terms of the draft and the meta. When a new patch comes out, you need players like him on your team that can break the meta, find out what is good fast, and you can see that his ideas have already leaked into the team as well too.
I just hope that gaming coming into this, how one-sided it was in the upper bracket where Liquid put them, game into lower bracket, we've identified 33. He is the timing type player. In 15, 20 minutes, he always hit his stride. He always has a hero that can progress the map or progress a key fight. If they shut him down, we'll finally see Liquid have to play in a different style than pretty much their entire player front. Like, we're yet to see it. So maybe Gaming, if they can focus on their safe lane, try and punish 33, that's when, the real games will begin.
Yeah, I think there's one matchup that we haven't highlighted, I feel like, at all maybe in the last 2 weeks that we've been here. And that is the matchup of the two coaches. Because just over 2 years ago, CY joined Gaming Gladiators. And at that point, Lacoste, nobody knew who he was.
No, he was pretty much not known to the scene. But now we can see why they decided to pick him up, because this guy is way too good. He's bringing so many fresh ideas. And on the other side, you had Blitz, 2019. He's sending out a tweet that Team Liquid, they need a coach. At the time, they were called Alliance. So he's building up a squad. He ends up coaching that squad because the rest of the team wants him to coach it. This guy too good. And also, Jabs, as an analyst, joins at the end of 2020. Now they have a KP as well. Dota player that has, great achievements throughout his career during the Elite League. They also had Jerex at one time during the coach. So the vibes that I'm getting from Team Liquid is one big happy family that has pretty much everything in their place. Every single time you see those guys on camera, they're pretty much vibing.
I think both teams just share the same philosophy, right? Like, Dota's about not only competing, but also, being friends out of the game, ensuring that, you're able to, work on your problems. If there is a problem, back in the day it was, if there's a problem, kick them, get a new guy. Nowadays it's like, how can we work it out? Maybe is it a point of pressure that is being applied to you? How can we sort it out? And I feel like when you look at, Celery, Tofu, CY, that kind of gang compared to Blitz, like, they are identical copies of themselves, just two different jerseys.
Yeah, and on the topic of coaches, it should be noted that CY, the coach of Gaming Gladiators, is also Danish. So this tournament does mean a lot to him. And that's actually how he got to coaching GG. He was friends with Ace for a long time. Ace vouched for him. He was brought to the team and it clicked. He focused on leading by example. We would often see him in the lobby, telling his players to go to sleep early, to go to the gym, and he, similarly to Blitz, just wants them to all be able to be friends with each other. If there is a difference between these two coaches, though, I would say that CY is a lot more stat-oriented, whereas in Liquid there are people assigned to do that. CY also kind of takes the brunt of the research and the analysis.
Yeah, leading by example and growing as a team. I think for both of these squads, that has been the theme over the last years, I should say. This is the last years. That's why we see these 10 players, maybe 12 if you want to call it, or if you want to count all of Team Liquid's entourage as well. It is two big families on that stage up against each other in a best-of-5 grand finals. We also have to mention that we have the chance for one of these 12. One of these 12 has a chance to be a repeat champion in 33 T-Gov.
Yeah, and that's the experience where I think he's going to have to maybe even lead some of the team talks depending on how game one goes. Like, when they go backstage after game one, you're going to lean on 33. Okay, how do we deal with this? How do we react to the pressure of the grand finals? Because for these players, to not lift an Aegis already, like, then no one's going to know what this feeling feels like. There's not many players or teams that get to this stage, so I think Liquid might have the slight advantage there. Also, a little bit of a crowd advantage. All these camera shots that we keep showing. I'm seeing a lot of Liquid, banners, but yeah, TI appearances. They have been on their pursuit for the Aegis for multiple years. Interestingly, though, of course, Tofu, Celery, and Doraccio only ever played with Gaming. Hence, again, the camaraderie sticking together. It helps so much.
And to think about that, Quinn, he attended 6 TIs. This guy almost quit, and we would not witness his greatness, because before joining Gaming Gladiators, he was, talking in an interview about it, that, because the results were not there, so he needed something else, some kind of a buff, and that's where the rest of the Gaming Gladiators kicked in.
Yeah, I mean, Quinn had such a long journey in his competitive career where he was so perseverant. He tried and he tried and he tried for those TIs, right? All the way, like, you go all the way back to FDL, Team Freedom, Quincy Crew, finally Sonics. It felt like as much effort and as much grinding as he was doing, it didn't amount to anything. And he was ready to retire up until he got that offer from Gaming Gladiators. And Imagine if that hadn't happened. Everything would have been so different last year. The whole competitive scene would have been different. So Quinn really should be commended on his perseverance within the scene.
100%, 100%. And we should also highlight two people that we don't really talk too much about, because let's be fair, Nisha and Quinn, they take a lot of the spotlight, that happens with the mid lane. There is one person that for Gaming Gladiators, when they're winning, it's Quinn doing great. When they're losing, Daracho is the scapegoat every single time, T.
Yeah, but that's because Daracho, he likes to be aggressive. He likes to go for the twin gate. He wants to be finding opportunities, taking the fight. And when we look at the overall structure of the team, Ace is a little bit more of a focal point for late game scaling. And Daracho, he has to open up the game somehow sometimes. And so it can hurt them a lot, or it can get them to the grand finals of TI.
Yeah. I mean, I think it's a perfect meta for that kind of carry style. First of all, the carry hero pool in these Wind Rangers and these Miranas and these Lunas and these Blink Dagger first DKs, this carry pool is made for hyper-aggressive early game players and not for the typical late game carry. And throughout this TI, we've seen that the teams who are unwilling to sacrifice their carries did not make it very far. Teams like BB Team, teams like XG, teams that refused to put their carry in a situation where they would die in the early game and they needed to enable them to have a perfect game, they just couldn't cut it. We've seen from Falcons, from Liquid, from GG, you have to be willing to throw your carry in a bad position early game if it's for the good of the team.
My only hope for that in this series, that we don't see Daracho kind of move into the Clinkses and the motives that we've seen him trying to pick up in earlier stages of the tournament. I want to see him on like the Alchemist, the Razor, Lone Druid, DK, the heroes that can throw himself into the fight and have that turnaround potential. When he's on these types of heroes, it is a scary game for gaming every single time.
And some of the top 3 safe lane combos that we've seen throughout the tournament, Mirana, Treant Protector, win rate is not there. I don't think we're going to be seeing Mirana played from a carry role anymore. The hero shines from position 4. The big one for me is Luna and Tusk. These are the heroes that kind of are dominating, especially Tusk being the first pick material, having overall pretty much every spell in the game that you need. You have double save, you have roach taking potential, you have extra damage, you also have BKB piercing abilities, block, whatever you need, you have it in Tusk.
You really do?
If we could walk down memory lane a bit, so we should touch upon the history of these two teams in a grand finals, because something happens to Team Liquid. Something happens to Team Liquid when they play that best of 5, because their history against Gaimin in best of 3s is actually really good. They've beat them multiple times in regular series, but once they get to these 5-game series, it feels like something goes wrong, Shiver.
Something goes wrong, but that is when they come from the lower bracket. Potentially, this time will be different. As we mentioned earlier, this is a fresh series, a fresh best of 5, and how it will play out, nobody knows. But it is time to get started with our grand finals.
Team Liquid versus Gaming Gladiators Grand Finals. Game 1.
It has begun, game 1 of our best of 5 here in Royal Arena in Copenhagen, Denmark. And for that first game, we got Team Liquid coming from the upper bracket to the dire side with first pick. They already got their hands on Nature's Prophet. Gaming Gladiators will play this first game. From the Radiant side, they will also get that strategic overall last pick. And Lacoste, I think we are seeing an opening here from both teams that is basically throwing out the playbook.
Pretty much. Team Liquid, they did not lose with Nature's Prophet yet. They played 2 games on 2 different roles, won both of them, and now we're seeing Underlord, something that worked out amazingly in their previous series that they played. They did open up earlier today, literally 2 hours ago when they played against Tundra. We kind of expected this hero to come out when Gaimin is going to be pushed against the wall, when they're going to be backs against the wall. So Underlord back in action. We saw what they can do in game 3, going for that Hail Mary play behind the enemy throne and kill it.
Also, Nature's Prophet is a hero that is typically counterpicked, or was typically counterpicked throughout the last few months by Dragon Knight. Often teams have reacted to NP with this hero, but yesterday Team Liquid put Gaming Gladiators in a position where they picked Dragon Knight twice and lost twice. So they're kind of just throwing them the gauntlet here. I dare you to pick Dragon Knight. I dare you to counterpick our Nature's Prophet.
Yeah, and the thing here with Nature's Prophet, I like how Gaming have already made a statement. Nature's Prophet cannot play Dota if in the first 15 minutes you don't take towers. You can fall off and your entire game is built on momentum. So you pick an Underlord in the off lane, Quinn gets an anti-Prophet hero from the mid, and have a really strong safe lane. Now this Nature's Prophet will be a little bit lost in the early moves, looking on other heroes for Liquid to step up and fill that void. But luckily for Liquid, they're so aggressive that the weaknesses of a bad counter pick for the Natures, it will be fixed by other heroes, but something to consider.
Yeah, and betting out Enchantress, this hero, we said it a lot of times, but I would say position 5 as well of the tournament, besides Tusk, when it comes down to damage dealing. Win rate, I would say it doesn't do her justice. This hero has been pretty much a turret with the pure damage, and also because you're playing off the Greater Treant, she can easily steal that, use it against you, so very good ban from Liquid.
And as we have the Grand Finals mini-meta already clear in Game 1, Gaming having to ban the Rubik in the second phase because of the Underlord. You give a Rubik to Liquid, that's a free Pit of Mana's, free Firestorm, he just becomes the better version of Underlord, but you'd never see that ban really if the Underlord wasn't picked.
Pask is still available. This is the hero that kind of struggles against root mechanics, against leashes, but we've seen in the previous series what he can do, even though playing in a bad matchup. This is just overall one of the best heroes that gives you everything, so I want to see this hero being contested in the second pick phase.
Mirana and Omni Knight are also available heroes that haven't gone ignored that much this TI. Mirana is a really great hero that you can build your draft around. Both teams have a good track record playing it, and it amplifies a lot of damage coming up from ranged cores like Furion. I would imagine picking Chen as well kind of increases that hero's value because of the arrow as a counter to his creeps. There is still the Tusk too, which is, again, hard to ignore. They've been playing it mostly on Boxy, where other teams have been running it on position 5 instead.
Chen is, in the hands of Celery, one of the best heroes that he can play. You got the Divine Favor for the armor as well in the games and the fights. Like those so many clutch moments. It's the aura from the Chen that he buys, the aura he provides from his spells, the bonus healing. With then any jungle creep he wants to try and influence. It's so hard to deal with. Auras from Underlord, auras from Chen.
And it's all about the speed. If you have Underlord plus Chen, that also means that you will have two heroes who are going to be buying into auras. So you will hit an earlier timing, but I like this. This is Team Liquid's bread and butter. Tusk that we did mention, plus the Visage, super strong lane. You get that extra gold whenever you get the kill with Visage, up to 210 gold with the Facet. Super speedy draft.
It also gives you an overwhelming amount of tower pressure, because now you're looking at Visage plus the auras with his familiars at level 6. You're looking at the Nature's Prophet TP in with the Greater Treant, and I would imagine that Liquid want a hero that can go through the Twin Gate early, get that bottom lane tower with 33's Visage, kick the enemy carry out, and make Gamon's map smaller. This is where Chen does come into play a little bit, because Chen is also considered a counter pick to Furion, because he can enchant his Greater Treant and take that away.
I mean, again, with Chen, the jungle. If you get the Frost Mage, you get the Ice Armor from the jungle creep, you're throwing even more armor into a Tusk and a Nature's Prophet that like to utilize the right-click damage, but still, CK. Strong lane. They're fitting the formula that I mentioned, right? Strong safe lane to try and apply punishment. Off lane that doesn't care about profit. They're taking the fight to Liquid in that laning stage.
CK was also one of GG's favorite pairings with Chen at the last tournament, the Riyadh Masters, where they would just throw in CK's body with all of Chen's healing and auras and try to out-pressure the enemies. This hero did fall out of they're so cute. This hero did fall out of meta though because of the meta shifting to the semi-carry range players, but I think within this draft it still does a great job.
Yeah, and they've not played CK so far at the International, but again, we know that they play it throughout the year, so it shouldn't be a shock to Liquid.
I want to see which facet he's going to go for. Phantasmagoria, it does give you damage reduction on CK illusions, but Irrationality, that's the one that has been buffed. You can apply Break, Disarm, or Silence for a 50% of the base debuff duration. So it could be really nice against Visage.
This Batrider also very nice against Visage, especially in that early game. You want to kill Visage where he's most susceptible, which is the laning stage. If he has heroes that can go on him, that can reposition him, then that's where you can threaten him the most before he gets his familiars up early, before he starts taking your towers early. So I would hope that this Batrider is being played on Tofu, that he's going to go through the gates and try to get 1 or 2 kills at least on Visage.
Now you see the mid lane, the undefeated Puck from Nisha coming in to punish the lack of lockdown. The Batrider, the Chen, if this is your support duo, it's really difficult for them to ever kill off the Puck. Same thing, like Underlord with a root, it's nice, but it's not enough. You always need that +1.
Remove Monkey on side of Liquid. This hero It's still a oh, never mind. He's banned. He's banned. This is one of the worst matchups from Pucks we've seen. Gaming Gladiators kind of owned the map 7-8 minutes in. Yeah, I think Quinn in one of those games was godlike.
I think I would like to see Quinn get maybe Earthshaker.
I was about to say.
I want like a little bit of instant stun. Again, DK, it is available, but that was like the old school. The new school is going for Earthshaker. Instant stun, there's going to be, again, not a lot of treants because it's the only single tree, but with the birds, the tree, the grouping, the natural objective pressure Liquid applies, you're going to have opportunities because Underlord will soak the initiation to get good jumps.
The Omni Knight ban would have been, this would have been such a great hero for Liquid, especially with this Batrider coming out. The need to counter the lasso to make sure your carry Nature's Prophet isn't getting jumped on early on. It gets taken out. Another potential save support that Liquid could run versus the Batrider is Oracle. It is a hero that they enjoy.
This is going to be sustained. These fights, nobody's going to die instantly. So many saves coming out from, you know, just Underlord with his auras, buying Chen with his ulti. Everybody has some kind of a lifesteal as well. I don't see any Shiva's buyer or Scotty buyers yet on side of Liquid.
Interesting, Gaming opt to ban the Clockwork instead of the Treant Protector. I think Liquid, Treant Protector, Living Armor against the CK, the Overgrowth to kind of secure some additional team fight to ensure your lane goes well for the Nature's Prophet. It could have been pretty cool, but again, Clockwork, a little bit more aggressive for the mid game at least potentially, but yeah, I'm expecting Treant from Liquid here.
Gaming at the moment maybe realizing that Team Liquid can't really commit that hard. They don't really have a strong initiator like Clockwork would be if they got their hands on it. And Liquid ban out the sniper, and they got the double saving support with Shadow Demon, still last pick for them.
They do. Shadow Demon also functions as an excellent save versus both the Batrider Lasso and the CK Stun. You just disrupt the target he goes on, you just build those stacks up for your Visage in that triangle so that he could hit his timings faster, and it gives you the ability to set up on the map for the Nature's Prophet TP, which is very important. That is what Furion wants to play with, aggressive side lanes so that he can take advantage of his global presence early on.
The one thing to add, Shadow Demon against CK, against his innate ability, whenever CK creates an illusion, there's a 50% chance, and their chance also applies to Shadow Demon. So if he uses Disruption, he could create more illusions out of CK.
It just helps against the aura as well. When Liquid want to push early on, one cheap aura from the Underlord is now mitigated. When you go on a hero, Shadow Demon can get rid of any of the buffs. So yeah, it helps Liquid secure their first Roshan, get that Aegis, and push forward in 20 minutes. That's what the SD is going to secure. But they had a minute of reserve time for Gaming on this last pick. They now pick up the hero. They go for a Ricky.
Ooh, finally! Everybody, everybody was playing this hero coming into TI, road to TI. Every single mid player had 7+ games on Ricky. What makes this hero super strong is now with his facet, you get 4.5 extra agi, so you're kind of one-shotting the creep wave, and also with your shard, you don't allow Shadow Demon nor Tusk to be able to get their saves off.
And not just that, the facet makes it so you're not just one-shotting creep waves, but the jungle, you clear that so fast because Ricky's abilities are low cooldown. But the biggest factor for Ricky here is his silence, his smoke. He's going to use this to try to kill the Puck early game with the defusal plus smoke cloud plus +1 rotation from his team. Puck should always be dead. Also, when you've got 2 save supports, T, like Tusk and Shadow Demon, you need backline control like Ricky provides.
And you can't target when you're in the smoke screen if you get a shard. And on top of that, you're going to force Nisha to have to think about a Force Staff or a BKB on the Puck. That just sounds awful because every Puck player, they want to go for all the damage, the Witch Blades, the Blink, the Kaya, everything other than save. And now he has to think about it. So yeah, Ricky pick, pretty niche. I like it. A lot of cool options and yeah, nice refreshing draft. Gaming bringing out, 2 heroes that we didn't see so far at TI in game 1 of the Grand Finals.
I love it. I am very curious to see how this first game is gonna play out. I am also very curious to hear some words from Coach Blitz, who's on the stage.
Thank you very much, Blitz. Welcome to Grand Finals with Team Liquid, where it seems like Gaming, they still have tricks up their sleeve. Quinn, last pick Ricky mid. What do you think about it?
I mean, he's a rat. He only plays these cheese heroes that require 0 skill. He's afraid of playing Nisha straight up 1v1, so he's gonna do some stuff like this all the time. I understand it, it's all good. I'd do the same if I was playing Nisha.
I see, so it's a cowardice strategy perhaps. And also, I was hoping to get some questions about your fashion choices. I see all the other coaches, they go into their jerseys, they have their specific uniforms, but you come out looking nice. I like it. What's the reasoning?
I think it's important to look your best before you bury somebody.
Why aren't they doing anything else?
Well, I guess the funeral dirge shall begin. Game number 1 to our casters. Good luck, Blitz.
Copenhagen, are you ready? Incredible atmosphere, ladies and gentlemen. I was worried about to get ready to get stuck into the action of this grand finals. Gaming Gladiators versus Liquid. Folks, we've seen this many times before. We know how it tends to go, supposed to go. Could it be different today?
I think we all hope so. I think we're all hoping for 5 games, but the best thing is we're definitely going to get 3 games.
But that's true. That's true. We've already been spoiled with quite some fantastic Dota already earlier in the day today, and let's hope that continues here into this best of 5. So as we heard, exciting talks around the Ricky coming in from Quinn to end the draft from Gaming. Do you think this is something that did go under Liquid's radar?
I mean, we've seen people talking about it. The pubs have been riddled with it. Thompson was playing it a ton, Quinn and tons of these pubs as well too. There's just a lot of heroes that you have to think about, and it is grand final, so this becomes its own mini meta. So things are gonna come out that you maybe didn't expect fully, but we'll see if it ends up working, because you can tell why they wanted it. Panel talked about it, the anti-saves, the silence versus the puck and stuff like that. So yeah, let's see what ends up going down and how these matchups end up going. I haven't seen a Ricky versus puck matchup in a long, long time, if not ever.
It's going to be exciting to see what Quinn can pull off, especially as we saw in some of the replays earlier being shown from Nisha this tournament on his puck. He has had some insane showings. Now let's see if he's going to be on the way to get some more of those rampages that we know he's able to pull out on this hero. Overall, though, do you have a preference with the style that either of the teams have decided to pull out here in this first game of the best of 5?
Liquid's gone more for just a standard at this tournament, right? I feel like Gaming, they've clearly gone a little bit different. Yes, 3 of the heroes look very, very normal, but the CK and the Ricky are a bit of that oddball out, at least currently in this meta. So we'll see what Duracio in particular wants to do with this, because what I'm looking at with this lane is that they're just trying to sustain versus this damage that comes out from this Visage and this Tusk that can be very, very oppressive. They've got tons of sustain with Divine Favor, they'll be able to mana burn, and of course CK just has built-in sustain from that Chaos Strike.
I mean, how much does that sort of mess with Liquid's game plan if Liquid's duo lane down here isn't necessarily able to find early kills?
I probably messes with it a decent amount because that's the way they've played with 33, just looking for constant kills, but Liquid is not afraid to break 33 out of this lane. I've seen him roaming at like the 6-minute mark as this Visage, and it ends up working out a lot of times. So it's all going to come down if they can get those type of trade kills or not. It feels like it could be difficult for them to pressure this lane down bottom, but they are taking care of that Satyr. So that's the second time now Celery has put the Satyr, the one that burns the mana, the Mind Steal, I believe it's called, and they've killed it twice. So that's actually huge because it reduces that mana. Also, it gives that extra mana to Duracio too. So it's good that they're able to clear that one out to at least try to apply some pressure onto this CK.
Yeah,
Mid lane,
Quinn
is giving it to Nisha.
He certainly is getting a fair few denies, and of course already in this Ricky versus Puck matchup. Now in with the trick of the trade, he's going to find the first blood. Well, I said, I don't know if Liquid expected this Ricky to come out, and I don't know if Nisha was prepared to play this matchup, or at least expected something like that to come out from him. Quinn just jumps in and kills him off first.
After already decimating in the laning phase too, the first 2-3 waves, 10 and 4 on this Ricky. You heard it from Blitz. Quinn likes to play these little bit of cheesy heroes in a way, but this one, at least in the first few waves, it's gonna be great. And you can see, we talked about the reasons why they want it later on. So if he's off to a good start, can be a very dangerous hero.
Absolutely, he's gonna be just such a nuisance for every single one of Liquid's heroes if Quinn does start to ball out of control.
Honestly, a lot of them do really suffer.
What do you do?
Yeah,
what do you do? There's Ricky sneaking around, jumping on top of you, slamming down a smoke screen and killing you off with this incredible amount of damage with the tricks of trade. Yeah, Quinn gets his first item at a quick timing. Liquid, they've got some serious problems they're going to have to start answering.
Absolutely, but they do have strong lane up top in particular. Mickey, they do have great ways to rotate around the map and pressure everywhere too, so should be able to react. It's just, if he's able to sneak into these back lines, it's going to disrupt a lot of these potential saves that come out either from Boxy and from Insania.
Now looking at the top lane so far, Mickey's farm, perfectly fine. Obviously, Gaming Gladiators getting the Ace Underlord in. We saw how incredible Ace is on this hero and just how much this hero offers, right? In that crazy game we had earlier, this can absolutely be the hero that it's that crucial part to just get you the win, get on top of the Ancient, end the game. There's so much you can do with it, and Ace, he knows how to do everything with it.
Yeah, it matches mobility as well too, which is really, really nice versus something like Nature's Prophet when the game starts getting to these type of moves that are happening all over the map. So yeah, it's definitely obviously their bread and butter, and they've moved up that priority so much, just first picking it now.
And they're not afraid to do so whatsoever. On the other side of the map, Duracio still continuing to have very little pressure applied to him because of the nature of the setup. that Gaming Gladiators went with this duo lane is definitely playing out, as you'd imagine, just consistently staying at full HP and finding opportunities to get a little bit aggressive themselves. They're in on a 33. Going to try and hide in the trees.
Another nuke.
Going to be the block off there from Boxy. He's able to present himself, make sure the Celery and Dresser cannot continue to chase. Maybe if they can turn and try and take down Celery in return, another Solar Subject comes in. It's enough burst. Liquid.
Done. Boxy giving it to Duracho too.
Able to bait Gaming Gladiators in there deep enough and turn around. You can never underestimate the damage coming out when these few fully charged Soul Assumptions come flying back at you.
Or how much Drinking Buddies just does in general, right? Boxy just giving them that mobility, being able to turn that fight beautifully. And they killed the creep. That's the important thing too. We saw it again. I think they've killed 4 of them or something like that. And that one was the Harpy Stormcrafter that they were able to bring down while the chase was coming out as well. So very good identification of making sure those creeps just don't bully them out. But mid continues to be a big problem. Quinn, 23-10 to the 16-2.
It really does. It's going to be one of those sort of situations where I feel like Niche is going to really be keeping his eyes open for big opportunities on the side lanes once he hits the 6. To see if there's heroes who can team up and help him out, or maybe even some sort of early potential from Mikke to come in with a teleport and maybe a support rotation. Probably looking around that 6-minute power in timing to try and catch Quinn out.
No, absolutely. And I would imagine like the combos that they can do with the coil plus the Wrath of Nature, they might want to give Mikke just extra levels up here. So I want to see Insanio maybe play just further on the side, just get that 6 very early on so that Nisha can make that first move with that extra big bonus damage. And Mikke's actually making a potential move. He's canceling a few times.
Bottom lane.
He's getting gun on top. Mikke.
They're going in with a dive on towards Duracho. The Solar Subject burst come in, they take him out.
Celery's got to get a trade.
Same time indeed on that top lane, losing Mikke. So whilst the aggression came out from Liquid first down bottom, overall they're the ones to lose 2 heroes, top and bottom lanes.
Mikke started TPing right in front of them, so they just put the pin on him and committed onto him. So it's a little bit of an overzealous move that he tried to join down bottom and will get punished immediately from Ace and from Tofu.
Yeah, rare mistake from Mikke on his profit. It's something that can happen, I guess, when you're watching the minimap, looking elsewhere, and not being too careful with the position that you're actually leaving your actual unit in. Mikke, it's got to be more careful against these 2 top.
And overall, I would say for Mikke, it is the first pick hero of this game, and it does feel like it does have a lot of counters in particular. We saw it struggle a couple times on this main stage as well, so we'll see how Mikke can endure. Just these heroes getting on top of him early.
Boxy trying to bring Nisha over to help them close the gap on towards Quinn. They come in with a TP from Mikke. This is the move you expect to see here at the 6-minute, trying to punish the Ricky. Quinn, he'll jump over to the creep wave. The Soul Assumption will be dodged with that movement, but the snowball connects. They bring Quinn down. It takes a lot.
It takes, what, 2 sentries, a dust, and a commitment from the Nature's Prophet. That is a lot to get this Ricky down, but a move that maybe was necessary to slow him down.
On top lane, Nisha come in with a rotation, see if they can pick something more out of this early action. Liquid face down on towards Tofu, but deep with the orb missing. Tofu's going to opt for the TP out. There's nothing to stop it. So Liquid, they won't find anything more.
Just trying to get involved though as much as possible. Get these early moves to just slow down the Ricky, who's having that amazing start. But yeah, a lot committed. Literally 2 sentries plus a dust plus an extra rotation. And now Celery, he's felt the option to be able to actually move top and potentially play around Ace here.
And Ace, pretty terrifying already, of course, as the Underlord. We've seen so many times when he's on this area, once he gets the ball rolling, it definitely becomes this lane, this area that the opponents just don't really want to go to, and if they do, it just takes so much to try and slow down an Underlord when he's really hit his stride.
Yeah, and it's a standard Gaming Gladiators kind of draft, right? These auras are going to come, and they're going to come quick, so if you start losing these towers too early, those auras will come even faster, especially that pipe in particular for Ace that will come out, which is going to be pretty crucial, honestly. Like, the damage from Liquid in the early game is pretty much all magical, besides that Visage plus the Drinking Buddies.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Heavy pressure being applied that at the moment isn't being matched quite yet by Liquid, yet to do that much damage at all to the safe lane tier 1 of Gaming Gladiators.
The nice thing though is that 33's actually just been able to sit bottom. He's top net worth on this Visage. We've seen a couple times this hero can get ganked and pushed out of lane a little.
Celery, nice grab there, takes over the Hellbear Smasher, gets a clapping on towards Insania. Tofu's in on top of him. Gaming Gladiators completely taking over Liquid's jungle. This top half of the map, not a safe place for Liquid to be. Over in the river, they've got the Dream Core. Mikke comes in with the TP. Quinn did get the smoke screen down in time, and it's definitely helping him out, but is it enough to allow him to jump away? Tricks the trade there. Blink Strike out to the side. He's able to get out, and he's able to get a regen rune as well. Liquid, they're desperately trying to find Quinn in the mid. Last time they succeeded. This time, they don't get him fogged.
Oh, and he gets a regen too. They committed 4 heroes plus another dust, just trying to bring him down. They're really just trying to get rid of this rat. But Quinn, yeah, surviving, just staying under that smoke screen.
I mean, they're bringing in the action. Duracho's collapsing in on mid. Ace is ready to come over with the ultimate. They want to try and take this fight. Gaming Gladiators, they jump forward. Duracho's going to get caught with the immediate stun, but now he's ready to turn. Has the controlling on towards the tusk. Boxy to fall. Gaming Gladiators, they're feeling strong with the group up.
They lost the birds, the familiars. Both just get taken out immediately from the group up.
And they're ready to split back up straight away. Go back to farming. Ace will stick around in the mid. Putting this pressure on. I mean, they're just showing themselves, you know, Liquid, they can try and make these moves, but now, Gaming Gladiators, they will be ready to respond. And under the tower, Quinn's in with the tricks of the trade. Insane, he's already used the disruption. He's trying to juke around the tree line, but Quinn will find him. Another one for the Ricky. Celery, in return, does get caught out. Nisha Boxy in 33, pick him off to the side.
They're trying to match this tempo. Just, I mean, how many heroes are we seeing brought to the mid lane? But immediately, as that mid lane hole pressure happened, Duracho just bailed out. He's like, I don't want to stay around here. We're not going to get the tower. I know they're going to match us. So he goes back to farm.
Tofu is a little bit deep here.
Another soul assumption.
Oh, uphill miss, miss. Okay, well, that's going to cause some issues. Soul assumption will solve the issues, though. Gets the hit in. 33 able to finish up another and continue to just have this incredible amount of farm. Top net worth right now here on the Visage.
Yeah, he's having a great time. And we'll have always drinking buddies plus his familiars when it does come back up. Now the cooldown is back, so we'll have that one at the ready. The wards right now placed from gaming, it's very oppressive. So you can tell the type of game that they're liking to play, which they usually do, is apply pressure, take these early towers, and kind of snowball off of that. So Liquid responding nicely and will be able to respond again. They've got Coil ready, and they've got Wrath of Nature. Every time they have these two ultis, it feels like they can try to match that tempo of gaming.
Nisha. Ooh, easy deny.
Got him.
Just in time. I wonder if that was going to be ones where they get the pickup and then deny at the same time, but not quite. Nisha able to take it out before Quinn gets the refuel. And Quinn, of course, working well on the way towards that diffusal blade first. Wants to get completely stuck in on the action. He's got the setup here with the silence. Good knockback with a flame break, keeping him in the silence a little bit longer, but they don't have any further lockdown beyond that. So Nisha still able to escape.
But every time he shows his face, Nisha's getting put below 50% HP, so the extra kill threat could come through that next jump. Nisha does have to be very cautious.
I mean, we might see that jump coming, maybe not towards him, but maybe towards the bottom instead. And as soon as they show their hand mid, make that play, Quinn and Tofu fall back.
They've got the Fiend's Gate ready.
Has been scanned out, though.
Liquid has to be ready with the numbers, because the extra number can be brought from gaming from that Fiend's Gate. So Mickey has to be at ready.
And with the scan hitting, looks like Liquid should not get caught off guard by this. Quinn's looking back towards the mid.
Sure.
And do have the Fiend's Gate, as you say, if you want to make this play over towards him. Silence just set things up. Good angle with the flame break. Keeps him in range of the stun as well for Duracho. Tofu knowing perfectly how to hit these angles and get the most out of Quinn's smoke screens.
It's not your most traditional kind of way to lock down a puck. It's not a stun, but
it's a tricky one.
Into a knockback. It's beautiful. 3K lead off that. Now potentially be able to pressure this tower here, and they still have Fiend's Gate at the ready. So Liquid, difficult to be able to contest this one until Nisha does respawn.
And with this tower gold, if they're able to take it in a bit more, Quinn's pretty much going to have the diffusal coming out. A very quick time.
A devastating one for these supports, the Shadow Demon in particular, but Nisha is going to need some help, and I'm looking at his itemization right now. He is just queuing up the normal Witchblade and stuff. Will need some type of answer to protect himself versus this Ricky early on.
I mean, with this Ricky getting this sort of a good start, do you imagine we'll see adaptation from the support item builds on Liquid to try and respond to this?
Probably. I mean, you're going to need to just all queue 4 steps in particular. You know, you're playing versus Ricky. The shard's going to be devastating at some point.
Behind the tower, Duracho.
Duracho.
It's pretty deep here, but he's got backup from Ace. Comes in with the Fiend's Gate. Gaming Gladiators, they've got the numbers, but so has Liquid as well. 33 looking to push back Celery here with the Soul Assumptions. Duracho turns, gets the stun, but the disruption save will be there. Nisha buying him some time. The smoke screen persists. He'll get the orb off, jump out of the side, holds them back with the Dream Core, but the flame break hits. The final Rexus come through. Tofu able to take Nisha down. Gaming Gladiators considering pushing in for more. Jump forward with the tricks of the trade. Snowball buys some safety for Boxy. He rolls over towards Tofu. Tofu, he has the lasso up and ready. The lockdown's there. They bring in Boxy. Boxy to fall. Gaming Gladiators, they get 2. They're even considering pushing it for more up to the tier 2. Finally, they'll hold back. Liquid. They'll be pushed right back away from this all, and each and every one of these fights, we're seeing both teams turn up in their numbers, but Gaming Gladiators, they've just got that extra little bit of power that is required to make sure they come out on top each and every time.
I mean, it's these auras. You can see that the damage, which was actually even pretty much across the board inside of this fight, 5,000 from both sides, but that little bit of extra sustain that you see that Gaming has, they've got the heal coming out from the Chen. He's got 4 of these auras blocking magic damage, giving extra HP regen, giving extra armor too. That's the difference maker. And now Quinn, the diffusal is done. We'll see how much he wants to move up the priority of that shard, since it can be great versus these shaves. But right now, Gaming, they're starting to get that ball rolling that we've seen them really take over games with. And it doesn't feel like they're really going to slow down at all.
Not at all, especially if Quinn gets away with this, going straight for the Ags after the defusal. Yeah. His farm, his sort of net worth advantage, it's not going to stop unless Liquid can find ways to take him out. As we're seeing so far, it's proven to be incredibly difficult. And yeah, with the addition of Ace now having the Crimson Guard, things are really coming together for Gaming Gladiators in the way you can only imagine they plan for when they look to try and strike hard at Liquid in this game one with this first draft.
And especially with like a Ricky pick, you know, their idea, and I think a good idea versus Liquid would be shut down Nisha in a lot of these games. So that is exactly what they've done so far. And yeah, difficult to see how Nisha can be protected unless they fully play around him, but he needs this protection. He cannot go down at the start of the fight. They need multiple different orbs, multiple different silences to come in. If he goes in like he did last time and just gets killed after one full set of spells, it's just not going to be enough for them to push gaming away. I mean, now getting more auras, the Crimson's now online.
It just feels whatever happens now at this stage, these next few minutes of play, I don't know if Liquid can look to fight, because the damage, it's just not going to be there.
No, and Micepad, he is spotted. They're going to look to react up here, but the damage is quick. Can Boxy bail him out?
He's going to try, but there's only so much he can do. The drinking buddy play will come in. It's not going to save him, though. Micepad still to fall. Ace comes over with the Fiend's Gate. They're ready to punish Boxy as well. As Boxy, nobody here to help him out. As Gaming Gladiators, they're making it look pretty easy now, picking up kills, picking up objectives.
They're playing too fast, and Liquid, they're not prepared for it, Owen. They're TPing to react, but by the time that they TP and react, it feels like it's too late. They have to be there at least with one of those extra heroes to bail someone out first. Gaming now gets a tier 2 at the 15-minute mark.
This is crazy.
And those auras, they're going to, as we said, start accelerating very fast. Celery, I believe the Solar Crest is done. They've got Crimson, and Pipe is soon going to be on the horizon for Ace. Liquid, they only really have that Boots of the Bearing at the moment on 33, so not really that much damage mitigation coming out for them versus what is heavy damage from Gaming and heavy damage mitigation.
I mean, that's the thing, right? Even if Liquid land their spells, what sort of combo is there that they have right now that gets even close to threatening Gaming Gladiators in a 5v5?
It's just got to catch heroes isolated, really, for the most part. But yeah, they're starting to get very tanky. Even Quinn, without having auras, he's sitting at close to 1,500 HP on a Ricky when he's on those strength treads. And he is going to win. So he's just going to go down the normal, like, just scaling build rather than going for his axe or his shard. He doesn't feel like he needs it, probably. Because of how good this early game has gone, he probably can go for this type of play that allows him to scale and then go back for the shard when he feels necessary. Because so far, they haven't been able to save the puck anyway. Liquid.
See if they can find some of these pickoffs that they desperately need. Tofu, he'll get caught out. It's one quick one here for Liquid. Maybe see if let's get something else with the Dream Coil setup. Quinn's been found. The follow-up silence, they've got him completely locked down. Liquid, they find the chance here to strike at Gaming Gladiators one by one. And they get one of the big ones. Quinn, he's out.
Best way to be able to play versus Gaming, split them up. Catch them when they aren't moving away. When they're grouped, very strong. But if you catch some of these individual heroes, that's the power of the lineup.
Absolutely, yeah. Team fight's not an option right now for Liquid. No. They're finding their opportunities here to take something away from Gaming Gladiators in terms of this one by one.
They will start to get these items that will allow them to start getting more team fights, though. More damage in particular for Mickey. I believe the Gleipnir is now going to be finished, so smaller tools to be able to enable them to take actual head-on 5v5s rather than just needing pickoffs.
Bottom lane, they've got their eyes on Nisha.
They're going to go for him right away.
Quinn, he's ready to lead in. Boxy is standing by his side, but how much can the Tusk do to save the puck? No screens there. Fiend's Gate comes in, drinking buddies will drag him out to the side. The pit catches onto the three of them. Dracho gets the pull back onto Insania. The shards will actually get some space there for Insania, but Quinn's able to jump over. The stun comes out though. Insania's able to target the ult off on towards Quinn. Incredible save there by Boxy with the shards, keeping Insania alive, allowing it to play his hand, and that now enables Liquid to potentially turn the fight around. They'll look towards Ace. Boxy charging forward Nisha. He's been caught again. This time he'll fall. Boxy caught by the lasso. Dracha beating into it. Boxy turns. They've taken down a second. Double kill for Mickey. Celery got in this round. Triple kill for Mickey. Liquid. What a way to turn around the fight that Gaming Gladiators absolutely put everything into. And it was the little things, as I said, Boxy. A fantastic angle with the shards, giving Insania just that little bit of movement, little bit of space to get out, to be able to turn, survive, get the demonic purge off.
They were prepared for that fight. That's the important thing. They didn't have to TP every single hero. They had Boxy in position for the initial go. I can't believe Quinn lives, by the way. He actually dodged demonic purge with his tricks of the trade there. So that's the only reason he actually survives in it instead of losing 4 heroes. Liquid, the numbers were there. They were super prepared.
Crazy stuff. I mean, now the goal difference is flickering between the two of them. The exact fight that Liquid needed to find to take away that lead Gaming Gladiators was starting to build.
It's so much gold that they can get if they're able to just get Mickey getting to this turret kind of position, and 33 able to just shoot, what, 5, 6 soul assumptions? So he got a ton of bonus gold as well. And they brought it down to even. And now starting to accrue these items, these auras, and these items to protect the supports.
Now they're ready to go. They're not scared of a team fight no more, Liquid, after that.
Quinn is scouting them, the dust.
And they're straight into the high ground.
A little awkward here now.
Gaming Gladiators is looking back at them.
He's got a lasso in 2 seconds here.
Tofu's tempted to go see if we can get any sort of catch off to the side of the Fiend's Gate. It's coming in. Duracho. Just completely caught alone there. It looks like some sort of attempt there for Gaming Gladiators to try and pincer in Liquid, but Liquid just ends up catching Duracho alone. There's nobody by his side. A Fiend's Gate was laid down, but they weren't going to be able to get to him in time to help out.
They're still looking for the fight. Ace actually goes through this portal.
Oh.
Ace?
All right, he's pretty tanky. I mean, but they might find the setup here if Boxy can get the angle. See how much they want to try and chase for this Liquid. Ace into the trees. Shots will find him. I mean, slowly but surely, Liquid, they're surrounding him. Gaming Gladiators are coming in from the side, and maybe it's a bit of a bait. Ace, is it a successful bait or is it a mistake? He's going to try and push him forward, but Liquid, they can turn, bring in the damage to bring down Ace. The coil is there. Liquid, they're tearing them apart here. Quinn trying to run just back in off to the side. The orb comes out for Nisha, takes him out. Sprout catches Celery. Liquid.
They're just winning all these fights now.
They've
really got these items. They've got the entire group up, and now this tower, it's in trouble. They've got a Glyph. Beautiful fights coming out. Boxy in particular tanking up, being able to get these beautiful shards to start it off. And honestly, Ace, he kind of just delivered himself a little bit there.
I mean, that's why I felt that maybe this was going to be like a calculated bait by him. But you're going through the gate, Liquid, they just turn, chase him down. And at the end of the day, he only ends up baiting his own team into a fight that goes horrifically.
And look at another aura, full Shivas for 33. Massive to be able to counteract a lot of this healing, but also just be able to stop these heroes from kind of bursting him down at all. He's 7-0-7 on this Visage now.
I see it again, as you say, now Boxy knowing exactly where to find Ace in the tree line. Gaming Gladiators, they really try and rally around their Underlord at this point, but at that stage he's too low.
The coil catches literally everybody all clumped up. Nisha, he's made the full recovery from that early game. It's a distant memory now. And he does have his defensive Force Staff. They have the Ghost Scepter on the Shadow Demons. They've got the answers now to be able to protect themselves versus this Ricky, who now has just died a couple times in a row.
A smile's coming out there from Nisha. It's got to feel pretty good having the impact that he's having now in these fights after such a tough start off the back of the laning stage. Needs to calm down a bit again. Gaming Gladiators, they claim their Tormentor.
They're playing to their strength though, and it is daytime, so that Roche potentially an option here for Liquid if they want to group up and go for it now that they have this great way to team fight, great way to keep these lanes in an aggressive position too. Gaimin has to be careful about these next few moments. They cannot make another mistake like that versus Liquid, or it's going to be difficult to recover. Absolutely. They literally hand-delivered Duracho in that fight and also Ace afterwards. And yeah, they're going to go for this Roshan. It's tough to contest this one. Not going to make it in time.
Smoke coming out from Gaming Gladiators. They're going to look to try and swing across towards the mid, but indeed with the movements from Nisha over towards Roshan and the rest of his team, unlikely that they actually get a catch here. They could look to continue to swing down and maybe try and fight post-Aegis, but that would be a risky call to make.
Yeah, especially at this point now that Duracho is not nearly as farmed as this Nature's Prophet, and Mickey is massive. 4,000 difference between him and that CK.
The sort of the cleanup that he's been enabled to have in the last few fights has massively propelled him ahead.
Absolutely. And also, I mean, Quinn, he does have his Aghanims finished, but that shard has been delayed a lot. We saw a couple saves come out that he maybe could have gone down the route of going for it, so could maybe have been an error that he wanted to go for this type of scaling rather than just being able to match the pressure of Liquid, not having that shard to stop these saves. And Liquid now, with this momentum, they're onto high ground. These towers drop very fast. There's no glyph.
Well, let's see how much they can push it. They've got the Aegis ready, of course, and Mickey's ready to frontline. Gladiators, they have got lasso potential to try and punish overextensions. Tier 3's gone.
I mean, and who used the glyph there? That tower's just gone. They don't have it for these racks.
There's the Dream Coil from Nisha. Okay, you've got to only imagine the Liquid want to try and go for more. Mickey is actually going to back off and start dealing with the top, but of course teleportation will be at the ready if they want to go for round 2 here on the bottom lane.
They can always look to re-go. Gaimin has to be careful how far they step out here. The Orchid is ready on Duracho for that extra catch for Nisha. They should have identified that one. They should see it. But they do have multiple ways to bail Nisha out if he does get caught even from one of these extra silences. Yeah, Gaimin trapped in their base with 5 for a second there. You see that gold start to quickly swing even more. Mickey is just going to keep growing, and the CK's not be able to get outside the map in a similar fashion.
Yeah, Mickey about halfway towards the BKB and still having what, the 3.5 minutes on the Aegis. Very likely he's going to have that window where he'll have both BKB and Aegis to try and push forward and look to take a set of racks away from Gaming Gladiators.
And Liquid playing it very smart. They're just sweeping across toward the map, not giving them an opportunity to look for this Nature's Prophet to find some type of kill. Quinn now will have that shard finished, so that extra minus armor, the prevention of any of these saves that can come out on that smokescreen target, maybe Gaming's going to look to make a move off of that. If they can lasso somebody, catch them inside of that one, they could get some type of these kills if they find Liquid a bit split up here.
It depends how sort of far Quinn wants to delve into Liquid's half of the map.
It is scary.
It's very spooky right now. They have limited, if any, vision on Liquid's side.
And look at how they're playing as well, too. The two supports on the side of Liquid. You see Boxy is playing near the puck, and you see the Shadow Demon is playing near the Nature's Prophet. So they have a guaranteed way to kind of bail out. Even though there is this shard, of course, on this Ricky, they're preparing for this next move that could come out from Gaimin.
I mean, with the D-Ward occurring, Liquid definitely going to expect that there could be a high chance that Gaming Gladiators are looking for something around this area. And they're playing incredibly defensive, Liquid. Just waiting, sensing if Gaming Gladiators do try and lead the charge here with Quinn.
Hey, they're just playing smart. They're sitting on top of a sentry. So if Quinn does walk up too far, could just get burst down instantly if he gets called from a coil.
Looks like Quinn knows, playing to the edge of the map.
Sneaky, sneaky. Will clear the wave, does show himself for a second, the dust, not quite in range.
They're not going to quite clip him. Quinn playing perfectly sneaky. Did the damage output stepping up here. That's a full Parasma now on Nisha.
Just steps up the aggression, feels like he doesn't need to have that defense anymore. He is very tanky with the Pupil's Gift. It is a 2,500 HP puck.
I mean, Liquid's ready to go. So if he can get the catch it, Quinn turns with the smoke screen, force forward for Nisha, able to jump forward, get the dream call up on the two of them. A beautiful setup there comes in from Nisha. The Fiend's Gate will come in and instead to turn things around, but Quinn's already gone. Celery's going to get left behind. Gaming Gladiators cannot fight Liquid right now. And now beyond the tier 2, they may just find Ace on top of it all. They get the silence, the shard trap from Boxy. They'll find a third Liquid.
They can go high ground again. There's still not that glyph available. They can start threatening this. I mean, they can start threatening Rax and maybe even threatening the close-up of this game. Gaming, they cannot contest this group up.
This is going to be such a strong push. A minute left on the Aegis. A full BKB coming out from Mickey.
And these Rax are dead. The birds plus this tree, it just dies in a heartbeat.
And they can look for more. They'll take the top set. They're ready to swing across over towards the mid here, Liquid.
It feels like they've probably done it here. I mean, still 20 seconds for the Underlord, the one who can D-push. The glyph is popped, but they're sending treants even down toward bottom.
Yeah, they're not going anywhere, Liquid.
They're like, oh, Gaimin, you like to play with your 25-minute timings? Well, so do we. 26 minutes. They're looking to potentially close this out here.
They've really sort of turned the game on its head if you consider what we were seeing in the first 10 minutes of this one. Liquid hitting back harder than ever here. Duracio's going to try and start some action, but the BKB comes down for 33. Illusions will remain on 33, and they have the lasso as well, dragging in the Visage. 33, is there going to be any sort of save for him? There is not. 33 will fall.
Can they chase for more?
They need more Gaming Gladiators.
Oh, nice shards trapping Duraccio.
See what they can find, but Ace is caught in the Sprout, trying to get out of it. The bottom push is down upon him. Boxy comes in with a punch up. The Dream Call catching them all. Ace, he's out. Has the buyback available if he wants to consider it. Gaming Gladiators trying to find Boxy in return. Jump forward from Quinn, but he's caught by the silence. He's trying to get away from Mickey, but the right clicks from Mickey. And Nisha too much. Quinn goes down.
They tried to chase to get some kills, but Duraccio was stuck in shards for the entire duration for it. While Ace was going down, he couldn't help his buddy. Liquid continue to play strong.
Duraccio with the silence, but Nisha's trusting in Insania. Insania, he'll have the save or the offensive disruption when needed. Gives Nisha the chance to continue to play and live. He all comes in. In fact, Nisha, he jumps in. He's got no fear right now. Mickey steps forward, gets the drag back here. Duraccio, he turns towards Mickey. He's going to catch on to Mickey. Mickey's getting torn apart by the illusion. Mickey's dead. Duraccio will fall in return.
Nisha.
The buyback's going to come out from Quinn. Gaming Gladiators and Quinn, he knows he's got to look for whatever chance he can to punish back onto Liquid. Tries to make the jump over towards this, but Mickey also in with the buyback. The smoke screen's down. Quinn, he fought back for this. He's out for 75 seconds.
They're looking to end it, Owen. The buyback from Mickey and Quinn's gone. This is likely Megas. Can Ace hold on to it? They've got a buyback from Duraccio. Liquid, will they respect that?
I mean, that's the question. How confident do Liquid play? Yes, they know there's no Quinn for a minute.
It's 5v4.
How much can they take? Liquid.
Tofu waiting in the wings, looking for a lasso target.
Still being very careful indeed, respecting the catch from Bat.
It's just tough because the double saves. Mickey, he's at the ready. His BKB's up in 4 seconds.
It's the mid-rack's gone. Liquid.
The final set.
I'll tick off another objective, and they're ready to keep it going. 30 seconds, they know there's no Quinn.
It dies so fast. They gotta look to go on the side of game, and they can't just watch these racks go the megas.
Tofu is gonna try with the grab, but the disruption comes in immediately. They tried desperately, Gaming Gladiators here to fight 4 versus 5. The hand of gold comes down, but it won't save Ace. Ace, he's out. He has buyback available. Duracho tries to sneak back to the safety of the fountain. He'll get back, but the racks are gone. Liquid have claimed the mega creeps.
29 minutes megas. Good luck coming back from that one versus this type of lineup, and I don't think Liquid's gonna look to get out of the base. They still got 30 seconds to keep the push going.
They know that they can get so much done here.
They call it.
Oh, they do. GG is called. Liquid. I mean, what a phenomenal game one. Considering what happened in the opening moments and in some of those lanes, when they started to turn it, Liquid, there was no looking back, folks.
I think they really started to identify quite quickly, I mean, it was pretty much all around that bottom fight, that they needed to just have the numbers at the ready. When they started TP reacting with multiple heroes, that's when it was a bit of a problem, because Gaimin was getting these number advantages. But that time, they had Boxy. You see the man on your screen right there?
I gotta say, yeah.
The Drinking Buddies pulls, resets the fight, and then the dive. You can see Gaming trying to push forward for it, but multiple different saves coming out from him with the snowballs, Drinking Buddies, shards, etc. That was beautiful for Liquid.
Hey, incredible stuff across the board. Boxy and Insanity with the saves. In a game against a Ricky that was getting kind of out of control those opening minutes, it didn't matter. They still found the chance to get these incredible saves occurring. The damage out from the 33 and Mickey and Nisha making quite the comeback story that game on his puck. What a game one. Liquid, they'll take the first of this best of 5.
Game one of this best of 5 goes the way of Team Liquid. A lot to break down with this one, and I want to start with the double support duo coming out from Team Liquid. T-Gov, it was a stellar performance.
No, just the moves that are making the saves again. Shadow Demon, he is one of the supports of the tournaments, right? If you have the positioning, you keep finding the save, you push them forward. But Liquid in this game, it was incredible. They're under so much pressure. A couple key fights to turn around, and they just, obliterated Gaming so quickly. It feels like it was like one tier 1 fight into there is no map for Gaming to play.
I mean, Gaimin played a really incredible early game. I love to see the hyper-aggression coming out of both teams. They really took advantage of their defusal, Ricky timing, hunting for Furion deep in the jungle, killing Puck a few times over and over again. But this fight here is where this game was entirely different, and we saw the power of Tusk here. He actually tag team pulled out Nisha's Puck from that smoke cloud, making it so that he was alive for long enough to cast the coil later on here, which is where they got the turnaround fight. And then we just saw all of the damage coming out through Visage's Soul Assumption, through Mickey on his Nature's Prophet, who was joining every single fight as early as he could. It was just beautifully played.
They needed all the auras early on so they can take the fights. Visage, he's getting all the money in the world. If you look at the network chart, he's always top 3, top 2 here already. Some really nicely placed shards from Boxy. He's playing out of his mind. This Drinking Buddy is pretty much acting as the force staff, and you can also use it on birds, so the birds go brrr pretty much every single fight. And the coil has been something that they didn't have any tools to deal with, because Ricky, yeah, he's annoying, but the problem always was with the hero that how do you get to your BKB timing? Like, sure, you're having a good time, you did solo kill him in the mid lane, but after that, you can feel him suffer. And itemization-wise, they were really on point for Team Liquid. This force staff on Puck forces out of the cloud, knowing that he needs to itemize for himself. Ricky had the shard at that moment, so others can't really use any of the abilities, and after that, the game was pretty much done so.
Yeah, and Liquid identified that after that fight, the game was theirs. They made a beautiful play where they cut off Duracho trying to join his team in the triangle, killed him first. They snowballed off of that, and they realized that this was their game at that point. All they had to do was bring their heroes together, place some sentries, and there's nothing Gaimin could do. That is the issue with Ricky. While he is very snowbally, he's also very reverse snowbally, because once you've itemized against him and his net worth is low, there's really not that much he can do. And we also saw the power of Tusk not just as the pseudo save, as the pseudo force staff, but the tag team, the Drinking Buddies damage on the Prophet. He was out DPSing the Crimson Guard on Underlord. Underlord looked so squishy in this game.
And it was a slippery slope for Gaming, right? When you have Ricky and CK as your position 1 and 2, if you're not finding pickups on the map, if you're not dictating the pace of the game, your enemy balls up, can't find pickoffs because they're always going to be 5. And I think that's where Liquid, they identified that very quickly as it hit kind of like the 20-minute mark. And then, sure, Quinn might have some laning advantage, Duracho might have an early Orchid, but that's all they've got. They're hoping for a pick. It felt like the last 10 minutes of the game was just Liquid sweeping through the map, finding whoever they want, and Gaming was never really in position to utilize like the blink from the bat, the jump of a CK, and again, it's testament to Liquid. They itemize, they identify a window, and when they want to break their opponent, and they did it so swiftly.
Yeah, and we knew that Gaming was ahead at like minute 15. But Lacoste, was their plan to be even further ahead? Where did they fall with their plan?
I saw Tofu diving to 4 towers 8 minutes in, so they wanted to play this hyper-aggressive, which I don't really mind. I think this is how you need to strike back against Team Liquid. But the problem was, I'm going to go back to Ricky. This is super strong hero, but that's why everybody practiced it. But it has some of the flaws still where you're unable, like if you get focused down. And I also want to highlight the Shiva's Guard, the Bongo Boots, the Boots of Bearing from Visage. I think this is the key moment as well for the game. You're playing against CK, so you want to slow down his illusions. You really never felt those illusions dealing damage, fighting into all of that. And I said during the draft, they don't have the Shiva's hero. You know what Visage does? Buys Shiva's as the second item, buying all these small items to be on top of the network pretty much. Bracer, Null Talisman, Boots of Bearing, so they can strike back. He understands that they need any kind of item they can have early on to punch back because they are playing so fast on Gaming first 10-15 minutes.
Yeah, and you see the items that 33 has. I think, you know, strategically, I think Gaming coming into this game 1, they put such a large target on Nisha's back. They wanted to shut him down. They wanted to kill him very early, you know, try and prevent him from having a game, that they kind of forgot about applying the pressure to Mickey or to 33. Right, like Nisha, he doesn't die too often in series, right? Like when you think about like the previous run in playoffs, like he's been like the unkillable mid laner because people focus other, you know, the strategies of 33 in the early game. But you know, coming into this one, Nisha, in the last 6 playoff games, totaling, he only has 10 deaths. The fact that he's died 4 times in a single game shows that Gaming wanted to shut him down. But maybe going into game 2, they're thinking, wait a second, we're wasting too many resources killing the mid lane. 33's hit, like Lacoste was mentioning, the Boots of Bearing, the Shivas, Mickey's got the Gleipnir, the BKB. I think Gaming maybe have a misread on who they need to shut down, because it doesn't matter if Nisha dies 4 times, nearly 50% of the entire playoffs run, you need to stop 33 from just breaking open the game on these tempo heroes from the offlane.
Yeah, there was a lot of freedom coming out for the other 2 cores of Team Liquid there, Effie.
There was, but there was pressure on them, because once Ricky got that defusal, we saw them scouting for Nature's Prophet in the jungle. We saw him getting lassoed a few times. We saw Quinn on that Ricky hunting anyone he could see, no longer focusing on just the puck. The issue with Gaimin is that Ricky kind of tied their entire draft together in the sense that you have this Bat Rider, you have this jump target, this jump hero in CK. If the Shadow Demon on the enemy team or the Tusk are able to cast their spells to save them, your initiation is broken. You have no means to fight back. And once Ricky got to the point where his game was too difficult, there was nobody stopping the 2 saves from the supports. If Ricky kept his dominance, kept jumping the supports, we would have seen a different game.
Ricky has pretty much the same issues as we've seen with the Storm Spirit. Once they group up as 5, you don't really have kind of a play in the game. Cloud is super strong. It's a 6-second silence duration at every single level. It gets even better. It got a buff so you can stand inside of the cloud, even if the allies, even if the enemies range are attacking you from the inside, you're still going to get the miss chance. So really good spell. The experiment for Ricky probably failed. I don't think we're going to see it again, but it looked really good for the first like 12-13 minutes of the game.
It did, and then it fell off a cliff. That happens sometimes. It's fine. It's just game 1 of a best-of-5 grand finals. Now, during that game, once Team Liquid got off a couple of good team fights, you could sense that emotions were high and everybody was in great spirits. And I wonder if the comms reflect that.
Here. I can TP. I'll TP. Go, go, go. It's a good fight. It's a good fight. It's a good fight, guys. Just watch me. Watch me.
Is Carlo on
Can we save Mickey? Yeah, I'm fine, guys. Take the fight, take the fight. What the fuck, they're all dying.
I have big flower.
Kill Ricky. Any silence? Okay,
I'm chasing Ricky.
I think we get the Ricky. I'm killing Chen with Nish.
Woo! Let me.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Can we go there too?
Oh, you gotta love it if your carry is popping up like that. Yeah. I think that's very healthy when your carry is making those calls to you and just basically pops up and keeps the team.
I gotta say, his name is Mickey Woo. Woo! You know, gotta hype it up.
It's the balance between like the core and the support. You can hear like there's like maybe I don't have anything. It doesn't matter if you have nothing. I'm the core. Go and then
go.
Yeah, exactly. I just love hearing the team comms every single time and a little bit of energy as well. Hearing the emotion, the woo. Like of course it means so much to them. And that's game 1 down. Just 2 more to go.
2 more to go for Team Liquid. I love hearing the emotions coming out there as well. I also always love hearing from Purge.
Thanks, Shiver. Yeah, I want to look over how the Riki did in this game. It's very effective against the Puck in the mid lane. Quinn started things off. He's got high damage. Puck has low armor. Any trades that he takes are just going to be advantageous here. So he basically just secures a lot of easy harassment against Nisha as that laning stage continues. And then does a little blink strike. This clip might freeze on me because it's been freezing before, but does a little tricks of the trade does work. Thank you. That's how he gets the first blood. 1 minute and 54 seconds into the game, super early. And Liquid did a really good job trying to limit what this Riki can do because the silence against Puck and the high physical damage is so much. They were bringing tons of heroes to almost every single rune fight, but he has really high base armor and there isn't that much magic nuke on the Liquid squad at this stage in the game, so he ends up dodging a lot of these. Here's another gank on Nisha to show just how much pressure was on him. A little salvation outside of the smoke cloud, but he gets pushed back in with the flame break to secure yet another kill. And then they went across the map. This is that other kill that you guys probably saw. Nature's Prophet getting jumped on by just 2 heroes. A relatively clean kill, and once again Underlord crossing the map. So this is the basic facet of what Gladiators wanted to do this game to end up securing victory, but this team fight was the real big one. There's only 6 times in a row that you can gank Nisha before you react to it really well, and that's what Liquid did here. I love this ice shards here. Ends up creating a zone that pushes the Shadow Demon to the right, and as a result the Riki dives going for the kill, and they're able to turn this one really effectively. So that was a really good moment for Liquid, but ultimately it was that team fight around the top lane. They tried to engage in this area of the map to look for kills. They couldn't find it. This ward spots Duraccio. He gets cleaned up absolutely for free. That was really nice. And then for some reason, I'm not sure why, Ace decides to take the portal here to go to the top side of the map. Felt he wanted to be there, but he gets spotted. Now here's the Liquid vision. They actually don't know exactly where he is, but they're chasing. And he gets scared. He uses his second skill, and that reveals where he is. They end up catching him. They force a team fight. For some reason, Quinn goes in here, he gets coiled. This was the beginning of the end for Gladiators losing their advantage. So a crucial mistake there, uncharacteristically as well. So that's how they get behind.
Thank you, Purge. A tiny bit of nerves coming out there from Gaming Gladiators, the way that those plays were described. I think there's one important thing that this game had that I don't think other games will have. It's time to go back to the drawing board and talk about the draft, because I want to talk about the one point where I thought, in my humble opinion, where things went a little bit awry, and I would love to have an explanation. Lacoste, Rubik. We saw the Rubik ban. Why didn't they ban Tusk?
Because they wanted to pick Underlord. It's one of the worst matchups when it comes down to heroes. You can solo win the game. You steal Pit of Malice, you steal Firestorm. These are going to be your 2 best spells. You have better cast range, you have a spell amplification on top of that. So very difficult one, but looking for the adjustments in game number 2, this Tusk too powerful of a hero, especially for Boxy. I know I'm going to sound slightly biased, but Boxy for me has been the best position 4 player in the world for quite some time. He's doing some insane things every single time with the shards. He's always up to something. Never underestimate this guy.
He was the hero of that fight at minute 17 where Liquid turned the game around. That was all Tusk and his plays. So I do agree with you, Shiver, that Tusk should be banned out and not given to Team Liquid. Boxy just plays that hero too well, and the flex is still there even though we mainly see it being played here. I think that if you're putting yourself in a position where you're first picking Underlord, not allowing yourself to not give away Tusk to Liquid, you have to rethink your opener. Don't open with this Underlord if you are still allowing heroes like Shadow Demon and Tusk through, because you also drafted a Batrider. Batrider is completely countered by saves from the enemy supports.
I think it also goes down to the CK pick, right? Like, sure, you want to get your CK to kill Visage, but then you're bringing the CK to the mid lane to, you know, contain the Puck inside the smoke screen, using the flame break from the Batrider as well. Like, you're doing everything to kill Puck, but you didn't ever really kill Visage. He died 1 time in the game. The fact that 22 minutes, 33 has Boots of Bearing and Shivas, your entire plan of win lanes, tempo pickoff falls apart. So for Gaming to even have a fight in this best of 5, they need to make sure their safe lane can kill off 33. And don't just run to mid lane and kill off Nisha. That is a recipe to lose, and Gaming need to identify that and hopefully fix that for the upcoming game.
Yeah, so we feel like Gaming potentially drafted a little bit too one-dimensional, that if indeed the tempo could not continue, which it didn't because Team Liquid put a stop to that. They didn't have anything Lacoste to fall back on in their draft.
They were super strong first like 15-ish minutes of the game. If they continued the domination, the lineup would look really good, but they also needed some extra items. They needed, Ricky to have a BKB, which never came down to that. And we see a lot of these lineups that go pretty much all in, where you're strong for like 20 minutes, then you're vulnerable between 25 and 35, maybe 40, that they do fell short. But I wouldn't say there was anything wrong with Gaming Gladiators lineup. They tried something. It's a BO5. That's a different beast. You want to experiment a little bit more, try to put them in a position where they don't feel too comfortable, especially with this last pick, Ricky. And I think we're going to see more of these picks. Maybe not Ricky, but they've been cooking.
They have been cooking. We should also take a look at how the teams have done against the meta thus far, and why we see these two teams going a little bit beyond what you might have seen over the last 2 weeks. Effie, if we focus on Team Liquid, they have had tremendous success against the heroes that a lot of teams would consider to be the meta heroes.
They really have. They've been dominating so much throughout this tournament, so I thought it would be cool if we took a look at the meta heroes that they've beat the most. Mirana, which is the darling from the support role because of the carry flex, they've beat her. She's only beat them 1 time out of 6 games. Dragon Knight, 2 of which were games against Gaming yesterday. They have beat Dragon Knight 4 times. They beat Timbersaw 4 times. The heroes they've lost to, Kunkka. Kunkka's probably the only hero, when I was looking at all of their stats, that Liquid have struggled against.
Yeah, what you're showing here with the graphic is basically Liquid has lost to moments where teams survive the Liquid aggression. If Liquid want to go and try and break the map at 20 minutes, if they're running into a brick wall and they miss-execute, that's when the game can get difficult. But the thing here in this matchup, Gaming likes to play quick. And unless Gaming want to change their playstyle in a grand finals, we are just going to see 2 teams clashing into each other to see who breaks the map first to then close out the game. Because if you swap the drafts around, Gaming will do the same thing. They'll win that 1-tier-1 fight, then they'll just break the map and win the game. So I think, at least for Gaming, if they can just slot in a couple counter-aggression heroes, it might allow them just a bit more, ease of fight. Because, yeah, with this type of draft, it is so volatile. 1 mis-execution and see ya.
Yeah, this is also a best of 5, which is a whole different beast from what the players have played so far, as they are ready to take the stage again. Game number 2 soon being shown on your screens. I'm sure emotions are high, and all the energy that this Royal Arena has to give, both teams will soak up because they need it to go head-to-head against each other. And when we're focusing on this second game, we are focusing on the learning curve, which in a best of 5 is a little bit different than in a best of 3 Lacoste. Do you feel like both of these teams, sometimes you have teams like testing the waters, letting a hero through to see if they can play against it?
Absolutely, because you want to have that advantage. You pick something very cheesy in game 1. If it works, they need to make all the adaptation, but you have also other strategies prepared. I would say Team Liquid is in a good hands right now, considering that they only played 5 different heroes from their offlane role and 5 different heroes from their position 4 role. So that means that they have a lot of stuff prepared. They've been winning most of their games. They played every single series in the upper bracket was a 2-0, so they didn't show, they were never had their backs against the wall. That means that they have a lot of different heroes they can still play, but they're not going to change anything because for now it is working.
But that also means that 10 unique heroes from their offlane in Boxy and 33 should make it so that they are easier to focus within a draft. And that really does go back to the supports that Gaming went through. I think that if you can limit the hero pool of 1 out of the 2 in that offlane duo, you're making the draft and the game much easier on yourself.
So, yeah, who are you going to focus on? If you had to choose, pick your poison, T.
I mean, there's what, 5 types of poison you have to take, but I'd argue maybe because they have such a small pool, you know what's coming every single time, so find safe lane combinations that can at least play into it, right? Like Dyrachyo, he's played, of course, Alchemist, but it's getting banned out. I think like Razor's going to be pretty good for Dyrachyo if you could have pressure in lane. If you push back 33, I just want Celery and Dyrachyo to have kill threat. If kill threat independently is available, that's when the twin gate gets opened up. You then make moves, and I think that's what maybe Gaming was missing a little bit in that previous game.
It could be that they were missing that. We're talking about adaptations being made, and of course it is Gaming Gladiators that lost that first game, so they will be focused most on making adaptations. And even though Team Liquid won, I do want to focus a little bit on those first 10 minutes, because Team Liquid winning, great, but I'm sure they did not like feeling like they did in those first 10 to 15 minutes, Lacoste. I'm sure they're going to try to avoid that.
Oh, that's for sure. I mean, they were, what, 7K gold down in the first 11, 12 minutes, so they will try to punch back. A little bit of a misplay. Sometimes it does happen. You know, Nisha solo dying to Ricky, underestimating. I'm not sure if he played as many times this matchup. Casters also talked about it. They didn't see it in a really long time. So sometimes these forgotten heroes, you tend to be surprised by what they can do, especially with the small buffs throughout the last couple of months that did happen.
I think that's a hero that they will think about for sure, especially if they get Nisha that puck in this game too. I would not be surprised at all to see Ricky banned out in that final phase, because even though Gaimin did lose, they showed their hand there. Like, that was an incredibly dominant first 15 minutes. And for Liquid, they just did a great job at bouncing back. The two heroes they had on their side lanes, Nature's Prophet and Visage, are just very good money printers. Visage, with a couple of kills, any comeback fight is just topping the net worth. Nature's Prophet, when he gets kicked out of lane, he has that ability to just be anywhere he needs to be. The enemy jungle, his jungle, he can find the farm. So I think that Liquid at the moment are feeling very good about themselves looking into that game too, and they're not going to make any gameplay adjustments, just draft adjustments.
Yeah, I could see a world where Gaimin respect the Nature's Prophet a little bit more, put that into the ban phase. Maybe even we see the Naga Siren that's been banned pretty much in every single game of TI. That might slip through in one game, just to put a little bit more respect on 33.
And you think it will slip through in favor of who?
Probably Liquid will be picking it up.
They will be picking it up?
Potentially.
Okay, we'll see. I don't know if Naga Siren will make an appearance, as this is the most dominant hero that we've seen over the last 2 weeks. But we're going to find out what is coming our way for game number 2.
Team Liquid versus Gaming Gladiators. Grand Finals, Game 2.
What is coming our way for game number 2, Effie?
I got a little too excited there, Stever, but for a Gaimin, I think that they really do need to give Dyrachyo a hero with a better timing. The reason why these semi-carry ranged heroes like Wind Ranger, like Lina, have been so popular is they get that Gleipnir timing and then they have kill threat around the map. If all of this damage is happening in the first 15 minutes, you want a carry that within that time can take advantage of it economically and be able to join the fight explosively.
If they want to go for a carry, I would not mind to see Wind Ranger for Dyrachyo. If they want to go for a support, Mirana is still available, so they do have a ban into a pick. Either that or take Shadow Demon, because Shadow Demon, played by Tofu, always a 3 to watch. This guy making some insane plays, hunting people down.
Well, there is a Naga Siren, and it will be on Gaming Gladiators side, T-Gov.
Fair play. So the logic of this one was, I feel like this is where, when you get to a grand finals, the heroes that always get banned, they have to appear at some point, because there is like the respect of the game. And here, Gaimin, they have first pick, they ban the Visage, the Doom, the Naga Siren's available. I was wondering maybe they could give it to Liquid, pick a hero themselves, but instead, they take it, and Liquid instant response with the Nature's Prophet.
Naga Siren is so hard to play against, though. I mean, she's been banned almost every game for a reason. She has such high armor on lane where she doesn't lose trades. She provides map play with her illusions, where as a position 5, she can push out whichever lane that she chooses. And then she has the ultimate reset tool in the game. That Song of the Siren with the Shard it just flips teamfights over their head. And like T was mentioning, we saw that the Kunkka win rate against Liquid is good for that reason. If they can prolong these fights, find that reset, stop that timing of their aggression, kite out the fights, should be good for Gaimin. So I'm surprised this Naga was given away.
I mean, of course, the Facet as well, very strong. With Deluge, you reduce status resistance, you know, push waves, like we said, with the damage. Like, it is really obnoxious to play into. But there is a world where, like, if the game is too quick, then sure, Naga, she likes a little bit more of a, let me use my song for that one big fight. Let me, you know, get the vision from multiple opportunities to skirmish. If the game's too quick, it's like you're not always going to have song every single fight. That's why I think Liquid insta-pick their Prophet, because the speed in which they can play with this hero, they can eat through, you know, one ultimate from a Naga Siren. Like, it's not going to be the worst. That's why I think Gaming need to respect that inevitable pressure and have more heroes to protect Naga, not having to be the only hero to survive the fight, or at least, you know, disengage from the fight.
Naga is also a hero that can stop some of these pushes while creep cutting. creating those illusions. You cut one creep wave, maybe two of them. One of the reasons why the hero is so popular is you get quite a lot of farm. This is one of the most farm-heavy position 5s in the game right now, I would say, and also one of the reasons why this hero is the most contested hero of the International.
And another strength of Naga is Ensnare is such a high value disable at level 1. Like this hero's kill threat comes online very early on lane. So I'd like for Gaming to take advantage of this setup with the Ensnare. Like with one of those Dyrachyo turret heroes, even Alina could be really cool here. Just any kind of follow-up damage to make it so that Naga isn't just a song.
Shadow Demon being picked up. Team Liquid got one of the saving supports again, as we do have to note that once again, Tusk is left in the pool. Gaming Gladiators have the chance to pick it up themselves if they want to at this point.
Yeah, that's the key thing here. Liquid, they had the option to go for Tusk or Shadow Demon. They have put Shadow Demon in a higher priority because of what we've seen it do in the last couple of games. And if Gaming are to pick Tusk, then they've got double melee supports. Naga can't really find too much pressure on the map. Tusk, it could get a little bit clunky, hence why I think Liquid hedged their bets, went for the Shadow Demon. If Gaming don't pick it up, they'll take it themselves.
And also Shadow Demon is the anti-ace hero. If you're playing against ace, he's going to have a trillion auras. With the Shadow Demon Purge, you can just remove that on a single target and take them out early.
Yeah, but not in this one. Centaur, he has, with the Stampede, this is the statement. This is not anti-carry. Shadow Demon ulti, we don't care too much about it. Once you pop it, we're going to be able to reset. You also have Naga Siren. So Gaming Gladiators looking forward to see some of these more prolonged team fights.
And once again, they're respecting what Naga Siren can suffer with, because they're picking heroes who, in theory, should be independent, not requiring heroes to help them out. Like Centaur plus ranged hero, when you get Centaur to his first cheap item, you can leave him on an island. He can play by himself, and that's when you make other moves. And Enchantress, how many times have we seen Enchantress just free cast the spells? Impetus constantly, Dragon Lance, Moon Shards. I feel like Snaking, Celery, every plus 5 at some point has just had an insane game on this hero.
Now, I will say that Naga Siren has been incredibly popular, but mostly as a position 5. And you are also right, it is normally Celery that plays the Enchantress. So which one would you like to see bumped up in priority? As once again, the Tusk in the hands of Team Liquid. So they got the double saving support, and they follow that up with the 33 Bristleback or Mickey Bristleback.
Yeah, but with this draft that Liquid have crafted, it's skirmish, 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 run at you, run at you, run at you, and there are no stuns on the side of Liquid. So I want to see Gaming, with this 18 pick, exploit the lack of stuns and go for a Storm or a Puck themselves, something that can have free reign at later parts of this game.
Slight concern potentially for Gaming. Competitively, Tofu, the last time he played Enchantress was in 2023. Before that was only a game, 2019. He's only got 4 pro games on Enchantress. So it's not as if it's like a specialty for Tofu. And I feel like Naga Siren is always going to be the 5 position. Unless Tofu wants to bump it up in priority. Again, I feel like Naga needs to be the 5, Ench needs to be the 4. But yeah, Tofu's going to be pulling out a hero that he's not too, at least competitively seasoned on.
In that case, you can always just have a support swap. Like, you can have Celery lane bottom. He doesn't necessarily have to go top if you are committing to playing this Naga Siren on Tofu.
Sure. And now the counter-aggression pick with the Puck. You want to try and prevent that movement from Liquid. My concern here, where is the damage? When Liquid gets to Bloodstone, Axe on Bristle, and Prophet has his BKB, what stops them from just walking down the lane, hitting the tower with a tree, Tusk and SD saving? There's no real kill threat coming out from Gaming.
Get that Luna for Dyrachyo. I mean, you need bonus damage. She provides that damage to the entirety of your team. She's going to be a strong on lane versus Bristleback, and it'll give them that early tempo to play on. Also, like I mentioned earlier, no stuns for the Puck, so I do think that Team Liquid need to draft a failsafe, a means to stop Quinn if his game starts to get out of hand.
I feel like I'd prefer to see a Monkey King type option for Gaming to take a little bit more fight. I'm worried a Luna is a bit too slow, where after lane you play to the jungle and there's no real map play to be had. Invading stacks, contesting is a key theme for Gaming, at least in this one.
Yeah. I wouldn't mind seeing some stunners from the mid lane for Team Liquid. Earthshaker definitely comes to mind. You're playing against Naga. There's going to be a lot more illusions. Instant stun against Puck. This is something that they did play once or twice against the same matchup. The other one is Tiny. I think this hero also works because you want to have some extra burst damage when it comes down to the Enchantress. Avalanche, great tool against the Centaur. And also you can toss somebody into the team. Bristleback is not answered yet.
I just realized, yeah, Monkey's banned, so well. But that type of hero, and along that line of that type of hero, Ursa banned out as well. We haven't really seen too much Ursa, but they are respecting the thought of, what if this core just blows up our bristle? If we don't actually end the game in 25 minutes, does it not get pretty scary? And yeah, they're banning out these heroes that have that X factor, that comeback potential. And that is true. Boxy on Tusk is pretty free win.
I like the Earthshaker idea you mentioned, Blowcost, or DK for Team Liquid. Just that stun, that ability to play off of an initiation that doesn't come from your Tusk will simplify the game for Liquid. It will really go a long way.
Well, let's see. They have got still also half a minute left in their bonus time, where they can decide not just what to play, but what their game plan will be. And what the Rexus is gonna play. That is the main question. I just wanna get this out. Naga Siren, there's no chance it's gonna play it as a core, right?
No, she's not.
Okay.
This is gonna be the.
I just wanted to get it out there.
It's been a long time since Naga has been played as a core.
Another option for Dyrachyo could be the Alchemist. That way they can play the Inch 5 and then just experiment. Because the DK does come out. They stole it. They took it away. I think this is excellent. And now they have a carry on Dyrachyo where he just buys Blink Dagger first, which is the item timing we talked about around that minute 15, runs in with his team, has the ability to take the towers, has the ability later on in the game to outscale the Nature's Prophet.
Yeah, this is a good game where there's two types of Dragon Knight, right? You've got the Falcons type Dragon Knight, which is the high-speed Blink Orchid, or you have the scaling Dragon Knight with the Armlet into S and Y, and then you're like Daedalus Satanic, and you become the unkillable Red Facet DK. Potentially this time around, I'd like to see him go greedier to become the true core of the game, because if they do go active, they still have damage issues early on, so I'm hoping, for at least gaming's sake, it does feel like a flip on the script. They aren't going to be the aggressors on the map. It is about how quickly can you scale whilst dealing with Liquid.
What you're describing is some K1.
Yeah, I want K1 level DK, exactly.
Yeah, because he was staying 5k ahead, and Tiny comes out, good solution, as we mentioned, great against Puck in the lane. You'll always have some kind of a stun cheap as well. Blink Dagger, this is something that they have been lacking. I see a lot of speed on side of Team Liquid again, and I think they're going to be hitting an earlier timing. Mickey on his Nature's Prophet, double save again. You can make quite a lot of stacks with these heroes, and Team Liquid so far in this tournament has been top 2 teams when it comes down to stacking. You have Tiny who can clear the stacks, and most importantly Bristleback. I think 33 in this one takes priority, because once he gets down to his item timings, you did mention the Aghanim Scepter, the Bloodstone, SNY that's going to follow up later. I think this Bristle has a pretty free entry to the game.
I think we've got Celery on Enchantress. We've seen him excel on that hero. We have Quinn playing versus the one threat of the Avalanche toss, Tiny. This should be a really great puck game if he gets a few support rotations to mid. He's got a bone to pick with Team Liquid. I think Quinn will take this game too.
Dyrachyo has to ignore his team in this game. Stop playing the active carry that you've done in the past. I need you to focus up, just hit the creeps, become the K1 of Western Europe, and make sure that when the game gets tough, you've got 3-4 big items to bring to the fight. If you're not, then yeah, Liquid are scary as ever.
I can't wait. I feel like this game, both teams will bring that aggression inside the game. Before we head to that game number 2 of this grand finals, though, we're first going to head over to the stage where Sir Action Slacks is with Coach CY.
Thank you so much, my friends. Yes, we are here yet again with CY. CY, thank you so much for taking time with us. Now, we've been in this situation before, but a little different now. It seems like potentially a new Liquid. Were you guys kind of taken by surprise in that last one?
Not really, I think. I actually think we did a lot of good stuff. I think we messed up some stuff as well. And I kind of brought them back in the game. Like, Visage gets a lot of gold, obviously, with the facet against, like, when he starts getting a lot of kills. So, in the end, it gets pretty hard eventually. But I actually think it was our game, yeah.
Absolutely. Now, in a situation like that, where you believe that you got the game and then it kind of got away from you, what was it like in the booth? What did you tell these guys to get their heads back in the game? Because this isn't your first time in a grand finals, and you got to get their heads on right.
No, I mean, like, I told them that we actually did the right thing, and, like, I think we comms well as well. I can hear the communications behind the scenes. So I think everything is, like, good. I think we just try to run it back and, like, stay focused and calm and logical, and I think it will be fine.
Absolutely. You know, they say loss is the best educator. You guys seem to learn a lot on that one. You stole the puck, you banned the Doom, you denied the Dragon Knight. These guys have learned a lot from you as well. Anything left to learn about this team, since we've seen you so many times before against each other?
I don't know, honestly. Well, we'll have to see.
All right, fantastic. Well, congratulations so far. We'll see how you do. Bump it up, my man. And we'll get right in to game number 2. Let's throw it to our wonderful casters.
Thank you very much, Sax. Yes, it's time to get into the action of Game 2. Fog, some crazy stuff going on in the draft this time round. We're seeing for Liquid. They get that support duo again, the Tusk, the Shadow Demon. But over on the side of Gaming Gladiators, the Naga Siren gets through, a hero that's been banned over 100 times this tournament.
It's crazy how so many adaptations happened in this game, right? It's 0 common heroes that Gaimin was playing from the last draft. Liquid, they get 3 that they played last time, and those 3, they did look super strong. Boxion and Tusk in particular was kind of running the show, made them just come back in that game after that 7K deficit that they had just for some clutch saves and aggression. And yep, I mean, we'll have to see if this type of gaming strategy ends up working, because it is a bit different from the style that we've seen them run in some of these games in this tournament.
Already seeing here setting up around the early action. No one going to find any fights off the back of the first bounty runes. But yeah, what do you sort of make of gaming's overall direction this time around then, in comparison to what they went for in game 1?
More scaling. They're going to be able to just play the game to the later stages and stuff like that. I feel like that last one is a very standard. They want to snowball out of control with this Underlord and Chen and just completely dictate the pace of that early first 20 minutes. But yeah, Liquid, they fought back formidably. This one feels like they can look to stall the game out, play more about that economy game and stuff like that with the DK. Just, is it going to work is a bit of a question. Because Liquid, they did switch things up as well. Even though they have 3 common heroes, they bring in this Bristleback that's not been played too much throughout this tournament. But I was looking actually just before this game started. 33 has been kind of playing it in quite a bit of pubs.
And is there anything specific about the Bristle right now that you could imagine 33, is the reason why 33 feels good about this hero in this meta?
Yeah, I mean, you're able to fight super fast. You thrive off of stacks, and he's playing with 2 of the better stackers in the game, the Shadow Demon in particular. And he's just able to park himself in front of towers and defend maybe some of these early aggressive moves.
Well, level 1, though, could be a little bit vulnerable. The snowball save's going to come out for now, but 33 still getting brought incredibly low here. I mean, they're trying to bait one another, and maybe Duracio's the one getting baited in. They have up to, what, the 3 stacks of the Quill Sprays there, so Duracio had to be careful. Both cores getting harassed very low by one another's team's supports.
They make the call, though. Boxy's like, all right, maybe there's a little bit of a hard lane to just play straight up. He's going to try to at least pull this wave on the side here, and it should be successful. Mid, Quinn, we'll see how he handles versus Tiny, another hero that's not been played the most throughout this tournament, but a standard counter versus the puck.
Yeah, one that historically we've seen Nisha have some explosive performances on. See how well he's able to I imagine potentially get a lead in this mid matchup. How does this work? We saw obviously switched around last time, Nisha being on the puck, and well, Quinn playing like the melee hero with a hard-hitting right click. Is it also a similar case where Tiny can have a little bit of an edge early on, or is it not quite the same?
Yeah, slight edge in the denies, but it's a very skill matchup, right? I think I've seen either of these players kind of win, depending on just a couple of these few early CS and stuff like that. Because puck overall, the beauty about this hero now is you just get so much extra healing when you're playing in the lane just from this puckish, this innate ability. You're able to just walk in, tank tower hits, dodge spells as well too. So every phase shift actually heals you pretty massively.
Looking down at the safe lane this time around from Liquid, they're going to try with a bit of setup. I mean, Ace has got a lot of poison stacks upon him. Shouldn't quite kill him, but at least it's going to force him right back. And Sania having to be careful as Tofu tried to push forward in return.
Oh, and this matchup actually in the mid lane, something really interesting is, of course, you can dodge normal spells, and also the tree grab. I think Nisha has to be careful every time he throws the tree at the puck, because if you dodge that one, you actually get 4 times the amount, because it's a spell projectile. Is what it looked like, at least. I believe he healed for like 100 or something when he threw the tree and dodged it. I'll keep eyes on see if that mechanic actually works like that, but...
So far in the CS in the mid, it's proven to be pretty even.
Yep.
In performance, 16-1 on Quinn, 14-3 for Nisha.
Yeah, and pretty solid stuff. And also, one thing that we do get to see, which I think has not really gotten through in too many of these games, it's this Naga Siren. And it's not a 5-position Naga Siren either, which is very interesting to see. They do want Celery playing this Enchantress, but
top lane.
Interesting change.
Quite a few Quill Spray stacks onto Duracio. He's got to back off. The heals for Celery coming in. I mean, you feel both teams here, Liquid and Gaming, really trying to push one another's cores to the edge, to the limits here in this laning stage top. Just the question is going to be who's the first to fall off the back of these back and forth fights between Duracio and 33.
Just have to be careful because it's such explosive damage that can come from a Bristleback out of nowhere. And they do have a Healing Lotus on the Tusk as well. So if you do get over-aggressive, overzealous, they could just pop that Lotus, get an extra Quill or 2 out. So you do have to be a bit careful on the side of game and how aggressive you want to get onto 33. But Duracio, he's farming good. That's the important thing. So 21-4, and he is pretty much full HP.
And overall, do you see Gaming Gladiators maybe having a bit of a better plan for dealing with mid-K if the fight started to get out of control? Because we saw last game, despite that early lead that Gaming Gladiators had, when they started to sort of slip behind, there were so many fights that mid-K was just able to find prime position to sit in place, turret out that damage, and get just this incredible net worth lead. This time, do they have better answers to the safe lane Prophet?
I feel like they actually had some really good heroes versus the Prophet in the last game, to be honest with you. So I'm not 100% sure, but they do have good ways to get on top of him and burst him down in more control, I would say, than that last one. But there's still these saves, so it's tough to really say, because the Shadow Demon and his Tusk, we saw what they were able to do to just stop any of this aggression if they were in the good position, which after the first 12 minutes, they were always in that right spot.
For sure, and if anything, you know, we saw how well Liquid supports were able to get the saves off in a game against a smoke screen, you know, where Ricky was involved. This time that's not there, so it may even be that little bit easier for Liquid to pull off these clutch saves when Gaming Gladiators start making moves for the cause of Liquid.
This mid matchup is hype. I mean, it's very, very even. Just 100 gold difference between the two of them.
They're going to hit sort of levels at a pretty similar pace here in the mid.
But the puck can stay sustained a little bit easier, I would say, at this point, just because of that constant healing that's coming out. So Nisha actually does get pushed away from the lane.
They're going to go for Dyrachyo. Straight away, they see that he's alone. The TP comes in from mid-K. Dyrachyo's gone. It's first blood for 33.
Heads up stuff, and immediately can just TP back to bottom. Love it. mid-K tried to do this that last game, too. Early TP around that 4 or 5 minute mark. This time, it works out just a bit better. And 33 now, top of that net worth. DK Enchantress lane, usually a lane that it's pretty difficult to bully, but if you're going to be able to bring the numbers like that, it is beautiful.
And in terms of the Naga Siren, right, one of the edges, right, with this hero is the presence in the lane. I mean, the question is, has Tofu been able to do enough in this laning stage? Because looking at the farm, not really caused any slowdown for mid-K.
No, and most of the times when I've seen this hero played so dominantly, it's because you're playing with that ranged core in the safe lane. You're able to abuse either this ensnare plus reel-in combo with the deluge, and you get some early kills. So, yeah, definitely going to be a different kind of approach from Tofu and see what he's able to do. Right now, it's just him using mirror images to kind of block camps and manipulate waves like that, but it's not really having the effect that maybe they wanted to in this bottom lane. Yes, Ace is farming, but you're not really putting pressure onto mid-K.
So Dyrachyo looks like he might want to go for an early move down towards the bottom.
Oh, this is cool. They're actually bringing 4 heroes. So I guess this is the way they want to pressure, because they don't have the best dual pressure. They want to do this, but Boxy's reading the movement.
Liquid seem to be relatively prepared for this potential play, or maybe they're just going to look to go aggressive first themselves. They go straight over towards Tofu.
Centaur creep.
You're going to get the follow-up stun as well from Ace. This could give Gaming Gladiators the chance to fight back. Celery and Ace, do they have enough damage to threaten mid-K? A bit of body blocking here from Tofu with the Naga Siren illusion, but mid-K is still able to get around, get back to safety. So yeah, Dyrachyo didn't want to be a part of this. Resumes farm up top. So Gaming Gladiators, as soon as they lose Tofu there, they decide against trying to make that sort of wraparound play.
The Wisdom Rune, it's going to get stolen. He's able to just take down away Tofu. He's already limited on the experience.
He's got no way out, though. He's got no way out.
Does he see him? He's sneaking.
He's actually been able to juke perfectly outside of vision. I don't think Tofu's seen him at all.
Celery, they see this with the scan. Celery's trying to catch him up, and Mickey's just waltzing past them.
They see him, of course, now with the micro. I mean, surely he doesn't get away with this, Mickey.
Surely not. Ace is looking to go and get him now.
Yeah, they're going to put an end to him here, Ace.
Either.
I don't know if he can do some crazy sort of sprout play. He tries, but the Quelling Blades there, Ace will be able to slowly but surely catch him out and cut him down. So he gets the wisdom, does cost him his life.
Always painful to lose these wisdom runes. They're not really the most, I would say, the most level dependent supports on the side of Gaming Gladiators, though, right? The level 6s aren't really that impactful from either one of them. Yes, the Naga Song later on will be, but early on, them actually missing out on that XP might not be the most atrocious thing. Because sometimes it's like a Snapfire that doesn't get a 6 super early, but these two, we'll see what type of result it ends up happening. Of course, the supports on Liquid, they're going to be super happy, and they're going to be very high level, so Boxy, he's already level 5.
And in terms of some of the individual farm we're seeing at 33, he's getting quite a scary bit of space up top.
Sure is. They're going for the surround play bottom. Dyrachyo's got involved.
mid-K is trying to TP on top, and Dyrachyo's found him. In on top with the Dragon Tail. Gaming Gladiators, have they got any further cancel for the TP of mid-K? They don't, so they'll have to turn and sell for Boxy. Liquid, they get mid-K out.
Heavy commitment, though. It is a Stampede plus a DK form to at least try to pressure tower and get a kill. They just get a support. And yeah, like you said, in the meantime, 33, he's just maximizing mechanics.
Yeah, he's massive.
Yeah, he's just pulling creeps into jungle creeps, stacking them up as much as possible. This is going to be an absurdly fast Ags timing for him.
And we see the progress between the two mid laners. Nisha and Quinn continues to be incredibly close.
Dead even. Literally 8 gold between the two of them or something, or 9. My math was bad.
But yeah, looking at 33, you got to sort of ask the question of Gaming Gladiators, what's the plan with regards to this Bristle? Because at the moment, 33 is on track to get one of the faster axe timings you'll see on a Bristleback this patch.
I imagine it's just to get a really, really farm DK. Maybe at some point the Silver Edge later down the lines can be something they look for an answer, but I would imagine it's Dyrachyo getting this armlet, getting this type of crazy type of farm to deal with him, because besides that, their damage is definitely quite limited versus a very farmed Bristle in the early game. And speaking of very farmed Bristle, he does still have those stacks to go back to as well, which I believe is like a double stack and a triple on the Ancients.
Yeah, that's insane. Actually, if things continue like this is going to be a completely insane Aghanim's timing. Yep. This game for 33. He's already half the way there. As you say, with stacks to the plenty, he'll be in a very, very solid time. And across the board, though, the 3 cores of Gladiators do have the tools to make plays. Definitely on heroes outside of the Bristle. So we'll see what Gaming Gladiators look to make their moves. And just in general, look to see if they try and check out this area and get some information regarding the stacks of Team Liquid. Celery been caught in.
Big Wrath of Nature.
And with the burst coming in as well from the Snowball, Stampede is not going to get Celery out in time. Same time up top, Dyrachyo's going to try and set him on a 33. He really is, and backup is in for it. Miscellaneous holds back Dyrachyo. With these two heroes, there's just not a chance. Even with Quinn being present, he knows that using a Dream Coil there is just not going to do a whole lot at all. This Bristleback is very unlikely to die unless they bring all 5, and even at that, it might not still be an easy job.
No, absolutely. It's going to be till later on when they have the answers, especially like we were saying, the DK, or if they can get him actually facing the right target, because they do have stuns at the least to be able to stop and hold that Bristleback in place. Nisha?
Going to try and get the catch. Nisha optic to immediately break the Dream Coil. TP's were going to come in, but they've actually backed off on that Gaming Gladiators. They know they're not getting a kill quick and easy. Nisha's going to be fine.
Quinn's in trouble.
He's ended up under the tower, jumping over towards the orb in an attempt to get away from Nisha and Insania. He's got another orb to try and break away. Have they got anything to stop it? They have not. So Quinn is able to dance safely back to the side of Celery's Enchantress.
Almost had the vision there from Nisha. If he was able to get that toss, the phase shift and everything was actually down, could have almost maybe gotten that pocket. But they're going to smoke instantly, even without the coil at the ready. This is a very unexpected move that could catch Liquid off guard here. They're going to throw the scan.
Let's see what they can find. Micepad would be the ideal catch.
I mean, they have this deep ward. It's about to expire as well, too. Micepad might not see this coming. That ward was literally right outside the sentry range.
Now, this is a solid play here from Gaming Gladiators, but it will get shown now. So TPs do start to come through. Maybe these two can't get the burst off in time to kill him off. Micepad's going to come in with the snow.
They got Quinn
from Boxy, and indeed they just turn and kill Quinn off.
Boxy was that was the fastest TP I've ever seen. It was literally before they even showed on the smoke. It felt like that was crazy. He's on point with this Tusk.
It looked like they were going to get away with it as well, if it weren't to be for this pesky Tusk. Boxy, save after save.
Mick is doing some really cool little stuff here too. Just planting this tree for extra damage. It's actually kind of neat. Just this GG branch with his innate. Actually very cool. I don't think I've seen many people do that. I was wondering why he was just randomly dropping the GG branch, and I'm like, oh, very cool.
The farm continues, and indeed this Bristleback, 33. He's completely out of control. The Aghanims, ridiculous timing here, pre-12 minutes, I believe.
That's insane. And he's got the Voodoo Mask.
Yeah, the spell life steal's already out on top of it.
Overall, looking at the lineup of Gaming Gladiators too, nobody really wants to build a Vessel. I mean, Vessel's kind of a dead item right now, but no one wants to build Vessel, and Shiva's is not going to come down for ages, even if it does come out for something like Puck. So definitely going to be some problems that they have with this Bristle.
I mean, for Gaming Gladiators, what sort of item timing or strength do you think they're looking towards to make their move this game?
I think it's going to be pretty farm heavy, actually, on this side gaming. I feel like it's a very different strategy that they've gone for this game around. Usually they're around like 25-minute aura timings. There's a lineup where we may not even see too many auras come out from either side, let's be honest with you. So definitely a bit of a different kind of style game that it could lead up to these like late games, which I think we're all looking forward to, because we've had quite a bit of these games around like the 20 to 35-minute mark that kind of end. This one could get pretty late game if they end up playing just for this farm game, which for gaming, it looks like they want to. So Liquid definitely have a way to set tempo, though. They have this Bristleback who's massive. They can force objectives very early on, and that's what it feels like they're going to start doing, playing around 33.
Yeah, we'll have to see how much they can force, because indeed, if the game gets to a point where we're sort of 20, 25 minutes in and the Bristol's at the high ground of Gaming Gladiators. Gaming Gladiators are going to have to come in with some sort of answer.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, that's definitely the ideal play that Liquid wants to do is pressure the map early.
Strong lead in from Quinn. Do they have the damage for evading the Stampede and the Who Stomp? They certainly will. Mickey, there's no saving him this side. Gaming Gladiators think it's the kill, but can they get out? Nisha is in with the combo. Avalanche to follow up onto both onto Quinn and Celery. Snowball over towards Quinn. They've got the stun and the punch up. They're taking Quinn out. Celery, he's been caught in by the shards. 33 in his Saint are ready to chase down Ace. Celery's going to TP out as Liquid. They'll look for the bigger target instead, getting Ace as well.
They'll get the trades. And the more advantageous ones, they do have to swing 4 heroes down here, so it's quite a bit expended. Duracho will be happy to be able to farm off of that timing. But Liquid, it's such quick reactions that they've been able to do here. And Nisha now at this point has a very large separation between him and Quinn. The amp damage rune already finished up onto him, or amp damage is on in for him, and he's gonna have a phylactery pretty early on. So the scaling is also gonna come from Nisha.
It's just taking that little bit more time and just been that bit more hard for Quinn to find successful kills off the back of his Dream Coil plays.
He has to just be so careful because there is this type of explosive damage. The Tiny is always going to be a bit of a problem for him. And Boxy so far, no matter what lineup he's against, it feels like if he gets his Tusk is a problem.
It's a nice play there, Celery with the Wild Wing Ripper trying to tear himself away from Nisha. Nisha for now is going to continue to chase.
They've got the TP coming in.
Indeed, Nisha. Slowly playing around with Celery. They've got the numbers here. Insane and Boxy, Mickey, the whole team pretty much turning up to get another kill on the board here, Liquid.
And the crazy thing in the meantime, look where 33 is. He's just occupying the enemy triangle, kind of challenging them, telling them to come at him because he knows he's pretty much invulnerable unless they bring all 5. Buys an early shard as well too, so he's got the hairball even stronger. He is a big problem. Duracho is farming, but he needs a couple bit more items before he wants to be able to join versus this Bristle. Armlet, S and Y, and then yeah, we see that Silver Edge is going to eventually, of course, be queued up onto Duracho. But it's going to take time, and Liquid, they can thrive off just occupying the map with this 3K advantage. With this early Blink Dagger, with this aggression, they can play with the Tusk.
Looking for the setup around the mid, Liquid.
Big
damage. The jump in Nisha. He's able to get the setup straight away. They want to try and burst through the Enchantress. The heals are up for Celery. It's too much damage though, Liquid. They can get pretty much any kill that they jump for right now. Mickey's ready to lead in for more. Looks towards Quinn, but the orb is back up.
He's slowed down.
They've got his Stampede. They absolutely have to, but Nisha's able to still get him with the toss. The Stampede doesn't matter. Nisha still able to close the gap and take Quinn out.
Liquid's playing too fast for this gaming strategy at the moment. Yes, Duracho is farming, but everybody else is starting to fall further and further behind. They haven't been able to really involve Tofu either. I know he's just sitting back, kind of trying to get some farm going, but they can't even reset and avoid the fights that Liquid's bringing to them. The timings are accelerating fast. And they're losing access to so much. At 33, he just keeps taking away these Ancients. I believe they've been stacking some Ancients on their side, cleaning them up too. So they're farming, it feels like 70% of the map. Gaming under a lot of pressure here.
That Silver Edge, as you say, cannot come any sooner for Duracho. He needs it yesterday, really, against this Bristle. I mean, once it's there, that will be the big test of whether Gaming Gladiators can bring together a fight to slow Liquid down.
Yeah, but it's not just the Bristle, right? It's Nisha scaling. Mika is starting to get some scaling too, even though he's died twice. He is getting closer and closer to having his big item. He actually has it, sorry. So Gladiator's already done, so Liquid can just keep looking to pressure. And Gaming could really struggle in the damage department to kind of dissuade and push them off these towers, or off that early Rosh, because Liquid feels like they have options right now how they want to pressure the map.
Oh yeah, they're ready to get in under the tier 2 tower. If Nisha sees a chance to jump, he's going to be straight in for. He's got an arcane rune in the bottle as well.
He's got that phylactery, so that burst damage, it's there. They're going to start to hit this tower here. Tofu wants to try to slow it down, but you can see the way that Gaming's postured on the map. They don't want to go for a full-out fight around here.
I mean, Liquid's going to have a pretty good idea that Gaming Gladiators is playing from this tree line. Indeed, Quinn and Tofu, they've just got to back right away up to the high ground, up to the base. There's going to be no defense outside of a fortification here. They'll push them back temporarily.
This tower's going down. Oh, they actually lose the treant there. Whoopsie, Mickey. Bit of miss micro.
Quinn, again, sort of having eyes on this area of the map, but he can't really start anything right now. All he can sort of do is just sit back and watch whilst Liquid takes these towers.
It's so dangerous for him to step up. Just this tiny pick, it's honestly working wonders to just not allow this puck to have any type of opportunities in the map to split things up, going to get any type of that extra farm. Quinn is very poor right now, bottom of the cores.
Really looking to be all on Duracho.
Yeah, it definitely is right now. And look at the positioning, like Celery, he's trying to find desperate places to farm, but there's a ward, and they will find him again.
You just can't hide on the map right now from Liquid. They will find you.
firm control. Roche soon on the menu. Maybe they'll wait for it to shift down to bottom, but yeah, they really feels like they can kind of go anywhere right now. And of course, 33, he gets the Vampire Fangs. I know Sand Kings have been the ones kind of thriving off of this one, but this is definitely one of those other heroes that can become pretty much unkillable on top of already being unkillable. This just adds an extra layer.
Yeah, they've just not been able to slow him down one bit this game. It's just been completely free for 33. It's 19 minutes so far.
And Quinn, he got spotted for a second there, his orb. We'll just be able to split it up.
They just have to keep so much distance between themselves and Liquid. And even at that, as we're seeing, Liquid, for a good setup of Micepad TPing in and getting the catch with the Gleipnir, they can still find kill opportunities. So Gaming Gladiators, they're having to play so cautious right now.
They're just, this is probably one of the, I think this might be one of the first times I've seen this tournament that Gaming is just full out split farming. They don't really want a full out fight, but Nisha shows.
See if they can punish Nisha here on his own.
He's got a regen rune.
Backup is coming over. He's killing this Tiny. Nisha's ready to turn things around. Gaming Gladiators, they've got to run. Quinn, it will be able to jump down to the low ground in time. Tofu comes in with the song, and that may just be enough to save Ace. Indeed, Ace will get out. Tofu able to make sure there'll be no casualties this time for Gaming Gladiators.
Look how much they just expended, though. They're trying to get Nisha, and he had the regen rune. He's full HP. This tier 2, it's gonna fall.
And it seemed like even if he didn't, I don't know if they were getting him there.
Okay. They used it. I mean, this is their high ground glyph. This is a dangerous one to use at times when you are behind like this.
Let's see how much Liquid want to push it. Tower's gone. They're going to be tempted to maybe take the Tormentor first. Should be able to get that pretty easily here with 33 on the Bristle.
Yeah.
There's going to be no struggle taking this one away from Gaming Gladiators. So Tormentor for Liquid, just a shard there for Boxy.
They used the glyph. They're forcing because this glyph is on cooldown.
I mean, we talked about what do they do when 33 on this Bristle is approaching your high ground at 25 minutes. I mean, it's happening at 20 minutes.
I'm sure Jenkins is losing it. These glyphs that people use sometimes, they're very, very dangerous.
I've got the blink now on Quinn, but
they need more
going
damage.
in for action, it just does not seem appealing.
No, they need the next item, really, on Duracho, but the items are just flirting and too fast from Liquid. Roche, it's up if they want to go for it, but they're still looking to apply pressure around here, at least deny away this Wisdom Rune.
And at the same time, just making sure that they keep the efficiency up Liquid.
Absolutely.
Nisha continues to clean up stacks in the jungle that are being made, and Micepad just finding completely free space on the other side of the map, far, far away from any chance of Gaming Gladiators getting out and finding him.
And Liquid's Tricore is looking beautiful. And overall for Gaming Gladiators, they kind of are in this 4 Protect 1 a bit for this DK because of how hard the Pucks game has gone. Yes, Pucks can scale, but right now Quinn is in a very dangerous position versus this Tiny.
Duracho tries to get out with this early play, but sentries are already laid down. They're already prepared for it. And of course, at this stage, still just the Shadow Blade alone. He's quite a bit more until he's got the fully fledged Silver Edge. So for now, the farm just has to continue for Gaming Gladiators. Quinn?
Liquid just wants to force it. The glyph, it's still on cooldown for some time.
I mean, it may be at a point, maybe Gaming Gladiators just have to let this set of racks go.
It might feel like it, yeah.
It's a tough call to make, but in reality, what do you have right now
you can't
to stop this push?
Bristle. You cannot touch this Bristleback.
And Quinn's here, but outside of an illusory orb, that's about it really when it comes to the defense. Tofu just nearly getting cleaned up by the Nature's Wrath.
What? Hey, their axes are just gone.
They just don't have the defense right now. They don't have the answer. They have to let Liquid take that full set.
Dangerous times here for the side of Gaming. It's pretty much all on Duracho at this point now, if the Silver Edge is even gonna matter now. Because like you said, it's a tri-scaling core lineup here for Liquid. They can go back for Roshan, look to probably continue this pressure here.
And they just have so many saves as well. If Duracho is able to kind of get in and start off the action on a core, it's incredibly likely Boxy and Insania, they're gonna get the saves off. Sure, Gaming Gladiators, they've got some ways to get to the back lines between the blink of Ace and the blink of Quinn. But finding both of Liquid supports, it's not going to be easy.
No, and it's the thing is too, is just these heroes are not squishy by any means too. I'm just still looking at damage. Yeah, they'll have break, let's say, right, for the DK on this DK for this Bristle. But Tiny has 3,000 HP. Bristle also has like 2,600. The Nature's Prophet is also incredibly tanky too. They may be able to focus fire one target, but it feels very difficult for them to bring down all of these heroes. And Liquid is also, they've been gathering Lotuses, Owen. So on top of having this tankiness, they have a greater healing Lotus as well in the Shadow Demon to limit even more of that damage that Gaming Gladiators is lacking. They're going to keep this pressure going. Celery.
To pop the Stampede. And Gaming Gladiators, they don't want to lose even the supports at this point, just try and stop the bleeding.
Glyph is back up to Ratio in a dangerous position up here.
It's going to be another objective that Gaming Gladiators, they're not going to want to do anything about.
There's 4 minutes still left on this Aegis too. Liquid can look to continue pressure. They do have to address the lanes a little bit here, but Mickey, he can always just back up and join his team. 33's forcing it. The strategy right now is working beautifully from Liquid. Ace has bought it. I mean, they need this type of healing reduction, right? So a Shiva's on a Centaur. They need to try to fight and push this back. They cannot lose another set.
These are the two big item timings. Ace with the Shivas, and now Duracho with the Silver Edge. They're going to try and start off the Aegis very quickly. They'll be able to take the Aegis out of 33's hands.
That's the one.
Foxy and Mickey will turn attention over towards Ace. He's able to put the flame out. So for using the song, Gaming Gladiators, they're going to consider if they want to do something aggressive or if they want to hold back. They'll step off to the side of the fight for now.
Nisha.
Oh, he's going to get caught by the opening stun. Will get dragged to the side here by the Drinking Buddy. Dream Core down on the three of them. Duracho and Celery trying to bring the damage. They're doing a lot here. Bring the load down. Save Nisha out. They're going to be able to take down Foxy. 33's going to get pumped up by the heel of the Lotus Stability from Miscellaneous passing it over. 33 will be able to back away, but Gaming Gladiators, they'll continue the chase. Orb comes in from Quinn. They're in onto Insania. 33 and Mickey, they're looking to bail out of the fight. Duracho, can he get us off in time? He can't. The two cores will get out, but Gaming Gladiators, a successful defense. The big items come in just in time. Between the Shivas and the Silver Edge, it gives them the extra bit of power to push Liquid back.
It was exactly when they needed it. If they didn't get these items pretty much at that exact moment, these Rexus are going down. And it does seem to catch Liquid off guard there. Nisha, a very overzealous blink forward, gets himself caught in no man's land.
We'll see again here.
Like, watch this jump from Nisha. This was very, very dangerous. Because it just puts his team in position where they can just get gone on afterwards, and they have to kind of react to try to save him, and it ends up setting up Quinn with, I think, a 3-man Dream Coil.
Yeah, immediately what Duracho finding him with that Dragon Tail stun as he gets caught in the front. I mean, just that whole sort of start where Tofu uses the song to allow them to back off. You know, they were ready to hold back and not do anything, but at the same time, they were also ready if Liquid were to go that little bit too deep and make that sort of aggressive play, and that indeed was what ended up happening. They get punished, Liquid. Gaming Gladiators taking away some of that lead.
It's big. That's what their lineup was about. It's not the standard Gaming Gladiators lineup that they usually go for. It's a much more scaling one. They do need to be able to protect themselves for these next... I mean, the pushes are going to continue coming, so they just have to be prepared and make sure that Duracho stays at this top net worth.
Because, yeah, I guess that's the question. After that sort of defense, you know, if you're Liquid and you get pushed back like that, you don't have the Aegis anymore. You're going to have to wait a long time until Roshan's back up. What's the game plan? Can you afford to sit back, or do you have to keep your foot on the pedal and go again?
I think you want to keep your foot on the pedal. It's probably just playing around like one of these extra BKB timings, though. When you see that type of pressure play come happen, you're like, okay, our Tiny will go BKB probably, and then also the Bristleback just to be able to force the issue or force the next Roche fight. And they do have at least the one on the Bristle. I see Nisha, he still went a little bit greedy. He did go Echo Saber instead of the BKB just yet. But they do have a triple BKB timing, so I'd imagine, yeah, they still want to look to pressure. Gaming, they just want to keep looking to scale, but they can fight if it comes to their high ground.
Duracho feeling more confident now to farm in some riskier positions on the map.
I'm wondering if he does want to go down this Satanic route, or if he does feel like he wants even more damage. Both feel good.
A smoke play from Liquid. They're ready to try and see if they can get a catch outside of the base that could lead them into the possibility of pushing for the high ground once more.
So it's two BKBs. They have lanes in good position too. This bottom lane is always going to keep pushing in because of that early rack that they got. So looking to swing and catch somebody, but Gaming, they're ready for this. Prepared inside the base, just using the illusions to split push.
I guess the question is if they themselves want to go for a play in return. They do have smokes available on Celery.
They've got a nice little semi-push going up top with this Dark Troll Summoner. They will use the Glyph on the side of Liquid to stop it. Looks like they do want to at least deny around this Wisdom Rune again. They want to fight on the side of Liquid, but Gaming, they are smoked.
They want to go as well. They're going to have to wait a little bit of time for the Elder Dragon form to come back up for Duracho's. 30 seconds, so have it kind of comboing in with the ending of that smoke.
And look at the neutral item that Duracho chose too. I mean, he's just jacked up on the armor. He gets the Craggy coat. Not usually the most ideal for the damage potential, but he's sitting at 45 armor or more.
That's fair. It's a whole lot of physical coming out from Team Liquid.
For sure.
So start to tentatively head out to the base, Gaming Gladiators, but for now, Liquid very much elsewhere. As the minutes close in towards the next Roshan respawn. And by the looks of it, I think, yeah, Liquid, maybe they do just wait for this to come in return, as they know after that last attempt to push high ground that didn't go too hot for them. Got to be very careful about how they go for it again. They're regaining that lead. We're starting to see that net worth grow once more, backed up to a 5k lead for Liquid with these more passive moments.
Always inside the base though. It's more dangerous than those like outside fights when you're diving, committing forward. So around that Roche fight in 2 minutes or so, that's probably what Liquid is looking for, like you were saying. The BKB still will be stalled out from Nisha, but Nisha did find himself a Nemesis curse. So
Racho,
looking at
see if he can get the Silver Edge, touching onto 33. He can. The Dragon Tail stun to follow things up. Who's some of the saves there? Snowball's in and Boxy's ready to help turn things around. TP comes in from Mickey. They're going to look straight over towards Tofu, try and get the squishy kills first. And with the BKB pop by Mickey, he can continue to punch into Tofu. Tofu is surviving for this damage. Mickey's not got quite enough to kill Tofu off. And Tofu, he's able to get away. Liquid, the turn over towards Ace instead, but the Stampede's out. The Sprout there to try and stop him. He cuts his way out, but Boxy's got the punch up. Ace, he'll get one more who stop up, but he'll fall. Now they'll turn over towards Duracho. Liquid trying to surround him. Quinn looks to jump the back line for the toss-ups there. They have the burst to bring Duracho down. The Dream Core comes out, but it's a little too late. Gaming Gladiators, they're running out of damage. They have to run. They have to escape. And Liquid, they're going to try and do their best not to let them. Nisha back in with another toss combo onto Celery. Liquid take the team fight.
Gaming thought they could re-go. They had the break potential. We saw Duracho, he turns and gets that second hit, but it's an instant disruption from Insania, and they just turn and get right on top of him. He is still semi-fragile on this DK if they have those numbers. And now a 10,000 gold lead, they can look to barrel it down. They can look for another lane here.
They certainly can. No need to necessarily wait now for the Roshan respawn. 33 at level 20. Storming down the mid here. And Tofu's trying to cut sort of the waves with the illusions, but Liquid can quickly clean through those.
Bloodstone's about to be finished for him too. So, I mean, you didn't kill him yet. You killed him the once on the Aegis with the Silver Edge. The Bloodstone's going to make it a lot harder. Quinn trying to stall things out. Backdoor kicks in for a second here.
Now they really don't want to have to use Duracho's buyback. 20 seconds until he's back, and they've got the fortification. So they should be able to push Liquid back without the presence of the DK.
But another flurry of items going to come out, and I believe they also lost their gem in that last engagement. Celery, he had it for what, 5-6 minutes or something. Now they have it on Insania. So overall, all these wards that Gaming did place with that type of outside movement, they're all gone. So the vision is completely gone from them. The map is dark. And that Roche, it's going to be potential soon. Let's see how quick the spawn is. Gaming have to be prepared.
McKay's got his next time done, the full Silver Edge. So in a situation where we saw, that last team fight, a bit of a messy start in where they were trying to focus Tofu, but they didn't quite have the damage to bring him down. With that extra bit of damage the Silver Edge brings, should be a little easier to dispatch at the supports during the Song of the Siren if Mickey gets his BKB off first.
And now they can, to be honest with you, they might be able to do initiations onto a DK. If Duracho shows himself aggressively, there could be a tossback, a break, and this DK will look very fragile. So big damage increase coming out from Mickey. Gaming have to be positioned down here. They have to be ready for the Roche spawn. Trying to get ward control.
And they absolutely want to contest this. Liquid.
They're sneaking in. They've got the vision.
And
they see the
the opening. The Avalanche toss combo straight away, bringing him down to about 10% HP here almost on the puck. Quinn, he's got to get out. He's dead. Boxy's in with a punch up. Quinn's out of the fight. Celery, he'll try for the TP out. They got anywhere to stop it. They don't. So Celery will live, but that's Quinn out for a full minute.
It's no hesitation. The second they put the ward down, it's an instant jump. They got dropped, what? It was like 10% HP just from the combo from Nisha. There's no way that Gaming can react in time. That Roche, 15 seconds, but they'll have more than enough time to get it.
And we're seeing multiple times as well, Boxy, with the blink, he's now
so quick.
More than ready to catch Quinn after he's tried to jaunt out with the Illusory Orb. It's always there with a follow-up, Boxy.
Yeah, and even though Quinn, he does have like Defiant Shell and all this little bit of extra armor and stuff, he is still just very burstable from all this damage that Liquid has at this point.
Yeah, massive amounts being done by that Nature's Wrath from Mickey. As the farm continues, as he's ready to now swing over towards that Roche pit. I'll pick up another Aegis here.
Just realized Mickey's just 0, 2, and 12. He's just the assist king this game with those Wrath of Natures.
Yeah, the highest kills they have right now. It's all on Boxy.
It's all on Boxy.
He's got 7 kills right now, 7, 2, and 6 on his tusk.
Him and Nisha have really just putting a hurt onto Quinn. This game in particular, it's every single time Quinn showed, they double jump him and he's either dead or put in a position where he just can't really fight afterwards. The fact that Nisha got Nemesis Curse also does make it a lot harder for Quinn to survive that huge burst damage that comes out. They do have Duracho with this data list, but it's no defensive items really for him whatsoever.
I like it though. It's all in
He
on the
has to
damage.
go all in.
All
He
in
has
on
to.
the damage here for Duracho.
It is really a 4 protect 1 in the utmost, so he needs to just go all in on this. And this next fight, it's probably the most important one for them.
Yeah, if he gets to freely attack, you cannot underestimate how much this dragon's going to hit hard.
And they have the buff ups, right? I believe Tofu did finish a Flads as well. They had the Solar Crest from the last fight too, so just throw everything onto him and hope for the best.
See what they can get. This is going to be into 33's Aegis.
And 33 with that Bloodstone that was finished up on top of the other items that he's got now. He is even tankier, and there is a double save as well too, so they need to find the back line. They need to do some crazy type of simultaneous initiation.
Let's see how prepared Liquid's for this, because Liquid's going to know that their creeps are pushing all the way up to Gaming Gladiators base, and Gaming Gladiators, they're not doing anything about it, so Liquid, they'll know that they're out on the map.
They got the scan. Oh, puts him on the cliff.
Indeed, okay. He's going to get dragged back down though, Boxy, having to make sure that 33 doesn't get stuck in any awkward spots there on the cliff.
Nick is taking the base.
Ace has got to put the Stampede. They've got to try and get out of this because Quinn, he's been caught by the initial combo. Tofu does have the potential of the song, if required, to get Quinn out of this.
He's caught by the stun.
I mean, the Snowball's going to catch on to him. The song comes out. It's going to be enough to allow time for Quinn to get away from this. Yeah, he's out with the blink. Tofu coming in clutch with the save, but indeed at the same time in the base, what happened, Fog?
He took the racks. I mean, he got caught because of the Invis DK sneaking around, but he got the objective, so well worth it for him to be able to get that racks.
Dracho in the mid. He wants to try and finish this job off. Quinn, it's a big coil. Nisha has to put the BKB and run. He's too low to want to stick around for this one.
Liquid gonna look to reset for those 60 seconds. Gaimin can't quite take advantage after getting this kill on the Nature's Prophet. Yeah, losing another set of racks when you're at this deficit is painful.
Yeah, the rack potential as strong as ever.
Always.
With this Nature's Prophet, especially with the amount of farm that Mickey has. They'll certainly be looking for that sort of play again, and respect. Gaming Gladiators, they've got to be prepared for it. And
there's only
one more.
It can be
something that works their favor. If they can set up a successful trap for the Nature's Prophet, it could be the beginning of Mickey's demise.
I don't think Mick is going to go for some type of play. I think now it's like he's going to join his team and look to go for the press because there's only one lane remaining. He doesn't need to take that type of crazy risk. That one was just, he tried to seize an opportunity because he saw a couple people. It was just a nice move from Duracho to catch him off guard there. But Liquid, I imagine when he respawns, they're just going to look to group. And we'll see how Gaming can fight back for it. Duracho's damage is definitely there if he's able to get these attacks off. New neutral items soon too would be quite nice for him. I know the Craggy gives him some defensive capability, but we all want just full out aggression for Duracho.
Yeah, going to go straight for that Ags after the Silver Edge, and now over towards the Tormentor. They'll be able to take this one. The smoke comes out from Liquid. They want to make the most out of these final couple of minutes of 33's Aegis.
2 minutes remaining on him. Quinn has to be careful of his positioning. There's so much burst damage if they see him.
See how quick his reactions are if they do get the chance to jump him. And Quinn, he's not going to play to take any chances. He's back to base.
Mickey joining the squad. They're smoked up.
Creeps are being cut at the moment in the mid lane, but the top lane pushing in. Nisha or Boxy both ready for potential initiation. It's just going to be the illusion for now, baiting some of the action.
Smoke didn't break.
Could look to go again around the mid, but Gaming Gladiators likely to sit a safe space away from Liquid here. Nobody wants to get caught by the jump of Nisha.
33's gone for Greaves of his own. I mean, that's very interesting. Just extra little aura. Drinking buddies.
Drinking buddies. Quinn's going to try and jump in with the waning wrist onto the three of them. Ace tries to come with the follow-up, but the Avalanche trips him up. The Dream Core's down, but the BKB's popped by Mickey. A back off for now here, Liquid.
33, standing his ground.
They continue just to be this sort of impenetrable brick wall between Liquid and Gaming Gladiators.
And they did get the tower. Did get whittled down from these constant hits from the tree and from those tosses. Does eventually die. DK form was used as well too, so there will perhaps be a little bit of a window if Liquid wants to siege once that DK form goes down.
And we'll see how strong they feel with the last seconds or so of this Aegis.
Duracho.
He's going to try and start the action in Tundra and see if they can take down 33 quickly. 33's dragged out to the side. Disruption comes out. They're going to be able to keep 33's first life alive a little bit longer as 33's able to back away. In fact, now he's ready to aggressively move it. He pops the Bloodstone. He heals incredibly up. As Celery's been burst down, has to buy back here on the Enchantress.
And Boxy's still alive.
And they've still got 20 seconds on 33's Aegis. They get another stun connection on towards 33. Can they even finish him off the once? The Snowball comes in from Boxy. Punch him as well. The song comes in from Tofu. Tries to get Gaming Gladiators back to a safe spot. Quinn's able to jump away here. Tofu bailing the team out.
Drinking buddies.
It's about to get taken away from him. So 33 will get tossed back to safety. Liquid, they'll pull back with the Aegis expiring.
How is Boxy living all these moves? He kept himself at, what, 10% HP, it felt like, for 30 seconds. That was a lot used there from Gaimin. 10 seconds till DK form, 33.
With the opening. They don't quite have the damage there, and again, the disruption save there from Insania. Ace is caught at the front, they're bursting through this Centaur incredibly quickly. Ace is gone, and he doesn't have buyback.
the saves every single time. One final racks remaining. Ace down for 60. Gaimin, can they continue holding on? Liquid, they'll back up and reset off of that.
They will. I think a little bit of a sigh of relief there for Gaming Gladiators in a situation where they don't have their Centaur Ace for 50 seconds. Liquid are going to actually pull back away from them and not try and continue the push quite now.
So many of these fights, Gaming's just getting caught from what? I think it was a 3-man Ava toss there, and then a Wrath of Nature comes through, and multiple heroes are just at sub 50% HP. It's scary for them to commit afterwards. And these two supports on Liquid, they have to be addressed. Somehow they have to start getting like extra silences or something, because the saves, they're perfect. The disruptions are coming out almost instantly. The drinking buddy snowballs, etc. It's there just too fast. Gaming have to try to stop this.
I mean, on paper, you've got to imagine it's Quinn on the puck that's got to find the position to disrupt the disruptions effectively, put a stop to these sort of players coming in from the back lines.
Dyrachyo has found another damage item, so Mindbreaker from that neutral item, of course, and he has the Aghanims finished up, so a bit stronger and almost 25. Quinn as well has kicked up the pressure. Parasma is finished with a Mindbreaker of his own, so maybe like even these little silences or something that he can do with these extra attacks could be a little bit of an X-Factor difference maker. Still very difficult for Gaimin. They can't get through these tanky cores with these double saves.
And Liquid, really with how long they were able to get the action going throughout the end of that Aegis, it's getting close to the time where we will see Roshan pop up once more. And Liquid, with this sort of a lead, maybe not too much of a reason to take too many risks. So
I think they'll wait for that, Rosh.
I think so too.
Dyrachyo trying to do some sneaky plays here, but he's
got eyes on him. He's going to get the jump. 33's coming in with the damage. Backup is there for Dyrachyo. Dyrachyo's able to bail up to the high ground. Gaming Gladiators do split Liquid relatively apart. They fully commit over towards Insania, but he's able to get the self-disruption off. Nisha, eyes over towards Tofu. They've been able to burst through the two supports. This is the sort of fight the Gaming Gladiators needed in terms of the start of it. Can they get the cores? They'll look towards Nisha. Nisha with the BKB TP out. They've got nothing to stop it. He'll get away, but the song's up to put a stop to the escape of Mickey as Gaming Gladiators surround the Nature's Prophet. There's no save left for Mickey as Gladiators hit back hard.
Dyrachyo with the sneaky play, just playing around. He looks like he's, I mean, it's like a typical Dyrachyo. Hey guys, we got him.
That was a good bait.
He's got the whole team with him.
And now they could try for a bit of a push themselves. I mean, with this, it is 80 seconds, no Mickey.
That is very true. He does not have that buyback. Not yet, 500 gold away. He probably doesn't want to use it anyway. They've got the glyph. We'll be able to stall things out a bit here.
It is okay, still 1 minute and 45 seconds for the Roshan. So when he's back in, Liquid will have the full lineup back in force.
That could have been a pretty crucial moment. If it was one of those instant spawns, Gaming could have potentially snuck
check this out again. I mean, you're absolutely right. Dyrachyo, just kind of going for the bait play here, and Liquid, they kind of take the bait.
And they took the fight too. I was watching Mickey attempting for some split push potentially. It seemed like sending his trade, but he made the call to join. So they thought that they could probably take this fight, but overall, positioning from Gaming was a bit too superior with that song that isolates Mickey afterwards. And the damage from Dyrachyo, it's getting pretty scary.
And Mickey, and that BKB just not lasting quite long enough to allow him the safety to escape. Comes to an end, and Tofu's got the answer.
1 minute till the rush. They're going to check it out. They wish it was up immediately. 20 seconds, Mickey. Liquid still got to make the smoke out. They don't have the same information, so they've got to at least get something. They've got to poke their face there to see. AC was finished for Nisha.
I may have the net worth lead, but Gaming Gladiators certainly have the position advantage here.
Dyrachyo.
He's going to find 33 to start things off. He's going to try and open the play. There'll be an avalanche that trips up Quinn straight away. Quinn, he's got to be careful. Burst down about a third of the HP. Backup comes in from AC straight over towards Insania. The coil's there. Quinn, he's been able to isolate the two supports on the back line. The Dyrachyo, he's bringing in the damage. They're taking down Insania. Boxy getting low. He'll get another snowball off though, Boxy. They've finished off Tofu. Buyback comes in from Quinn. Snowball over towards Celery, but Boxy had to blink out. Still alive somehow on this task. 33 pots the BKB, tries to perform, but Mickey's actually blocked 33 off it inadvertently there with the Sprout. Goes for Dyrachyo, but Dyrachyo's able to get over this sort of area of the map that Liquid, they can't traverse quite as easily.
He's trouble.
Breaking away from them, but they've got the chase down. They've got another set of catch with the Sprout, and Mickey bringing in the damage. Liquid, they push for the fight. They get the combo onto Quinn. He's run out of orbs to jump to. He's got it back up in a second, but the crit comes in there hard from Nisha. Quinn, it's a die back on him. Liquid, they push for the fight. They take it, and they're straight into the Roche pit.
Nobody else is doing damage but Duracho. At some point, he just can't do it on his own. These 3 tanky cores, they sustain through all of it. With that buyback coming in, Quinn actually buys back, TPs to the top outpost, and goes through the Twin Gate to try to get involved because he got picked off very early on there. This avalanche from Nisha was absolutely absurd. It kind of read the play and broke that initial go that Gaming wanted to get to try to pop Duracho. And there you see Quinn, he does get punched up and brought down, so they have that number advantage for a good amount of time in this fight.
Times in this game, we're seeing Boxy just living on a slither of health.
Unbelievable
and getting to play out multiple sets of his abilities. And this gives them the chance for Liquid to re-engage. And at this part of the fight, you know, Quinn, as you say, buying back, it's just not enough to shift the tides of the team fight.
No, it takes him too long to get there because it's not like it's his outpost bottom. He has a TP top, go through a Twin Gate. Took him an extra 15 seconds or so to re-get inside that fight. And now Mega's been claimed. Liquid, they have 45 seconds.
They're pushing on. The fortification comes out. 40 seconds in which Gaming Gladiators are going to have to try and defend without Quinn. Ace looking for the lead, but he gets caught immediately by the Avalanche. Bounces away with the Ogre Seal turn. The Stampede's there to get back, but the tier 4s are falling. Liquid, they're onto the edge. Gaming Gladiators have got anything to stop this. They do not. GG's going to be called. Liquid take game 2.
They are playing so aggressive from the early game to the mid game. They're just very confident in the way they're playing and have to give tons of commands. I mean, the Boxy Tusk is just unbelievable. How many times is he living on slivers of HP? But at the end there, these avalanches from Nisha, he's reading the moments that they want to capitalize on getting these type of chain stuns to bring down this Bristleback, but he has that coverage kind of perfectly, especially in that last crucial fight.
And doing it in sort of 2 incredible fashions so far as well, this best of 5. The first game coming in with quite the turnaround. This game, getting that lead and holding it and making sure that they don't make mistakes, don't let it slip away from them. A couple of times, Gaming Gladiators, they did come back with a pretty decent pushback, but it was never enough to slow Liquid down. And as you say, that kind of drawing to some of these heroes that you're getting through, like the support picks, I can't imagine we're going to see the Shadow Demon Tusk duo get through
There's
again.
no way you can give them both, and probably at least not that Tusk, because Boxy out of control.
Well, there we go. So far, ladies and gentlemen, crazy stuff from Team Liquid here in this best of 5. They are 2 games up, 1 game away from claiming the championship title against Gaming Gladiators. Can Gaming Gladiators turn this one around? It's going to be tough. 2-0 at the moment for Team Liquid.
Oh, how the tables have turned. It was just about a month ago in this grand finals duo. These 2 teams were up against each other in a best of 5, and it was Gaming Gladiators that was up 2 games in a grand finals, and they made it look easy. I will say this is a very competitive final so far because Gaming Gladiators is putting up one heck of a fight. But Team Liquid doing it here again in game 2, now on match point in this best of 5. Before we get to game 3, there's so much to talk about, and I think there's one thing I just like to highlight. I think sometimes when we see patch notes, Lacoste, and we see a hero having +1 armor, and everybody's like, yeah, sure, whatever. I think Boxy just proved how important just 1 difference in stat can make. How did he live so frequently, such a sliver of HP?
Yeah, Boxy definitely a professional e-gamer that reads patch notes. This guy is playing out of his freaking mind. I did praise him before this game. I've been praising him throughout the whole year. Definitely deserves a praise. And with drinking buddies, or should we call it skull buddies, because he's pulling them out of so many troubles. I gotta point out the support duo, Insania and Boxy, playing the same heroes twice in a row, having Shadow Demon, having Tusk as well. You have this break mechanic, but it's gonna be nullified by both Disruption and the Snowball, so you're not gonna get the full value. One of the reasons why 33 was playing so aggressive into them.
Yeah, and those 2 supports, they went for Blink Dagger so early on. You had these double blinks in a game where Gaimin were already on the back foot, making it so that any move that they tried to make, the Liquid supports were there to counteract them. And in games where you're losing so hard, you just need any kill that you can get to get you back. But no, Boxy and Insania, amazing job. But I also want to talk about 33 on this Bristleback. He hit his item timing so early, from a free lane to being uncontested in the triangle to showing up bottom at minute 14 with an Aghanims, a Voodoo Mask, and completely popping off.
Liquid, they just have such a formidable triple threat, right? You've got the Tusk, the SD, and the Tiny. At any minute, if you don't execute on your jump, like you said, the saves are going to come into play, Nisha's going to hit a clutch avalanche. BKBs weren't really a thing for gaming too much in this game. So the avalanche, the toss, it was such high value for Liquid to utilize, and you've got to go to gaming. They're drafting themselves into a position of such high pressure moments. You're in the grand finals of TI, you want to get your first Aegis, and they're making themselves, like they're making the fight so difficult, and that's where Liquid is such a strong team. They exploit their opponent's inability to hit the perfect combination. For Gaming to get a kill, it's a stomp into a Silver Edge break, and then you murder. But Liquid, they have the supports, the Tiny, to completely break that apart. So even when there's a comeback on the cards for Gaming, they have to hit the perfect spells in high pressure situations, and if they don't, then they just lose the game. Like Liquid, there is no way you give them SD and Tusk in the next game. Like, it feels like it's illegal. Like, in this fight as well, it's like the DK goes in, they don't get the break for long enough onto the bristle because they have no follow-up damage, and then it's fully disjointed. Liquid keep kiting back, allowing for the fight to extend further. Puck goes down, has to buy back, but where's the damage? The DK, no BKB, no Satanic available. Like, it's just, he doesn't even have Satanic. He went for the Aghanims. Yeah, Gaming, it's such a struggle for them. Liquid are just out of this world at the moment.
They have to split this up, this duo, because it's doing way too much. They try to counter it with Riki in game 1. They had something prepared where you are going to pick up that shard. That cloud for Riki is going to be something very good against both of these spells, especially once you pick up the shard, of course. But second game, they try to counter it with the silence. Puck, to jump the back lines, it was not enough. Ace also picked up the Blink Dagger relatively early on, Blade Mail into Blink Dagger. This is like top 3 Blink Dagger purchases when it comes down to timing. And also Void Spirit. I think this is the key hero that has been banned in both of these games. They do not want to give Quinn a matchup where he's going to be able to jump the backline and kill the 2 supports.
And also, Boxy on the Tusk, he goes for a Halberd. We've only seen 4 other games of Halberd being picked up. The item is non-existent in the meta, due to the fact that when you BKB, the disarm just gets removed. But Boxy, he identifies the fact that against the Ratio, he is everything. He goes for the Armlet build, the Daedalus. Like, if he doesn't have a game, then there is no damage to come out. So he goes for an item that no other player cares about, and it comes in clutch. The Solar Crest, the Halberd. Again, Boxy, the Tusk. Please ban it or counterpick it. Don't let him have it.
And on the topic of the Dragon Knight, all that net worth was on Dyrachyo this game. Often Gaming would try to make these moves with Quinn and both of his supports, but it just wasn't enough numbers. They didn't do the damage. And typically when you think about Gaming and they snowball from the lanes into the mid game and just pop off on the map, it's with Quinn +2, right? They play as a ball themselves. This time around, that wasn't happening. Naga Siren was level 3 at minute 7, and Mickey TP's in, steals the Wisdom Rune. And that's one of the hardest games I've seen Tofu play. And Quinn, without the turrets that are his supports usually, without that duo that he's able to play with, couldn't find as many moves in that early game.
So why was Naga having such a hard time? Because I've been told this is supposed to be the most contested hero and banned all the time, T.
Because of the lane. You know, Gaming, they don't really want to put Enchantress on Tofu, therefore they force the Naga into the 4 role. They've done this before on Tofu, where he sometimes plays Bane in the 4 position, so he plays the 5 in a more greedy style. But I think Gaming are in their own heads. The TI meta dictates, if Naga available, must pick. I personally think that they didn't need to pick Naga in this game. They could have allowed Liquid to take it, forced the SD to not get picked up because Naga's in play, and you cannot put it in the 4 role. It needs to be the 5 position, opening up the fights with Song, and your 4 has to be damaging and threatening in lane. Your Naga Centaur lane is a passive, non-pressuring lane, and I think fundamentally Gaming kind of overcooked their draft here. They kind of stumbled into it, and yeah, I think this is probably one of the weakest drafts we've seen from Gaming so far at TI.
Well, lots to learn from that game, and we saw a lot of high fives coming out from Team Liquid. We saw in the previous game they already had some good comms, some happy moments. I'm sure there's more of the same in game 2.
On me. Run to me. I'm tipping. I'm alive.
Can we go fight them?
Focus. I'm coming from the left, Nara.
Naga will sleep. Naga sleeping. Naga can die.
I'm killing Naga.
I'm going center.
Naga dying, okay. They fucked up the sleep, guys. This is really bad.
Center.
Yeah, center. Planting him.
DK.
I clipped him.
You're purged.
I clipped the DK, guys. DK. Everyone on DK right now. Fuck, Ench.
Get back.
I'm fronting the Ench. He cannot be killed.
I wanna get back after.
Yeah, but he has gem on the... Gem on the Ench.
Okay, kill him. No shot on him.
That's fucking...
The focus, 1 by 1, Team Liquid is taking out Gaming Gladiators in that game. And now you hear it again, same as game number 1. Mickey is the one leading the charge, saying, I'm going on that guy, and everybody is following. Now, I know we talk a lot about the Tusk and the Shadow Demon, and wow, we saw 33 Bristle free game, but come on, that was twice in a row with Team Liquid, got the Nature's Prophet as their first pick, Effie. Is he not the problem, the Nature's Prophet?
I think the Nature's Prophet is putting Gaimin in a position where they feel the need to respond to it with either Chen or Enchantress. In that game 1, they picked Chen. In that game 2, they picked Enchantress, because to them, they want a hero that can steal the creep and counteract potential tower pressure. But by doing this, in game 2, they put the Naga Siren on 4, instead of maybe even rotating the heroes around, let Celery go bottom with Ace, let Tofu play it on the 5. No, they overcooked because of this Nature's Prophet. So maybe just, you know, take a breather, take a step back. You can still play those heroes if you want to. You can still let the Nature's Prophet through, but not at the sake of putting Naga Siren in an unfavorable position.
This is the big one. This is the big boy. Didn't die a single time in the previous game. Loved his itemization, picking up this early Aghanim Scepter, because they've been stacking a lot for him, knowing that the safe lane is not going to be as pressuring as it should be. So his itemization, Aghanim Scepter, picks it up relatively early on. Voodoo Mask, you know, just have a little bit of that spell lifesteal, and then gets SNY, becomes super tanky.
But this is Bristle's minute 14 inventory. Minute 14, double bracer, arcane, Voodoo Mask, Aghanim Scepter. And he went bottom. They were smoked bottom, and this is when Gaimin made their first big play to kind of have a comeback in that early game. They smoked with Ace's Blink Dagger on the Centaur, got 1 kill, but then here comes 33 with that ridiculous net worth, just comes in with his Ags and just melts Centaur at that point, and it changed a lot too.
Yeah, it's why the game was so difficult. You've got a DK pick into a Bristle that you can never push the Bristle out of lane. You don't really want to contest stacks too early. Then you've already conceded the off lane, like I mentioned, so you're always playing for the comeback, sorry. So again, Gaimin, please, in this next game, bring a little bit more oomph to the laning phase. Otherwise, we could just see a repeat. Liquid 2 games in a row, by 20 minutes, they just control everything.
I'm sure that they'll come back swinging in that third game. Before we get there, though, we're first going to check in on what Tsunami and Slacks are up to.
That is right, Shiver. I am here in the crowd. Hello, Copenhagen.
I love the energy right now.
What the?
I feel, yeah, I'm there too. I'm hiding on the side of you.
This is a split screen.
We're split screening.
Well,
we're doing PvP right now, Slacks.
Listen up, man. I went and found some gaming gladiator homies in the crowd. Everyone over here is a gaming. What is this? Liquid, get the hell out of here! Get out! Get out! This is all gaming gladiator fans right here, and they could use some energy. Is anybody out there a gaming gladiator fan? All right. Who are you cheering for? Who are you calling out?
Duraccio, let's go!
Duraccio! Okay. How you feeling? Any advice for the boys that are listening to you in the back?
We know that you can do it. We trust you. Tofu, please. We can do it. 3 matches. Let's fucking go!
Let's fucking go! All right. You promised me full energy.
I will give you full energy.
I'm going to do something I never do. I'm going to let you hold the mic. Do not make me regret this, okay? You've got this.
Okay, guys.
Are we standing up?
In Norway, we have a word that's called forsvinn, and it rhymes with quinn. So it basically means quinn or disappear. So can I get a quinn or forsvinn? Quinn or forsvinn? Quinn or forsvinn? Quinn or forsvinn? You got this guy 3 games now, baby!
Yeah, baby! All right, good luck, Tsunami. Good luck following that up.
That's very cute, Slacks. I like that you found 3 fans. But let me just ask the whole arena. Royal Arena in Copenhagen. Are you rooting for Liquid right now? What more do I need to say, Slacks? I think they did the talking for me.
Boo! That is bull! All right, Gaming Gladiator fans, one more time. He thinks he's already won. This team thinks they've already won, but we are still here. GG, one more time. Are you ready?
All right, forget the partisanship. Royal Arena, are you ready for some more Dota? I guarantee you it'll be a game 3 no matter what, so let's get into it.
Thank you very much, and I know that we've got a lot of fans for both teams in this arena. I think more than anything, though, they are fans fans of Dota 2, so whether you are rooting for Gaming Gladiators or for Team Liquid, seeing more Dota is never a bad thing. I will say it has happened. Grand Finals where there's a reverse sweep, it's not unheard of. The last time it happened, actually, unfortunately for Gaming Gladiators, Effie, they were on the receiving end of that one. In Kuala Lumpur, just almost a year ago.
That was so fun. That was one of my favorite Grand Finals ever. This was versus Azure Ray, who pulled out this great comeback versus their lone druid strategy. And Gaimin, they often are put in positions where they're so dominant, they start to lose a few games, and they kind of crumble. I feel like in positions in these Grand Finals where we've seen them put under pressure slightly, it starts to snowball, because at last TI as well, 2023, they just got 3-0'd by Team Spirit. I refuse to believe, though, Shiver, that it's going to happen again. I refuse to believe we're going to see another 3-0 Grand Finals.
I refuse as well, but we're going to find out Game 3 what has it got in store for us. We'll have to wait and see a little bit longer, though, but first we're going to check in with Purge.
Thanks, Cheever. I want to look back at that game one more time right before the next game starts, and the key hero was the Bristleback, in my opinion. Watch how 3-3 plays this level 1 where he's vulnerable here. He just presses Quill Spray. Nice snowball from Tusk is going to buy him a couple seconds to press Quill Spray some more, and that basically gets him past the dangerous part of the laning stage, which gets him to the 5-minute mark where he's pretty much by himself against Duraccio. There was a nice rotation from Boxy, Mickey TP's in as well, and that's going to get him first blood. That's the last time he sees a hero for a long time, because he's basically just Quill Spraying out these lanes, and then what he does afterwards is he starts pulling the creep waves into the jungle to clear stacks. So he's absolutely maximizing farm. This is the fastest way that you can farm in the early game, and he's getting completely uncontested. And then afterwards, he's going to clear these ancient stacks. He did get blocked by Gaming Gladiators earlier, but they are eventually dewarded. He gets 500 gold from the ancients, 400 from this large camp stack. It was a huge amount of net worth, which led to a 12-minute Ags and his ultimate rotation bottom. Now, this part of the game is really crucial for what it gives to Gaming Gladiators. By him playing this area, this is a really dangerous part of the map for the Radiant team. Most heroes just don't even touch this area. So really, the normal safe area that they take is like this. But they got a whole extra this on the map. Look how much less map space that there is on the Gaming Gladiators side of the map. They just have less resources to collect as the game goes on, and that's solely because he was so stupidly far ahead and he was playing an incredibly tanky hero. And this ultimately culminates with them collecting more gold slowly over time, and that makes their high grounds even easier, especially when they have those saves to back him up when he does get gone on. So Bloodstone on top of that, Aegis to heal up, he's able to do damage. It just makes their game and their sieging a lot easier. It's really hard to get a net worth advantage against Gaming Gladiators, but Liquid found a way in game number 2.
Thanks, Purge. They did. And there's one thing that we talked about before game number 2. One thing that we said Gaming Gladiators should address, one or the other. They should either try to ban out Boxy or ban out 33. And they chose to do the latter, Tigov. They chose to try to ban out 33. A lot of bans. We got Doom, Visage, Beastmaster, all removed from the pool. And so he got a Bristleback. And I thought he had a hero pool that was relatively small. Like, they did what we said.
Yeah,
it kind of backfired.
They banned out 33, but then also kind of strategically banned themselves out of even playing the game. So I hope they find kind of some middle ground as they walk onto the stage and they can hear me, so I'll be polite and say, good luck guys, you got this.
I think we want to wish all 10 players the best of luck in this third game of a best of 5 for Team Liquid. They are on match point. 2-0 up against their nemesis team, against a team that has beaten them so many times in Grand Finals, time and time again. Was it all just a plot to learn and grow to finally, at the grandest of stages, be able to eliminate them and to take that crown, Lacoste?
Patience is the key. They've been very patient, waiting for ages, waiting forever pretty much, because last year at TI they also got eliminated by them. So I think this team is hungry for revenge, and seems like the time has come for Team Liquid. I want to see if Quinn is ready. I want to see if he has a chewing gum in his mouth. Every single time he does, he's fully focused. Didn't notice it on the camera, so would like to see what he's doing right now.
I'm sure we'll get him on your screen in just a little bit. For now, we're seeing the man that has a chance of being a repeat TI champion, Effie.
he is a problem. I mean, Liquid came in full form today. They came to play. They are increasing their tempo that we've already seen dominate so many teams. They've increased it by 5 notches today, where they're making Gaming Gladiators, a team famous for their tempo, look like they can't play into it. And it's all at the core of 33 and his hero pool and the timings that he plays on. In game 1, his Visage just created such a problem after one team fight. The net worth is reversed. In this game 2, his Bristleback just completely free farms and becomes this body that blocks off Gaimin from the rest of his team. They have to do something about MT.
Again, the cool thing with 33 is like when we think about our 2-time TI winners, right? It's like the core of OG doing it, this core of Spirit doing it, right? But to be an individual player, to go from one team of Tundra to move to a brand new team, and then to use the systems that you maybe learned at Tundra, adopt it to Liquid, to then push them to a grand final, a single game away. Like that is testament to who 33 is as a player, as a person, because normally you need, multiple layers of experience to get to this position. So yeah, again, a single game and 33 will book himself into a very elite club.
Really does. And I wonder, what is the biggest difference that we see from the previous grand finals that these two teams played, where the result was so vastly different, to this grand finals, Lacoste? Because it does feel like we see an entirely different Team Liquid on the stage here.
They learned a lot. They also have a new perspective. We said that KP joined the team, so having some new, fresh ideas, because they were always so close, but had this like mental thing, I would say, when it comes down to playing against Gaming Gladiators. And also meta does favor them. Some of the heroes that are super strong right now, 33, he is popping off. And that's why I said coming into this series that his hero pool looks small, but they also have a lot of heroes that they haven't showed yet, knowing that they had all the 2-0s in the upper bracket, so they didn't play as many matches as other teams.
Also, I feel like in the history of Liquid and Gaming often was the team that presented their strategies, and Liquid have kept adapting. It's like, oh, we need to beat the Ace here, we need to beat the Quinn aggression. But this is like the first time I've seen Liquid make a statement as, this is our Dota. You draft against us. They're confident. They're not coming into the series thinking, oh my god, our nemesis, we have to beat them. Like, they've made a statement in game 1 in the entire playoff bracket, and Gaming are the ones second guessing themselves. They're picking a CK Ricky in game 1. They're going for like a game 2 Naga Siren when they don't really want to play it with a puck, and like everything's just a bit discombobulated. I said that, yeah, that's cool. For Gaming. And Liquid, they're not. They're just continuing to do the same thing game and game again.
And they are making the statements that T is talking about, because they're first phasing Nature's Prophet. They're letting Celery's signature Zoo heroes go through, heroes that typically counter that hero. They're letting DK go through in games that it looks really good. They beat DK 5 times now, 100% win rate Liquid has against that hero. They just eliminated Gaming's confidence yesterday in that hero, and they're throwing out picks. They don't care if those picks get countered. They're challenging Gaimin to play the counter picks, and Gaimin are doing that and losing.
Yeah, I wonder, this game that we just watched, game number 2, had that Naga Siren in it, the one that we've seen banned for the majority of this event. Being able to beat it, T, surely gives a gigantic strategic advantage for Team Liquid.
I mean, we're looking at the ages, it feels like they're minutes away from potentially lifting it, and that's where strategically I agree. Naga Siren is going to be a key piece of the puzzle here. Will Gaming ban it? Are they scared to pick it again? Honestly, if I'm Gaming, maybe give it to Liquid. Try and show us how, we just saw Naga lose. Try and beat it yourself.
Let's see if they will allow Team Liquid to have that. Let's see if they can 3-0 this grand finals, or if Gaming Gladiator will push it to a next game. We're going to head into this third game.
Team Liquid versus Gaming Gladiators Grand Finals Game 3.
It is match point for Team Liquid. 2 games up here, and they will start this game 3 on the Dire side. They will have their first pick. It means Gaming Gladiators is Radiant side, and they will have their overall last pick. And it also means that we already know what the Naga Siren will do. And we've seen the learning curve for the Tusk as well, as both Naga and Tusk, together with the Doom and the Sand King, are banned in this third game. Team Liquid, they have so far banned that Broodmother as well as the Lone Druid, and we'll follow that up with Diracho's Alchemist as well. But once again, for the third time in a row, Nature's Prophet, first pick by Team Liquid, Lacoste.
This is confidence. This to me says the ball is in your court, like you gotta address this. Like you gotta do something about this Nature's Prophet. We've shown it 2 times already. You were unable to beat it. There's not gonna be Tusk this time around, so he's not gonna have that extra save, extra damage that could come out. Gaming Gladiators, they know what's up. They need to shift things around, and I like the switch up already. I think Wind Ranger has shown, and we've also seen from Micepad yesterday, when it's a good game for Wind Ranger, you should pick it, and also the itemization that he did go for the Revenant's Brooch. There are still a lot of things in Dota to be explored.
And it's going to give Dyrachyo an earlier timing to play on. It's going to give him the ability to go through the gate and help his team when the side lanes are going poorly. He couldn't do that in either game. We've seen Dyrachyo just hit the jungle, come out with a minute 15 Maelstrom into BKB, collapse with his team and take a lot of objectives. I want to see that kind of playstyle out of Dyrachyo. We don't want to see him sitting back and farming on a DK for 50 minutes.
Yeah, and in the previous game, we saw elements of the strategy coming to life for gaming. Like when Liquid came to the high ground, there was points of pressure. Liquid had to second guess how often they could be aggressive. It was just Dyrachyo versus the world. So this time around, with the Windrunner, have some elements of, Tofu being able to make a statement. And then when Liquid comes for that inevitable death ball, be ready, have the tools to try and withstand it. Because so far, not the case.
And also just hero to hero, Wind Ranger has a very comfortable matchup against Nature's Prophet with the Windrun, with the power shot to cut through his Sprout. With the Whirlwind later on, she's always going to be able to output damage even if she's Gleipnired.
Yeah, we got a Monkey King and a Shadow Demon ban. It is Team Liquid themselves that ban out the Shadow Demon there. So 2 saving supports that we've seen so far in both games are removed. I wanted to point out that in terms of offlaners, we now do see the Bristleback removed from the pool by Gaming themselves, but that Visage is still in. The one that we saw coming out for Team Liquid in game number 1, Visage is still in, and Pickoff, that's a Marcy.
I would love to see Liquid go for a Treant Protector now, but I'll cover that in a second. Gaming though, with the Marcy, we used to see it a lot when it was about maybe half a year ago, because against ranged cores, you get that phase boost BKB, you get a Basher, you lock onto a ranged hero, and they don't get to play Dota. They get, half HP, 100 to 0 by the support. It also amps up the Windrunner, and it does take a bit of time though, but it's the aggression that Gaming expect. Liquid though, like I said, the Treant Protector, I'd love this here. The Overgrowth against Windrunner, you get Maelstrom BKB, Overgrowth, you're now nullified in the fight. Wow. The speed in which Liquid want to play.
It's the same for every single game. Visage gives them that extra gold. We've seen game 1, that Visage, even though they were 7k gold down, all it takes is one good fight. Suddenly your net worth is going to skyrocket because of your facet. I want to see what the pairing is going to be if they want to go for another melee hero. So far, Boxy, the only melee hero he has played in the tournament has been Tusk, but Boxy also has different heroes that he can bring. I think Dark Willow is going to be probably contested as well when it comes down to Boxy, because what Wind Ranger wants to do, she wants to run in, and it's going to be hard to maneuver. That's why Clockwork is also going to be a strong pickup against her.
You're also comfortable putting this Clockwork on Boxy if another good support presents itself, and it creates a good lane with Visage. On the topic of Marcy, we could... I know Mirana hasn't been doing that great, but this idea of picking Mirana with Marcy and a ranged core, like amplifying her damage to the max and taking fights based off of that, could be a strategy that reemerges in this grand finals.
We did see Gaming Gladiator go for the Mirana-Marcy combo, but they did it on the 2 support positions rather than going for that Mirana as a core. Can still be a flex. The same way that Gaming Gladiators have played Wind Ranger as both a carry and a mid lane this event so far.
Gaming just need to respect that their heroes do not provide damage without items. And right now, Liquid are... It's reminding Gaming, if you do not win your lanes to enable yourself to farm, we are going to break your map. So the next 2 picks, I'd like to see them at least be able to push out the lanes or provide purpose, because I don't think going for pick-off play on Gaming is going to help you. Even if you get pick-off, you are going to miss out.
And see what they get. The Underlord.
I mean, Underlord is the hero that you kind of default to when you're playing against push lineups. With things like Nature's Prophet and Visage that are going to run at your buildings, you can offset that with your Firestorm, with your early auras, and group up early on in the game. So it is an 8 specialty hero. It did lose in game 1, but it feels quite protected in this game 2. There's no Bristleback in the pool. Monkey King was taken out by Team Liquid. Alchemist was taken out by Team Liquid. And the only heroes that are good against Underlord that are left in the pool aren't good in this meta. Heroes like Ursa and Slark.
You did mention, Effie, that this Clockwork can be played as a position 4. You know who's a really good position 5 player? that's Insania with his Rubik potentially. If he wants to steal some of the spells, mostly against the Underlord, now it might be the time to bang it out.
They'll first go back for that Nisha puck. So we'll have to wait and see what comes out in that final phase, as Mirana will be the hero picked up by Gaming Gladiators. Again, the flex potential still there. We have seen them run this earlier. It was actually the same lane as Mirana Underlord in their second game against Tundra today.
It's a much better game style for Tofu to play a hero that's not going to be level 3, unit 7, something that can play with Quinn early on. And like I mentioned earlier, the Solar Flare as a means to buff up damage on Wind Ranger, with that also Solar Crust that's going to be bought by one of the 2 supports placed on her with the sidekick, it's going to be ridiculous.
Quinn has to find a hero that can punish Puck in the lane. If Quinn can shut out the Puck, then there's life to game in draft. The Underlord will buy the auras, you'll get to the BKB timing win on her, and there's a game on your hand. So I'm really looking at Quinn, finding the hero that can stop Puck from just blowing up this game. And of course, Sniper, Extreme Gaming, they utilize this multiple times to prevent Puck from playing the game. Quinn just needs to go, he's got the last pick, a lot of pressure on him. He has to find the hero to stop Nisha from continuing his streak of being undefeated on Puck.
Yeah, Void Spirit's still available, so I think they will still remove it, because it's a good matchup. It's also a physical damage. They want something that's going to scale, something that's going to utilize this Mirana ulti, maybe even this sidekick. Most of the damage is going to be on the Wind Ranger, but we've seen 4 Protect 1 strategies not working most of the time, because you are lacking damage in these mid and late game fights.
This is where it's funny what's been going on with DK, because it's another great DK pick for Gaming Gladiators, but every time they run it against Liquid, they have lost. So I mean, this DK would fit the bill of the instant stun versus the puck, a hero that takes advantage of Solar Flare like you mentioned, but I think their confidence in this hero is broken at the moment.
So much damage with the last pick as well. Dark Willow plus Vigil in lane, super high damage, Clock and Nature's Prophet. They both like to play onto the map as well. It is so scary how quick Liquid can ball up and try and take the fight. Will Quinn answer this with a counter-aggressive hero? Will he have the hero that shuts down Puck in lane? Or just bring the team fight? There's so many questions that Gaming need to answer with this last pick, but you can't answer them all with a single hero. They're going to have to choose one of the poisons and then try and cure it.
Give me Shaker or give me that Ricky again. It looks like a god-tier Ricky game one more time. They tried it, it didn't work, but this time around, they don't have the double save.
You believe in it?
I do believe in the hero. I thought the hero is going to be picked up so much more, but seems like there were other heroes available on the menu throughout the tournament. Dark Willow is the one that I did mention, where they're going to be troublous maneuvering, and you can also control the fight. So you have Cogs, you have Puck Coil, you have Dark Willow with the Terrorize, with the Bramble. So Wind Ranger needs to get it into a fight somehow pre-BKB. When it's time.
Oh. Why not? Why not, T?
Yeah, I was going to say, like, maybe they go for a Timber for another body, but the Quinn Pangolier wreaked havoc in 2023. You know, it fell off a little bit in 2024, but it is a Quinn specialty. It is a hero that can buy time, that can open up the game. And that's all Gaming really need to do. You go to a high ground or an objective defense. If the Pango and Underlord can keep the fights going, eventually the double buff up of Marcy and Morano will give Winona access to the fight. But it's all about buying time. Gaming need to choose the correct fights. If they take 1 or 2 bad fights, that's it. The map's lost. You're gonna struggle so much. So a lot of pressure again on Gaming.
The thing is, Puck is very happy to play against Pango with that Dream Coil. If you're picking this Pango, you're defaulting for comfort in this potential elimination, this potential loss at the Grand Finals. Give your players their best heroes, their most comfortable picks, and what this Pango will do is control the backlines in a way that he wasn't able to comfortably in the last few games. And as this backline control is happening, hopefully Duraccio just comes in as a beast with all of this damage and takes his team to a Game 4.
Let's find out if we're going to have that Game 4 or if we will be ready to crown a champion here at the International 2024. But before we head into that game number 3, though, we're heading over to the stage where we're hearing from Coach Blitz.
Thank you very much. I am joined by the coach of a team that is currently up 2-0. Now, this is unprecedented. Out of all of your matchups over time, you have never been up 2-0 against Gaming Gladiators. How do you feel right now?
I mean, it hasn't really hit home yet because you still need to win the entire series. I mean, I've seen them get reverse swept by Azure, so it's just as possible. I'm trying to keep my guys as calm as possible and just tell them, like, job's not done yet.
which is what I'm curious about, because not only is it unprecedented in terms of the history, but like for a lot of these players, being this deep in Grand Finals, even making it to Grand Finals in the first place is a new feeling for 3 out of the players on your team. How are they handling the nerves?
They're handling it great because they know that we have the best players in the world. We have Nisha. Like, they have no counter to that. I've been waiting for this guy to pop off against Quinn for so long and just rub it in the dirt, and it feels so good.
But talk up more of them. I mean, the rest of your team's contributing. Tell me about Boxy.
He's kind of a bot. We'll look to replace him. If Zai wants to play again wherever you are, we will take you as our 4 next year.
Thoughts on Insania, maybe?
Again, if anybody under the age of 35 wants to play 5 for our team, it's all good. You can just play clock every game. If you can do it, just DM me on Twitter. It's all good.
Mickey?
Oh, Mickey's irreplaceable, straight up.
Hey, all right. And then 33, the only man in that booth to have his name on the Aegis.
Twice.
It's gonna happen twice, and it might just happen in this game. Let's send it on to game number 3.
So there we have it there, Blitz. Coming with some jokes about his support. So the funny thing is, I guess this draft, so from Liquid, we are seeing indeed a bit of a change. It's not the tough Shadow Demon again this time. The cause that he was talking up there, Blitz, on his team Liquid. They're getting to play stuff that we've already seen so far this series, and it's looked pretty good, Fog.
Yeah, this time I would say their draft it's much more aggression. Last time we saw multiple different saves and stuff like that. This time it's all out, just go, go, go time. But gaming, they've got a very formidable draft. They've got Quinn on his signature Pango that he's been waiting to bust out here. They've got this Wind Ranger with tons of amplification from the Solar Flare, from the Marcy. We should be in for a treat for this one. Let's hope so.
We absolutely should. Hopefully indeed. 2-0 at the moment, Liquid. Just this one game that stands between them and claiming that championship title here at the International 2024. Can Gaming Gladiators turn these things around? And as you say, yeah, the Quinn Pango coming in last. I mean, as talked about by the panel, obviously a comfort pick for Quinn, but also on paper, looking at the matchups, a good game for the Pango in general, or what do you sort of see the future being for Quinn this game?
Just has to really watch out for the puck coils for the most part inside this early game. Besides that, there's no real BKB piercing disable. Once he gets rolling in most of these fights, he's gonna just be able to kind of commit forward there. So just has to watch out for those early initiations that come out from the puck, the silence in particular. But yeah, it can look like a very, very good Pango game if he's able to get through that type of stage of these silences. Dyrachyo, let's see how he's able to sustain it. Because Boxy and 33, they've been menaces with this Visage combo.
Yeah, look how low Dyrachyo is. He's got to be careful sneaking around the trees here. Boxy is hunting for him.
He's got power. Boxy might just be able to find him.
If he could get 2 more hits in, he'll pretty much have. And the Tango regen starting to kick in for Dyrachyo. I mean, either way, it's pretty painful being forced right back from the lane.
All right, Celery, you're farming under the tower now.
All right, Celery moving up to the carry. I mean, in the past we have had Wind Ranger support. I mean, we'll see how much of a hit that sort of takes to him at this early first wave or so that Dyrachyo just gets completely forced away from.
He got every last hit, Owen. Celery got 8 of them.
He's ready.
He literally got every single one of those last hits. So even though the Wind Ranger got 0, he did ensure to get those. And he's level 2. Dyrachyo. There's only level 1, but they do have that power spike of the 2 now on the Marcy. Very well done there from Celery.
And this bottom lane, they've got to be so careful again. This Boxy 33 Dark Willow Visage duo. We've seen 33's Visage. If he starts to get these kills, get that gold advantage, this hero, especially in 33's hands, gets completely out of control.
Does get that Shadow Realm off. They've got the level 2s. Dyrachyo has to be super careful. If that was level 2 Boxy, that's probably a kill on Dyrachyo there because they would have had those brambles.
Yeah, he has to be so careful here, Dyrachyo. Whilst Liquid have this XP advantage against him in the lane.
It's tough to look away from here. We are able to glance toward the mid right now. We see Quinn doing very good in that matchup versus Nisha. Brambles come out bottom, doesn't catch the Dyrachyo, but Celery put low. A second Soul Assumption.
It's a lot of damage. The hit from the Shadow Realm and the Soul Assumption. It's enough. First blood for 33. As I say, you've got to keep an eye on how much money this lad's going to be able to make from this lane. Getting a first blood, getting actions with the Soul Assumptions. This could be tough for Gaming Gladiators down here.
It could definitely be tough to Dyrachyo in particular. When you mess up your first wave like this, and you have to just bring so much extra regen, it is tough to kind of recover when Visage just gets so much extra gold. You can bring all this extra mana regen to keep getting this spam going. And overall for Wind Ranger in this game, now that we can look at a little bit of hesitation for a moment that he's not dying, there's an insane amount of magical burst for this hero. Not the tankiest if you get off to a little bit of a tough start. If they just throw constant nukes onto her early, could be difficult for Dyrachyo.
Quite the recovery required. 3 minutes in, just 4 last hits here so far that Duracho's been able to find in the safe lane.
I can't even look elsewhere. I keep trying to look to a different lane to see how they're doing, but yeah, they just keep getting put so low, and the wave's going to push out again.
I think so far on the other side of the map, Mikke 15 for 4 against the 7 for 3. Another lane in which Gaming Gladiators having a bit of a slower start when it comes to the farm in their core matchup.
This is the power of this Nature's Prophet with this tree. And the Mirana in general can't really apply too much pressure up here. You can try to like arrow this tree and stuff like that, being able to slow down the farm of Mikke, it's going to take quite a bit longer. Maybe when level 3 comes out onto Ace, they can look to start putting a little more aggression, but it's very good lanes kind of across the board from Liquid. It's just Quinn having that advantage in mid.
He's got to do a lot on his Pango. Well, we have seen him in the past really pop off when he gets a good start in the Pango there. He's going to have to do something crazy this game because, yeah, the openings on the side lanes, pretty much the rougher ones that Gaming Gladiators have had so far this series.
It's wild to see how much last hits the supports have. Of course, we mentioned Celery with the 10 that he had from those first 2 or 3 waves, but also Tofu's just been arrowing creeps and also getting some himself, so. The CS looks pretty bad on the cores, but at the least they do have a couple extra on those supports that almost, not fully even things out, but kind of do.
Try to make the jump hits. A good amount of burst thrown down over towards Dark Willow, but Boxy is able to fight back with the Shadow Realm. He's going to try and do so, but another dispose comes in. Boxy's going to go down. Gaming Gladiators sort of baiting him into trying to take that fight back towards them. They'll come out on top of him, find a very important kill between the two of them to strike back at Liquid on this bottom lane.
The raindrops have started to come out for bottom lane. Most important thing you can pretty much buy when you're playing versus Visage, so you don't just get constantly chunked down. The damage is still incredibly high, but now you'll be able to at least survive the first 2 of those Soul Assumptions. Bottom, they also get another throwback onto 33. I don't believe they have enough damage, though.
It's pretty beefy now with the 2 braces and the wand on top of it. So a lot of burst is going to have to be thrown his way to try and take him down during this early stage of the lane.
Sania getting chased out here a little bit by Tofu. Does have the Lotus, should be fine.
As the mid matchup goes,
getting a bit more even.
It is indeed. A little bit of a catch up for Nisha. I mean, his puck play been pretty phenomenal. I believe he yet to lose a game here.
He's really been pushing the limits on some of these
top lane.
Heroes is Mikke.
Talking about pushing the limits here, Mikke is going to get run down. Ace and Tofu chasing him off into the trees, and Insania not quite in position or having the tools to hold them back this time.
I like that's like the kind of the result of what happened when Tofu was just clicking and poking Insania on the side there. They see that opportunity to go from it. Swashbuckle, big damage on Tanisha, keeping him low.
And Quinn has hit the 6. Hard for him to make a play on his own against the puck.
Can't look to play for the power rune. It's the biggest power tends to be there for the Pango, is playing around that power rune early on with the Rolling Thunder, just kind of chain CCing somebody. Heavy rotations coming in. The coil catches though.
He's going to come out immediately. The silence follow up as well as the TP, and they've got the burst to take Quinn out before he gets the chance for a shield crash.
Tofu will be at least able to take away that rune, so Nisha doesn't get that refill. But yeah, Nisha, no hesitation. The second he hits 6, gets that Dream Coil because Quinn was still low.
Bottom lane, starting to see, Duracho
getting better.
Indeed, he's recovering slowly but surely after what was a very rough opening few minutes to this 3rd game.
He is isolated though. We are seeing the Marcy making the moves around Celery, looking to get involved elsewhere. Insania.
It's going to be off the mark there with the rebound. Look at the pit. I mean, Insania's going to kind of bring them back over towards him there with that little bit of unfortunate cogs. The arrow angle from Tofu, it's perfect. Comes in, Starstorm also just at the limits of the range. It's enough damage to catch Insania out.
And look at this move, the old school Duracho move. Quick movement, Mikke might not expect this.
I don't think he expects this whatsoever. See if Duracho's got enough setup to buy time for the rest of the team to move over. Tofu's trying to head in, and he's got the arrow back up in a second, leaps in for the burst damage. Mikke, he's got no one to help out. Gaming Gladiators. The Sprout comes out from Mikke, it won't save him. Aggressive moves here that are really helping them just kind of alleviate the pressure that was being applied on them from the rough start to the lanes. Getting Duracho involved like this, it's these sort of moves that will start to get them the actual overall gold lead in this early game.
I love seeing that move. Celery just ditching bottom a bit, and then you see that Duracho's like, yeah, well, I can just go through this gate. I don't have anybody behind me, but I can just join in to shut down this Nature's Prophet, who dies now back-to-back. Mikke is getting caught out early here. That level 6 is going to come out quite a bit later than they had in those last 2 games. That Wrath of Nature pressure It's not going to be there as early as I think Liquid initially anticipated to have. They will have the 6 on 33, so bottom tower. They do have to have someone here to occupy. Dyrachyo has to be careful.
He's going to get caught in the bramble. Immediate TP's coming in to try and help it out. They've got the Fiend's Gate as well, bringing in the numbers, Gaming Gladiators, and 33 is going to go straight away, or at least try to for the Twin Gate, but the pit's there. Into the roll from Quinn. They're going to be able to catch 33 on his attempted escape. He's bumped down to the low ground. They're still able to reach him with the damage of the Firestorm to take him out. Gaming Gladiators making some excellent early game moves here, up and down the map, catching Liquid out time and time again.
This time they're on point with these early rotations, just like we saw in the first game in particular. Those first 10 minutes of the first game also, they did have, what, a 7,000 gold lead or so. This one, playing around this Underlord, this map mobility, it's fast.
I know that Mickey's around here somewhere, Quinn. See if he's going to be able to bully Mickey. Mickey into the trees, pops up the Nature's Wrap, the rebounds in. Mickey, he's got no teleportation, no TP scroll. They're both on cooldown. He'll sprout himself in, but they'll still be able to reach over, take him out again. The moves continue from Gaming Gladiators. In the mid, the jump's made. Nisha's able to burst through. Tofu did have to use the Dream Coil for that in return.
3 kills now onto Mickey, though. He still is 900 ahead of Dyrachyo, at least on the gold, but those kills are definitely going to inflate the other cores there of Gaming Gladiators. Quinn, it's just constant moves around. They are not looking to slow down. Even if they don't have Rolling Thunder, they want to occupy these lanes. They don't want to lose these towers early on versus this Nature's Prophet Visage lane. More rotations.
Trying to lead in a burst through the Familiars. He's actually able to get one of them there. Easy gold for Quinn.
And he's got Rolling Thunder up in 5 seconds, so he feels safe to do so.
Difficult for Liquid to fight into this area of the map. They have to hold back. They have got the creeps pushing in on them, so 33 will manage to keep farming safely underneath his own tower.
Bit difficult for Liquid to make that first move without Coil or without the hook shot. A little difficult for them to at least get a jump onto some of these squishier heroes. I mean, again, look at Quinn. It's immediate aggression. They just keep wanting to look at this top side, keep wanting to slow down Mickey.
I mean, eventually, yeah, Mickey. I'll see if they catch him this time. This time he's at the deepest camp possible.
He doesn't see too much on the map either, so is he going to see this coming?
See what he wants to do after he clears up the camp. Quinn's actually bailed out. And lucky enough for Mickey that Quinn made that call to pick up the farm in the mid, because if Quinn stuck around, they could have had a shot at taking Mickey down again.
Levels on the supports for Gaming Gladiators both have hit 6 at a good margin ahead of those supports on the side of Liquid. Big damage that can come between the two of them. The Solar Flare amping up the Marcy. This Marcy definitely has potential to even solo kill some of these cores early on because of how good of a start that Celery's had. Even though it's a 5 position, throw a Solar Flare on there, Mickey could definitely be in trouble.
Yeah, Tofu on top of that. You know, both of the supports on Gaming Gladiators having, you know, maybe not to plan, but that stronger start because of the cores out in the mid. The burst comes through. Quinn, not a chance to get out of this one, but maybe a chance for Gaming Gladiators as a team to find something in return. As the numbers turn up, they get the pick control onto Nisha, but no further burst as Liquid turn up the full 5-man here to put some pressure in on the mid lane.
They get that initial catch, the coil. It's the one thing that Quinn has to watch out for this game. If they can get burst down during that coil silence. Boxy was there for the follow-up. Nisha applying big pressure onto this mid tower here. I believe he has his Witchblade nearly finished already.
And 33 will swing back down towards the bottom lane. Try and make sure that Dyrachyo doesn't end up getting too much space.
Where did that extra catapult come from? Did that come from like top lane? 2 catapults from Dire were just hitting the mid tower. It's 11 minutes in. Wait, what? That was weird. I didn't see where it actually came from. But Mickey, I mean, he dies, but it's the thing about the Nature's Prophet is you just get back onto the map really fast and you farm super quick. So still having that disparity between him and this Wind Ranger, 1,100 difference between the two of them. Still pretty big. Dyrachyo is, of course, going to have these amp ups. He's going to have this amp from the Marcy and from the Solar Flare very early. Yeah, Mickey just keeping that difference at the least.
And Quinn wants to keep bringing the action. Down towards the bottom, him and Tofu. They want to try and find 33 ideally. I mean, they'll settle for any core.
Oh, and look at the build 33 is going for. Just straight Crimson Guard. Knows how much physical damage they have from the Pango. Very cool approach.
I know Nisha's stepping up pretty far in the mid. Finding the opening onto the puck's pretty difficult for these heroes.
That's always going to be a problem for them, is shutting down this puck. Quinn has to be careful every single time that Nisha does step up. Dyrachyo can't go for that one. Dyrachyo now could be in trouble himself.
And he's got the hook shot. They're ready to get him with the catch. They drop down the cogs. They manage to trap Dyrachyo. He's gone. Quinn jumps in with the Rolling Thunder, looking for kills in return here. If the opening bounce onto Miscellaneous, Ace comes over with the Fiend's Gate.
Liquid's got the numbers.
He'll get caught in the backlines, but Mickey TPing over. The Fear catches on to both, and then 33 bringing in the Familiar, having the change done to control Gaming Gladiators, take down Celery, and now turn turn the damage towards Ace as Liquid, they take out 4.
Big mistake from Duracho, trying to get involved early on. He's still so fragile. There's so much magic damage and control. Nisha just throws the coil out onto him and they bring him down. Quinn can't actually do anything with his Rolling Thunder versus this many heroes. Liquid, they've got all 5 there so fast, even versus that Fiend's game.
And they push so hard off the back of taking a fight like that. The tier 1 in the mid lane wiped out of the game.
Gaming can't really make too many of these mistakes early on when they're playing versus this fast of a lineup. Duracho has to look to get involved later on. He can't be the first one to get caught like this.
We see her again.
It's way too aggressive from him. There's no way you're going to catch Nisha like this with this type of shackle shot. And even then, there's not really much follow-up.
And whilst Gaming Gladiators supports, they've got a lot of scaling. They just don't have the methods to sort of bail a core out of that sort of position. They can't save it.
No, and these, to be honest, those Brambles, Boxy just completely split the fight. Both of those supports can't really jump in through these Brambles or through these cogs very effectively. It's a perfect fight from Liquid.
It really is, and as we've seen so many times with 33's Visage, he's always there for the cleanup.
Oh yeah, that extra gold. I mean, you can just roam around as this Visage, it feels like, because of this facet, you just get way too much. And now cleaning up these Ancients on top of having that fight win. Big things going for Liquid. And Crimson Guard, it's very soon finished up for 33. So in that next fight, Gaming does have to be a bit more careful. And yeah, Duracho just has to get involved way later on. Quinn is very close to Blink Dagger, so that's probably how they want to look to take that next fight. But there's definitely a Nisha problem. This puck 3-0-4 so far, having a pretty much, a flawless game. The lane was a little bit difficult, but overall, all of his movements have worked, and every coil has caught a perfect target.
And we saw earlier this series what he could do on the puck when he was just completely crushed in the early game. This time around, he's at the top.
He is. Ace does have a pipe, so they'll be able to stop at least some of this big magic damage that Liquid has early on. It is pretty overwhelming, that damage and control. And their team fight overall for Liquid, it's very threatening. The team fight for Gaming Gladiators is like 90% reliant on how Quinn is able to get with the Rolling Thunder. Liquid, they have just coil, they have the hook shot, they have this Bramble Maze plus follow-up with Terrorize. They have a lot of different ways to control these fights in comparison.
Yeah, they're ready to go again, Liquid. I know even with the last few fights, kind of Gaming Gladiators have been the ones to sort of hand them to them with their failed attempts at starting off action. Liquid, they're not afraid to start running at them with the lead that they have. Even with this moment where Nishi hasn't quite got the Blink Dagger pickup, he's very close to the money for it, but was just looking to see if they could try their chances here with the Dream Coil and the Amplified Damage rune in the bottle. Bottom lane, Tofu tries for a TP out, but the Terrorize it's there from Boxy. Liquid, they'll get another pickoff.
And now Mika, he's got the Gleipnir, so he can get involved a lot easier than Duracho in particular. He's got a 2,500 gold difference, and this Gleipnir, it's going to be annoying for the Pango. Until he has something like a shard or anything to get this Dispel, that's an extra form of catch, an extra form of just a little interrupt that Quinn can struggle versus. Liquid accelerating again here. Nisha, like you said, that blink is done. Amp damage, level 13 on this puck. Starting to get heavy momentum their way.
And keeping pressure on you, multiple lanes.
And Mick is just always farming. Anytime there's downtime, nature's profit. You're always able to join every single one of these fights. Liquid looking for this tier 2 bottom. Does Gaming want to actually approach down here? It's dangerous.
They've got the fortification, but that might be the extent of their defense for now, Gaming Gladiators, against this heavy push from Liquid.
Look at Nisha, he's jumping in and seeing all 3 heroes there, so he knows that Gaming's potentially mounting a defense. He's got the coil at the ready.
All right, they want to try for it, Gaming.
This is risky. The tower's dropping. Duracho does have the Maelstrom finished up.
They're bringing the whole team in for this one. Liquid, they themselves, they're also ready to return fire. Teleports at the ready for Mickey if he sees a chance to fight. He's also got the Wrath of Nature back off cooldown. Quinn, he'll start the action though. Looks over towards the backlines, finds the connection onto 33.
This is deep, way too deep here
Hook
for
shot.
Quinn.
I mean, fortunately for Gaming Gladiators, Insania's going to whiff that one. Doesn't get the connection. Gives Gaming Gladiators the chance to back up underneath the tier 2. Liquid, they may just be ready to dive it though. The cogs are going to get laid down, push back Quinn, turn around with the shackle, but Easter's in with the silence over towards Tofu. Tofu backs off, Solar Second Burst coming in. They've got the catch with the Foxy follow up beautifully there onto the 3 of them. The Fear pushes back Quinn. They take down the Pango. They turn towards Duracho. The Soul Assumption Burst, bringing him low. Celery comes with the rebound to try and get Duracho out of this one. Celery tries to stand his ground and fight back, but he will fall. Ace to go down as well under the tier 2. They cannot defend.
Liquid is just smashing them. Nisha gets a 3-man coil onto the most crucial target. The Pango gets controlled completely. Quinn, it feels like almost like a super ambitious move for him to dive forward there with that Rolling Thunder. They just disengage.
He's going to TP beyond the tower. Nisha
Oh
with the
my
forward. They get the
goodness.
Reggio as well.
Liquid is doing it.
This game getting massively out of control for Gaming Gladiators. Just 17 minutes in, they're down 10k gold.
They're feeling desperate. I mean, that whole fight bottom was just super awkward for them trying to force that issue. They're under the vision of Liquid. Liquid just resets. The Rolling Thunder connects on nobody. Now they can back up, pick up another set of pretty much full items onto these cores. Gaming Gladiators, they need more time to be able to fight, but time does not feel like it's going to be valuing them at all with Liquid getting so much.
Liquid, they don't want to give them any of that. Nisha.
Going for the solo play. He's got the MP.
They've got so much magical damage here on Nisha alone that Quinn, he's gone. Mickey, he turns up, comes and borrows the kill. After Nisha's hard work.
Hey, Nisha's just running the show.
And Xania, he's got a hook shot if they want to try and make a play here, and he does. He's going to be straight in on the attempted stop to keep pace here, controlled. Is there anyone else coming in to help out? It's Xania, he's got Nisha with the backup, jumps in with the silence onto the two of them. Gaming Gladiators having to keep that distance.
It's a bit deep this time from Liquid. They will reset. They don't have the damage, but the tower, it's in jeopardy.
It's going down in 18 minutes, another tier 2 to be taken. Liquid continue to shut down the map.
Any growth from gaming, it's just, when was the last time they actually got something going their way? It feels like a long distance memory just from the laning phase. They killed Mickey a couple times, but ever since Liquid just started grouping up and getting Nisha more involved with this Blink Dagger, there's just nothing gaming can do to really fight back against all this team fight and control.
Yeah, already 19 minutes in, it feels like the toughest game for Gaming Gladiators to turn around so far this grand finals.
It's starting to feel like head-on team fights are just absolutely impossible. They have to just try to stall this game out to get more growth. Tofu trying his best.
And just trying to waste Liquid's time.
The Birds looking to scout him out, but Tofu
Radiant's top tower.
will be okay for now, but 33
33.
still chasing
He's still
here.
looking, and he's going to
got
find him. Tofu. No escape from this. Leap still on cooldown for a few seconds. 33 is going to be able to claim more money here, taking out another.
It's desperation from Gaming at this point. They don't have anywhere they can go. They're looking to stay around their Tormentor area, but they can't even look to go for that one there because Liquid could just look to pressure here off that. Roche soon on the menu here for Liquid too, 7 to 15. And they feel like they have, what, now 80% control of the map or something. Look at where Gaming is attempting to find farm. They're farming one ancient camp and a hard camp and a medium, and that's kind of it at this point.
And even around this area, they're unlikely really to be able to pull together a defense around these tier 2s. We saw them try to do so on the bottom lane. When this top lane push comes in, we'll see if they attempt to go for it again.
I mean, Quinn's farm, it's just gone. He tried to make that first move with the blink, and if you don't get that first move that catches successfully with these Pangos, it can just be devastating. We see that net worth bottom of the cores. So many different ways to address this Pango. Even if they didn't have the BKB disable, they have the ways to just chain silence and pre-getting that Rolling Thunder.
Oh, Liquid. They're ready to keep the aggression going, coming in with the smoke. Duracho showing himself on the wave.
The Wisdom Rune and that Tormentor.
Nisha gonna try and lead him with a Dream Coil. Duracho's pretty deep under the tier 2. TP backup starting to come in. Liquid, they'll dive in with the burst, the Soul Assumption. Duracho's so low. Quinn, he'll roll in position, get the Rolling Thunder to try and escape. Liquid, they'll get turned upon it by the Rolling Thunder. Good connection on towards Mickey, but indeed Mickey's still got half HP to play with. The Terrorize comes out over to the side, catching on to Celery and onto Quinn. Celery, he'll jump out over towards Ace. He'll escape, but Quinn, he gets left behind. The Gleipnir comes out, stuck in position. Quinn's out of the game.
They're 2 ahead, Owen. The auras that they've got on 33, this block plus this pipe, it just keeps Mickey alive. He also has 2200 HP on top of it. They've run out of damage already here on Gaming. Liquid can claim this tier 2, claim the Wisdom Rune, deny that away, and even potentially steal a Tormentor. And Gaming expanded a lot to attempt for that fight and got nothing.
Yeah, they've got so many options, Liquid, on how they want to continue with this advantage. They'll opt to go for some pressure onto the tier 3s.
And look at Nisha pushing the limits here. The Parasma, the damage putting on the Celery below half HP. This tower is dropping.
Tofu trying to leap in, trying to burst through some of the wave, but won't be able to stop the push. The tower falls. Ace Also ready to try and come in with a deep push. Liquid, they'll respect it. They'll back off, wait at least for the next wave. We'll see if they stick around or want to back off for further objectives. Roshan would be available.
Duracho's gone all aggressive. They're feeling desperate. He's got the Gladiator done. Can they get any pickup?
Nisha's already in. Gonna jump the backlines. He gets the sides on the two. The three-man dream core comes through as well. Liquid, they'll push forward. They're happy to try and take this fight. And they look straight over towards Duracho. Hook shot in from Insania. Rolling Thunder comes out from Quinn. They get the connection onto 33. 33 is incredibly low. They'll get him. They'll take him out with the power shot. Boxy still pushing in, is able to get the damage over towards Celery with the ultimate. Quinn, the Rolling Thunder comes to an end, but Gaming Gladiators know they have to push on forward for this fight. They catch Boxy.
Best fight they've had all game here. They push them back. They get 3. Can they catch Nisha? Doesn't look like it. They almost actually got Mika as well. Very close there. Duracho just relentlessly chasing in. Best opportunity they've had this game.
Absolutely, and they were able to take the fight at a moment where they themselves secured the last hit on the Tormentor. They get themselves the shard.
Oh, good eye on that. I actually did not see that. That's pretty huge there. That's why there's that big swing. It went from, what, 15,000 down to 12K because they get that extra bit of increase because of that Tormentor.
Yeah, very impressive signs of life from Gaming Gladiators considering the position they're in. We saw, Liquid, they got the Tormentor very low, and Nisha gets this good opening, jumping the backlines. They just weren't quite in position to burst and fully focus down one target this time round, Liquid, and that gave Gaming Gladiators the chance to turn things. Quinn gets off an excellent Rolling Thunder, and Liquid, they're split side to side of the team fight.
90% of it is Quinn, right? We were saying he has to have the biggest impact possible with this Rolling Thunder. He did not get caught by that coil. If Nisha actually catches him there, could be a completely different scenario. Liquid still with a pretty massive lead, and Roche is still at their potential, so they were making the most aggressive play possible, trying to steal that Tormentor. Now they'll back up for the safer choice.
And Gaming Gladiators, they're going to need to do that a few more times to be able to hold on this one. And as you say, this next time is going to be into the Aegis push of Liquid.
But look, it's interesting, the build, though. It feels almost necessary for Duracho, but it's not something we've seen every single time on these Wind Rangers. They've been adapting to get earlier BKBs, but Duracho's just like, I don't think I can do that. I need the damage to be able to fight through Liquid's advantage at this point. So he's going for the small crit, maybe the BKB after, but can definitely understand why he just wants all damage.
Talking about BKBs, Mickey, he can look to play it safe, get his online. He's just about 1,000 gold away from having that on top of the Aegis. So we'll have the timing to push him with both. And Gaming Gladiators, definitely after that hold around the Tormentor, they're going to feel a little stronger. The question is, do they want to take further risks? And the answer is yes, they do. They want to look for the smoke into the Aegis timing, see if they can catch Liquid by surprise.
That is exactly what it is. It's taking a risk, and it could be quite a big one if you do it outside the base here. Nisha is still a very difficult task to solve.
Looking to bait around the rune.
He plays it safe. He's very wary.
Quinn's still looking for opportunities around the mid, but Liquid, they know that this sort of move now at this point is likely as the waves remain undealt with. They know that Gaming Gladiators are smoked up and looking to try and catch them.
They just saw that power shot as well, too, so they know somebody was in the area here. Tofu puts down some vision. Gaming.
Final few seconds here at the smoke for Gaming Gladiators. They've been hit by the scan. Liquid, they've got good information on whereabouts Gaming Gladiators are. They know that Gladiators are outside of the base and looking to make a play. Insania is ready to start charging towards them. They get the setup, but it's only onto the one of them. They'll look towards Tofu. Quinn, he's able to get the freedom to get the Rolling Thunder off. The auras are out for Liquid. It's keeping Insania pretty tanky as Tofu. He'll get left behind. As you know, the leaps are there. He's actually able to jump away just in time.
Boxy.
The burst comes out over towards Boxy. The power shot for Duracho. Gaming Gladiators, the first to claim a kill out of this team fight. Ace, he'll get trapped back by the cogs. The rest of Gaming Gladiators, they will want to look to try and turn and help him out. Ace getting brought low by the harassment on the Familiars. Jump forward from Quinn. He's in with the burst. Looking towards Insania. Ace still alive. Finally falls. Double kill for Mickey. Nisha, he'll jump out with the orb. 33 is able to stay in on top of Celery. Nuke down the Marcy here with the Soul Assumption as Liquid. They'll still take the fight despite Gaming Gladiators' willingness to try and tackle them. And now, immediately on with a push. Liquid, they're up to the top set of racks. Mickey and 33 able to claim those. And Quinn's found 33, but outside of the base, Quinn, can he get away from the rest of them? Duracho doing his best to help out as he holds Insania back with the shackle shot. Mickey TPing in Quinn. Can he escape this? He's got a shield crash up in a second. The blink's there. Down to the low ground. Duracho caught back in by the Sprout. He turns, gets the shackle shot connection. Whirlwind out onto the two of them, but now he's started back away. Insania has the cog connection. He's trapped in the cogs. Duracho, he's gone. Tofu, he's got one more leap still to play with if Liquid can stay on top of him. Quinn, he's still teasing around with him. I mean, if anything, just trying to keep Liquid's attention away from the base, away from the high ground.
This fight's lasted 90 seconds or something like that. And they do catch the arrow, but do they have any follow-up? Looks dangerous.
Quinn's
considering it.
He's tempted to try and look for these crazy plays. He knows there's the Phoenix Gate backup as X is ready to join with them. Then buyback comes out from Insania. Game of Gladiators, they're going to put every into this fight. Liquid's ready to try and return fire. The cogs are down. Quinn, his roll is about to come to an end. He's got a few more bounces left in. Turns towards Boxy with the swashbuckle, but the shadow rails back up. Boxy's fight.
Quinn's still alive.
Quinn jumps out with the shield crush. He's walking away from this one alive. As Quinn teasing around with Liquid. And despite this 14k gold deficit, Gaming Gladiators, they continue to give Liquid these challenging team fights.
They're just trying to push the limits of their heroes. It's very risky plays that they're going for here, but it pays off. Insania buys back. They don't get that catch onto Quinn. He lives to see another day. The Aghanims is now finished. Still, massive gold lead, of course, for Liquid. Mickey still has an Aegis for about 80 seconds, getting closer and closer to that big item, the MKB, to deal with Dyrachyo. But good holds there, at the least there for Gaming, but they did end up losing the objectives.
For sure. Top racks are gone. Progress made by Liquid. But without a doubt, Gaming Gladiators, Tofu dodging the hook shot. Mickey wants to commit to this kill, but there's back up to Tofu. He's going to try and get the kill here. Puts the BKB, but Mickey's surrounded. He's not even going to get Tofu. Tofu gets away. Mickey, that's the Aegis gone.
It's him versus the world.
The backup's starting to move in. Gaming Gladiators, they want to try and tackle Mickey a second time. Celery's in with the unleash, gets the dispose backwards. Nisha jumps in with the burst, but he can't save Mickey. Mickey gets taken out.
What a beautiful catch.
Rolling Thunder's back up. He's ready for the chase down. They look for Insania. Can he get the opening connection? He can. Insania trapped against the cliff. He'll try and jetpack away. The cogs are down, but Quinn's ready to dodge on through the cogs. Stay on top of him.
Nisha
moves in with a swashbuckle. He's still living on a slither of health for Insania, but Quinn, he's going to blink back up. Jumps in with another shield crash. Quinn continues to toy with Liquid.
He's coming in so clutch. These catches, it's beautiful. Mickey not respecting his opponents. They have an advantage, but he just TPs alone in the middle of 4, trying to get a pickoff on just a position for Mirana.
I mean, it was so aggressive.
It's such a risk to go for that type of play. This is the first time it feels like this series that Liquid's making some big mistakes and Gaming is capitalizing on them.
We'll see it again here, you know, Tofu just minding his own business, taunting about. Suddenly a very fun Nature's Prophet comes for him, but it's a good job Tofu. He's got the boys to back him up. They take out the Aegis, and at this point, panic starts to set in for Liquid. They know they have to do something to save Mickey. Nisha's in with a combo, but they cannot bail Mickey out of that mistake.
Gaming's trying to snowball off of these kills too. They've got a moment, about 30 seconds at least till clock's up. They're trying to find another opportunity. Rolling Thunder in 10.
Quinn, he is really getting some momentum right now.
Oh, he put this TP in. Mickey. BKB up in 1 second.
Oh no, Mickey. BKB's back up, but they're completely on top of him. Liquid, can they bail them out this time around?
Coil on 4.
Look at the coil onto the 4 of them, and Quinn was all ready able to get the roll up. Quinn, can he get the angle to go back in the field? We'll push back the rest of Quinn's teammates here. The Gaming Gladiators, they've got the Aura's pot. Ace is ready to push on. They're ready to try and find some action from this one as the Firestorm pit. Drop down onto 33. Quinn comes in with a shield crash. They've separated 33 from the rest of the team. Insania comes in with his
Dyrachyo's gone.
on the side. They've got Dyrachyo. Can they get more? Quinn, this time round, he's run out of options. They'll get him this time. Ace goes for the TPI. He'll make it away. Celery as well. But Liquid, they won't let Gaming Gladiators get away with that one. They felt that they had the chance to punish Mickey again. This time round, they did not. And as you say, at the moment, the BKB came back off cooldown for Mickey.
Literally last second. It was 1 second when they jumped him. It came up, he gets it off. He's able to reset a 4-man coil from Nisha. And 33, I actually don't even know how much damage he tanked in that fight because it felt like they were hitting him for it felt like 20-something seconds. And now Quinn dead for 35. Liquid looking for the second set.
Let's see how much they can take here, Liquid. Tier 3 in the mid.
Everything dies so fast, these buildings.
They've also got a halberd done on 33. He's ready to put a stop to that physical damage output from any of Gaming Gladiators' cores. The mid racks going down. Liquid, how much more do they want to stick around for? The full lineup of Gaming Gladiators back in play. Liquid will respect that.
Amp damage up top too. Nisha, he's going to want that one. 7-1 and 14 on this puck. The damage has been absolutely insane from him so far. And Mickey, he does have that big damage item now. On top of all the rest that he has to tank himself up, the MKB is finished. Gaming have had some decent fightbacks climbing back into this game. It's getting harder and harder, it feels like, though.
And they've never quite been able to slow down that progress that Liquid's been making throughout it all.
It's just been growing and growing and growing. And it's not just that gold. The experience is also pretty darn high. just feeling very comfortable now in these upcoming moments. 2 Rexus to pressure. The lanes are always going to give all the information they need. And the scaling just continues to grow. And while for Gaimin, the scaling is mostly just still increasing on Duracho. Yes, he has these amplifies, but more and more answers coming out for him.
Ooh, amplified damage and an arcane.
And an Octarine that he just purchased before.
This next fight could get messy.
And they just don't really have great control to hold this puck down by any means.
Ace. They're going to try and get the jump on him outside of the base. Nisha starting to tease around. Drops the dream, got a hook shot. Not going to quite get the connection in. Now the backup comes in. Quinn in with a rolling thunder by Ace. He's out of the game. We'll see if he considers the buyback. He has got it available. Quinn turning over towards Insanian out of the side. Ace holding back on the buyback for now. So Fu, quickly tops to the side. Nisha is back in with a 3-man waiting with the solo. Duracho has been caught in the sprout. He's gone. They get Duracho. They get Quinn. The buybacks they have to come out now as Liquid are onto the tier 4s.
3 buybacks.
I'll push Liquid back for now.
Nisha resetting.
The triple core buyback. Liquid know if they can take out any of these cores once more, they may have just done it here.
They're just getting poked and prodded. They can't even walk up to harass anyone. 33 is taking literally no damage, it feels like.
Well, they get the jump in. Celery trying to open up with the Unleash. Nisha's in with a 2-man silence. Push back. There's the jump as well. The coil is on to the 3 of them. Quinn caught in the sprout will be able to break out. Nisha getting beaten up pretty hard by the Unleash. Boxy toying around with a terrorized threat. 33, again, so tanky.
He's so tanky.
Back in with the Dispose, but again, they're fully focusing him with the Terrorize. It's out onto the 4 of them. Boxy gets the setup. Celery's out. Another buyback has to come into play. Nisha, 4-man waiting rift. The 4-man start comes off the curse grab. Boxy toying with them all. They'll still manage to scramble their way back to the fountain, though, Gaming Gladiators. But this time, Ace, he's out for 70. Slide forward from Celery. They get the stun opening onto Ascension 33, but they don't have to follow damage to get the kills. The buildings are being focused. Liquid looking to claim the Mega Creep. Rolling for Quinn. We get the angle to 33. Nisha, he's going to be able to kill them outside of the fountain. They're running out of buybacks, Gaming Gladiators. Liquid, they'll get the final racks. 33, he'll fall though. He'll immediately buy back as the Mega Creeps are out. Liquid, they want to keep this push going. Gaming Gladiators, it's just 3 against the world now. The tier 4's going down. Liquid, have they done it here? The coil onto the 2 of them as Liquid are getting the space to focus down the ancient. Jump forward towards Nisha, but the auras are out.
Down goes Duracho.
He's out.
Liquid are doing.
On the Visage, completely unstoppable in Gaming Gladiators. So many times they've managed to take the championship titles in events as big as this one, but this time round they couldn't quite do it. Liquid 3-0 against Gaming Gladiators here. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for your International 2024 champions, Team Liquid!
I think knowing is more certainty than I have, but I always believe we can get it. Yeah.
Absolutely. Personal, but between you and me, the first time I saw you at TI, I always knew that this would come. Do you feel like it has come fast enough for you, or have you had to work for it? Is this when you have deserved it the most? How do you feel? You feel like you are one of the best players in the world!
I don't know how I feel right now. It's a very interesting experience that we haven't had that much recently. So I don't know. I just feel great. I'm really happy for my teammates. I'm really thankful to all of them, and you know, all the normal stuff. Family, friends, everyone who supported us, helped us get here. Thank you guys so much. All the people in the arena cheering. It means a lot. It gives us the energy. Thank you so much.
Mickey, you have shared this journey with Insania and Boxy and your whole team for so long. You have been quietly doing your job, and now you have conquered your demons, you beat Gaming Gladiators, and your name is going to be put on that Aegis. How does it feel, man?
Oh, it feels amazing just being here with the boys. I'm glad we get to finally win one after so many tries, and I don't know, I'm speechless.
That's all I need to hear, my man. You're a champion!
It's been a long time coming, a year of adversity through health problems, through the lows and the highs, but you have finally earned it here today. Quite an incredible year. How does it feel to go through all of that to now be a TI champion?
I feel really good to finally win a LAN, win a big LAN. It's my first Dota victory, which is like a tier one tournament according to Wikipedia. So you know, it's nice to start with a big one. There's been a few tough years for me personally, and I'm really happy to have a lot of my family here watching and supporting. And to all my friends supporting at home, and to all our fans, I want to give a big thanks for giving me strength to continue and to keep trying, I guess, with everything I have.
Thank you so much. I'm sorry. Thank you so much, man. Amazing. Anisha, my man. You've been the rock of this team for so long. You've been an unbelievable pro player. Many have regarded you in the past as one of the greatest players of all time. But now you got an agent to prove it, baby! You need all that sucker! Oh, hello. Do you feel like one of the greatest players of all time?
Maybe now, I guess.
Rock who never died on puck this entire tournament! Any words out there to all those fans?
Yeah, I love you all. Thanks for being here, and I hope you enjoyed the games. And I love my team as well.
Yeah. Fantastic. Thank you so much, my friend.
And now 33. You are no stranger to this moment, as you are now the only man in history to win the TI 2 times with 2 completely different rosters. You have had a lot of TI appearances. This is your 6th one. And I know that you always thought that you're the best, but how does it feel to have it be confirmed?
Those are your words, not mine. But no, it feels amazing, and I'm really happy that we did it. I'm just very happy.
Tell me, does it ever get old winning TI, or does this feel just like the first time?
To be honest, I was not feeling too excited today, and then the first game also I was chilling, and the last time, like the excitement came in on the third game.
You know why? It's because you won on that one! 3-0 victory! And now we're going to put your name on there twice, but there's one last man I would like to speak to. Blitz Dota. I have watched your journey through many, many different rosters, and I noticed that every single time you treat it like a family. This is as much a victory for you as it is for them. You sacrificed yourself for your team. And now it's codified, my man. You are a champion.
I mean, I didn't really sacrifice anything. I feel like they took a chance on a guy who's never coached a winning team before. We had so many losses. We had 5 years without winning anything. We could have disbanded like 20 different times like people told us to. We didn't make a TI and Liquid still kept us on. I didn't do anything here. I'm just so glad that people like Zai, Nisha, Matsu, they took a chance on us and they were willing to play with us. And I'm so glad that I didn't ruin Nisha's career. I also just want to thank our support staff, Chloe, Jabs, KP, John, Victor, Mark, everybody at Team Liquid that's here to support us. It truly takes a village. I'm not good enough by myself. I've learned, I guess, that you have to do it with other people and you have to succeed with everybody around you. And I'm good enough to admit that I'm shit, but I've got great people around me.
Let it be a lesson that if nothing else, perseverance pays off, Blitz. Because you are a champion, Team Liquid are champions, and for one last time, Royal Arena, make some noise for your International 2024 champions, Team Liquid!
What an incredible emotional note from Coach Blitz to end on there. Congratulations to your 2024 international champions in Team Liquid, and they prove that consistency pays off. Getting second place so many times, Effie, it doesn't matter if you get that W in the end.
I mean, you heard it from Blitz. It takes a village, and the village is on that stage right now with all of them. I mean, what a hero's journey from Team Liquid. What an emotional journey. It was, watching that, just you can really feel how much this means to all of them. I mean, they've all had to go through so much personal adversity. They all have an incredible story here. I mean, Mickey from switching to mid to carry to becoming one of the best carries in the world. Nisha to finally winning a TI after looking so dominant on that iteration of Secret. 33 winning TI twice with 2 different teams with his style of play. Boxy, after all of his personal issues, is here. And Insania, finally. I mean, after his experience a few TIs ago on that main stage, to be able to still be confident, to be able to still lead his team, to be part of something, it was amazing too.
I mean, this is what TI is about. It's the years of pursuit to get to the final tournament, to finally get yourself to the Aegis. Like, every single player, their dream is to get to this position, to be able to lift it, to put your name in history. The prestige, everything, it comes down to the best tournament of the year, and the moments on Liquid, like, you can see the emotions. They've worked time and time again for multiple years. 4 years for the core of Liquid, 5 years for Nisha, and 6, of course, with 33. But they got there. They get themselves in the Aegis, and this is everything.
They will go down as the most successful team in the history of TIs because they did not drop a single game when it comes down to playing from the upper bracket. Clean 2-0s, clean 3-0 in the grand finals. I've been following Nisha's career ever since he started to play professional Dota, ever since he joined Alternate Attack when he was 15 years old. This guy is only 23 years old right now, will turn 24. This guy is a beast. Always believed in him, and this is the crown championship that he needed to take to cement himself to be immortalized in the game.
Yeah, without a shadow of a doubt, easily one of the best in history.
Easily. I remember just an interview from Boxy just about a year ago at the Bali Major. In an interview, he said, well, if we can't get this trophy, if we can't win this time, then when? Then right now, T.
And that's the thing, Liquid, they showed us that Dota, it's not about trying to get the best result, it's about trying to get, the teamwork, the friendship, it's like the journey along the way in which Blitz spoke about how multiple years of not getting the results, but they believed in each other. And you have to believe in your team. That's the whole point of Dota. The only way you win in Dota is to believe in your teammates. When you're losing a game, you don't call GG, you don't give up, you keep trying. And Liquid, over multiple years, had that ethos, and that's the only reason they're standing here today, holding their Aegis, and winning it. After also not beating gaming, but finally they did.
Finally they did, too. I mean, it looked like for so long that Team Liquid was just always 1 centimeter away from greatness. They kept losing to Gaming over and over. 5 grand finals over 2 years versus Gaming Gladiators. Only 1 grand finals versus Gaming Gladiators at TI. And you know what they do? They crush them in a 3-0 manner. They absolutely destroy them. And that just makes everything worth it. The whole journey, every grand finals loss, this is the one that counts, Chiefs.
A lot of young Dota fans that I see wearing Team Liquid.
It's the academy team.
Yeah, this is the next generation of Dota players. We might be looking at the next TI winners as well right now on the stage, beside these 5 great players, coaches, and the staff from Team Liquid.
Oh, what a phenomenal sight, I can say that. We heard that 33 is the first player to get a repeat title with a completely different team. Well, guess what? Team Liquid, the organization, is the first organization to get an Aegis with a completely different team.
I mean, it's incredible, and it really just boils down to, you know, the mindset and how you want to approach it, and clearly, you know, just trust. You need to have trust, and Liquid have demonstrated that, and, you know, other teams looking at it, you know, when OG won some TIs, people looked at how OG did, they copy-pasted, and then they move on. They're going to have to look at Liquid and go, how is Liquid able to create these moments? And we're going to see a shift in the kind of the trajectory for teams in the future for sure.
Yeah, we are going to see a shift. We've seen shifts before. Every TI victory has had an impact on the scene afterwards. We've seen a lot of new players after Team Spirit's first victory, as there were a lot of first-timers in there. We've seen a lot of people following the footsteps of former championships, and I think that this impact, Effie, from Team Liquid just promotes finding the right people.
It really does. It's just about connection. It's about how you as people can create a product that not just wins, but shows that you can win through friendship, through resilience, through effort. And this is just the triumph of Spirit here. They've lost so many times to get up after losing so many times. And to be standing here right now as the best team in the world, we can't even emphasize how great it's been for them. It's just unbelievable.
It is unbelievable, but we better believe it. Team Liquid, your TI 2024 champions, they will be having their name on that Aegis. They will be going down in history as the most successful team at an international to never drop a game in playoffs. It is unheard of. It is unprecedented. And I do think that we're going to remember Blitz's speech for a little while as well.
I mean, we're still recovering it from it emotionally on the panel. I mean, you can hear it in our voices, but it's like you said, Chiefs, they are the most dominant team at a TI. They did not drop a single game. From all of those losses to not losing a single game to being the best by far. I mean, if you watch them at this tournament, you can say with confidence, that every single player on this team played their best Dota. Every one of these players contributed to these wins. It wasn't, oh, one player carried, one player played exceptionally well. I just saw 10 out of 10 Dota from everyone.
Yeah. I really did as well. Of course, if you want to hear more about the controversy, there are a lot of sources online. There's documentaries on Boxy in particular, even on his struggles that he suffered through. But overall, this whole team coming together at exactly the right time and believing in each other, that is the lesson, Lacoste, that we'll take away from this international.
Yeah, never give up, pretty much. This is the motto of this team. Dota is a team game after all, and ever since this team has been formed, I feel like they're a big family, you know, one big organization, that they have everything. They show it to the world that they are the best today. As we can see, like, there's a billion interviews out there. Every single time I watch them play, I listen to them. These are the guys that should be your Dota 2 role models.
They are our Dota 2 role models, and they will get a well-deserved break, of course, after this as well. It has been a long road to get to this point. A lot of matches to get to this point. Maybe not as many as there could have been if they went through the lower bracket, but this is the way that Team Liquid plays. It is all in, and it is, in this case, all upper bracket. I believe Team Liquid Pickoff now has done it both ways with their first Team Liquid roster going through the lower bracket. And this one, upper bracket.
I mean, how do you top this though? The fact that you don't drop a single game in playoffs, you did in 3 of the grand finals as well. Like, how does a team ever get close to this type of dominance out of TI? Like, what, you have to never drop a game in groups? You've got to never die in a game in the playoffs as well? Like, it's like near impossible. And again, look at the entire support network of this team as they've moved throughout multiple tournaments throughout the year to get to this position, to learn so much. And incredible, truly incredible.
Yeah, and it is easy to see these players and these coaches and the manager and think of the year they've had. But I want you guys to think of the career that they've had to get to this point. It wasn't just, oh, I'm joining Team Liquid, so now I'm going to be successful. No, it was the whole road to get to this point from the moment they first booted up their Dota 2 game.
I mean, also got to black out the haters, right? Like, how many times, like Blitz said, how many times has, social media, Twitch chat, I see you, they tried to do their thing to, change up the roster, to change it up, but, they had just, they put their little blinkers on, they focused up, and here they are. You're wrong, Twitch chat, sorry.
Deep breaths, guys, deep breaths. It's been a long road. It has been 2 weeks of amazing Dota 2, top tier teams in the world here in Copenhagen going against each other. And it is time to get some final thoughts out from my panel as, this has been an emotional one, the cost.
Oh, absolutely. Like, we've seen some great stories. We've seen Synderen, we've seen proposals, we've seen Team Liquid, after losing so many times, now finally lifting the ages. Cinema, absolute cinema coming out from them, and we got to give them the hands down, because this team definitely deserved it here.
They really did. What a beautiful crowd, what beautiful stories. It was emotional, like Lacoste said, but just being a part of it, being involved in this capacity, and just hearing the energy from the arena every day, hearing their unwavering support for the players and the teams that they loved. It's just a reminder that we are the best gaming community. This game has been around for so long, and it's TI. This is just TI vibes too.
I mean, it's the international. It's the best tournament of the year. The players, they love it. The fans, they love it. The crowd, they love it. The aura, everything. It is the best tournament without a shadow of a doubt. And I look forward to, the stories for future years to come.
I also look forward to the stories from future years to come. We've seen that ages. We can all do the math. There were 7 empty spots on the back in the new ring that was placed, with the victory of Team Spirit last year being the first one there. So, we got a couple years ahead to fill them up for sure, but Team Liquid, they have immortalized themselves as the team to be on that ring, on the back of that Aegis. We're not left empty-handed. We know that with Crownfall Act 4, we'll get, first of all, to play Crownfall Act 4, which I'm incredibly excited about. We get Kez, a samurai assassin, bird assassin. I don't know if it's a samurai. Bird samurai? Bird samurai. That's what we're going for. But that's all we have for now. I don't know when Act 4 comes. I hope it's very soon. What I do know is that we are going to say goodbye to you for this evening. Thank you so much for joining us from all around the world. Royal Arena, you've been amazing. Team Liquid, congratulations once more on an amazing and fantastic title. And on behalf of everyone that you saw in front of the camera, but also everyone that you saw behind the camera, the team working around the clock to make this moment here happen, thank you. I wish you all the greatest of nights. Ladies and gentlemen, and everybody here in the Royal Arena, please make some noise as we'll open it in style.
This is the final proving ground. This is the Grand Colosseum, where legends forge undying names. The battle begins.
They're fully committing it onto Sega, but they can't kill him. He pretty much fully heals. Falcons survive. They'll tap out. GG is called. Falcons dominate game 1. They're gonna get 4. It's snaking against the wall, and he's not gonna succeed.
Oh my
Triple kill
goodness.
for Saigon BB team. They're turning the game around, Fox.
DY starting to fall. Ame there too. Hitting away. Time zone finally gets dropped. It's on to 23-7. He doesn't have any way to go either. XG, they're gonna win the game.
It all comes down to this. Can they get Watson? They've got him. Watson dead. One fight is all it takes. Liquid will take the 2-0. He's got an Aegis. He's got some time walks. He's gonna have to make some smooth moves to get out of this one. His first life is already forfeit. Ame's sitting up in the back, jumps through the trees. A Wukong's command, dead center is Pure, and he's already been hit by some stuns. They are all in to kill the low drone, but Pure got his BKB up.
Muerta's gone. Ace does not have what it takes to take down the rest of Liquid. They are way too strong, and they fought out for this fight. Team Liquid closing this one out. GG. Falcons, they do not have enough left in the tank. GG is called. Tundra eliminate Falcons.
Are they going to go up to top lane? They're going to go through the gate. They're going to go straight for the throne. All in on this one. They pop their BKBs. They go straight for the throne, and it is all over.
Liquid, they're onto the edge. Getting Gladiators have got anything to stop this. They do not. GG's going to be called. Liquid take game 2. Two of them as Liquid are getting the space to focus down the ancient jump forward one Nisha, but the auras are out.
Down goes Duracho.
He's out.
Liquid are doing it.
To the ancient Liquid are absolutely doing it. GG is calling.
Unbelievable. How many series was it in best of 5 that they could not bring it to Gaming Gladiators? But when it mattered at TI this time around, they've done it in a spectacular fashion. 3-0 with Nature's Prophet, first pick every single game.
it easier when life gets hard. Lucky we're in love in every way. Lucky to walk in the day. Lucky to be coming home. Lucky to stay the way I've stayed. Check this. Check. Go singing through the sea. Check. Do I love what want me? You hear the music, hear the air. I bought a flower in your head. So singing, check. I need to the sea. Check. Oh, that's why we can hear our voice. I actually turned off the microphone. Sounds good. Check. Let's run a check. And also back again with Bob Sia. Sounds good, man. Lovely. So lovely. Comme young Poland zombie. Comme young Discordo. Something wrong when something went wrong while I tried to turn on. Okay, that's okay. We're good. Wait, I check this. We're gonna check it. Anybody? Yeah. Anybody find me? Somebody to love. Do. This is not really don't use, but I don't really like this mic. Check stereo mix. Wait on it. Check. Enable, apply, check this. Microphone levels. We just need to make it 10. Check. That's what we're gonna check. Thank you guys. Thank you for watching. Thank you for stay tuned. That is really good. TI run, man. Absolutely perfect. Check this. Check girl power. Okay, stop listening. Wait. I'm gonna dislike though. Phone. check, 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 check. Oh ho ho, oh ho ho. Yare, yare, yare. Test 20, 10, 10, 10 decibels. Sounds good, man. Burung jamaah. Let me make it 20. Terbang santuy melampung di dada. Getar seluruh jiwa. That sounds good. I love it. I think you should make it 21. Yeah, okay. That's it for mic test. We got so many components, we have to reset everything. Getar seluruh jiwa. Sky. We have Sky. Check, check, check. Check, check. Oh, voice activation. Hondo? Nonda. Cek microphone. Cek, cek, cek. Kenapa masih ada ceknya? Cak, cak. Trouble. Rodent. Playing deadlock. We got deadlock actually. But it's not. Pom pom. Pom pom pom. Kamu. Oh. Oke, oke. Oke. Height. Cek. 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 Driver working. Nice. Cek. Cek. Bah, bah. Um. Dengaran bang, suara kipas bang. Balance. All scale. Fix priority. Yes. Oh. Kok aku bisa dengar suara aku coba. Ada itu. Ya, ya, udah. Ya. Arcane. Check. 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 Is it good? Sounds good. Aye. Oh. Because. And. Go. Go back. Go. Thanks. Go back. Go. Ada attack bang. Tekan. Ada. Attack. Kira. Okay.